well as the pace just starts to pick up a little bit here. Falcons still in that position that we're talking about with the choke and the rest of Countdown to their backs. Wolves have got to move though. They're on that north side. They're playing from Lava Fissure. Remember, #1 pick in the POI draft. Dropping over at Trials. But only the 4 points to report so far. A couple of KP here onto Yans and the rest of Team Heretics might change the story.
Heretics struggling in the moment, just taking a lot of damage as they cross over because it's not only Wolves, but Liquid are here as well. And Liquid will clean up Heretics. And now they suddenly divert their attention over towards Wolves.
Revenge always tastes good as they get that first knock, but still 2 players alive, and Liquid want to try and clear this. Crazy Tom takes a huge amount of damage here from Panic. Zero flies in to clean up 2. The last remaining player is taken down as well by Sykes. And that will be Team Liquid picking up all those kills on the northern side. VP though have moved into position just below them. Elsewhere on the Countdown side, Gen G on your screens right now, they've lost Dexter.
Gen G do have a Valkyrie though. They could try and just get out and over this one if they can find a position to actually take that skyward dive. But in the moment, they're just focusing on trying to stay alive because Vision are being so aggressive, not allowing them to stabilize.
They just want to try and hold them out here, Vision. They don't want to let Gen G pass. But Gen G, hot off the back of a big team fight win, of course, against Shopify Rebellion a little bit earlier in this game, will want to take this fight. In the kill feed, though, Falcons are now being pressured, and Guild has been taken down. So a 2v3 for them to try and navigate.
Falcons were kind of looking elsewhere. They were distracted. You get the knock very close, as now Hal tries to hold on, but we're not able to do so, as now 11th place will be the finish for Falcons, as Gen G still being applied on that pressure by Vision.
32 seconds left. Someone has to blink here in this fight, otherwise the zone is going to really become a factor. Dexter, Ziki, Team Vision gone. Gen G win another fight here.
I mean, that's so good for Gen G. Not only do they put more kill points on the board, but it gives them options. They can walk in if they would like. As I mentioned, they have that skyward dive, but actually if you look at the path they have available to them, they might have one of the easiest routes into this zone, aside from Team Liquid, who do find themselves pretty much central to where we're going to be finishing. Virtus Pro also holding the tracks right now, or should I say underneath the tracks right now.
Yeah, VP's position is good for endgame and being involved, but as far as outputting damage, looking for KP, pretty tough to do so. And Prestis, who has a Kraber in his hands, is probably hoping he can find some slightly better angles to try and collect a few of those kill points. Dory, who we saw dropping over at Mirage, well, they're still here right now, but they're going to have to move in a few moments' time unless they want to try and play this corner, but it's a very, very tight area to play.
Tick, tick, and a little bit of a boom. But Dog Red are going to be right there, as we will see Kirasami Havoc get eliminated from the lobby at the same time. Dog Red below them just trying to set up shop, and whilst they will be alive in this current zone, they're going to see shortly they're going to have to move a little bit further northeast. As we check back in with Gen G, this was the walk-in I was talking about. They were able to approach from the north. They didn't have the skyward dive, and now they're applying a little bit of pressure on the teams in front of them here.
Oh, the breach charge is good enough from Ziki. That's going to be Zipline Mafia now out the lobby. More KP for Gen G. Liquid might be next. Gen G are not safe where they find themselves right now. Back over to the other side of the zone. Puffa doing his best dance here. 108's good enough though from Muscle. And a combination of damage coming in from numerous longbows will get that knock. Zinap in the kill feed, by the way. He's got a Kraber as well. Team 36 are going to get some business going.
They probably really wanted to send this, but with the damage that was found initially, they had to back off. But this is not an easy push. They are fortified here at Dog Red, and they are doing work, but finally they get through. Dory unable to win it, but now Virtus Pro once more are going to be there to potentially clean up these pieces. It's Prestis again.
Prestis loves a free KP. Oh wait.
Oh no.
Not so free. Osnes, come and help me, buddy. I've got you, buddy, he says. Even with the stun damage, he's going to get the shield swap, but it's not the best in the world. But he'll get his teammate back up, and that portal is still down. Dog Red will be eliminated. It's a bit messy, but it was good enough.
It was, and it's allowed Enter Force 36 to kind of step up on them a little bit. Now Gen G also under a little bit of fire here from Team Liquid, who have stepped out from their fantastic position they currently hold. They don't want to allow Gen G to step up as comfortably as they have been.
As he gets the armor swap, you can see Zero is trying to overextend here, trying to keep the pressure onto them. He doesn't want to let them reset. He wants to force them away from Team Liquid's position. Panic coming to join him now to make sure that that is going to be uncomfortable for Gen G to move anywhere at the moment. The riot drill at least gives them a little bit of separation here as we jump now over to the other side of zone. E36 and VP looking to engage, and Prestis still hasn't got to pull the trigger on that Kraber.
Team Liquid with a chance to be in first place going into the half here of this series. They are only 2 points behind Dinos now. As VP, they're looking to jump onto E36.
And Jusna should be taken down, but no! Obley with a Kraber his own onto Prestis. E36 will fall though, and it looks like they'll be able to get the reset here. Nobody is going to be able to wrap round to them because Liquid and Gen G are engaged on the other side of the zone. Dexter last alive. And just trying to survive. Second place will be good for him here.
Dexter wants to do his best Panic impression now, see if he can go unnoticed, unspotted, and avoid all this gunfire.
Well, VP have that Kraber, remember. In the hands of Prestis, one peek and one bullet can change the trajectory of this game. And I tell you what, Sykes was pretty close to having his head removed there.
Main difference in terms of composition here, we've got the Alter on Team Liquid, you've got the Wraith on Virtus Pro. And utilizing that Wraith to just reposition a little bit here.
Double ult cell being popped by both the Maggie.
They want Dexter.
Zero's trying to force this. He wants to make it a straight 3v3. They want the KP, secure second yourself, and that's exactly what they will do. But look at Panic, he gets forced through those fences. And even though he didn't go down, are they going to be healthy enough there to take a straight 3v3? Sykes is up on the high ground, he gets the gen down, but that's going to be wiped out by the R9 here in Preston. Sykes has to hold.
It's great hold as well, he shreds through the shield.
So well.
Sykes has to be as aggressive as possible here.
VP, Sykes has held the line. Almost single-handedly with that R99 in his hands, and now Zero gets the first knock. And off the back of Sykes holding, now he slides in for his second potential kill of this team fight. Liquid will win it! And that man in the middle held strongest.
Liquid send themselves into first place after 3 here on World's Edge. 45 points over these 3 matches. And maybe, just maybe, that makes up for that first match that Zero was so disappointed with previously, because he has the last laugh as they go into the break.
A great example there for people watching on how to control space when you have Godspot. How good were they at eliminating their threats, not letting them close to the Alamo that was their home. That building that was just where that endgame ended up taking place. Clearing that northern side, dealing with Gen G, making it a 3v3, and then a huge amount of credit to Sykes. We've talked about Panic, we've seen what Zero can do. But getting that gen down on the roof, playing that head glitch, and almost single-handedly at one point holding off VP while the rest of Liquid got healthy. Sykes, you've got to take your hat off to him.
And as I stumbled over the word aggressive, it was exactly what he needed to be. As soon as you've done that damage and you've had that crackle to the shield, by being a little bit aggressive, you force them back. You don't allow them to surround you. If he hadn't have been applying that damage, if he hadn't have been holding them off, he would have got swarmed, gone down. You're in a 3 versus 2. But it is trusting in his own ability, Sykes, that he knows he can hit his shots, he knows he can apply that pressure as an individual, and he just needed to give time for the rest of his team to get back to his help. And now Liquid will find themselves in first place, 45 points, 24 kills across the 3. And Dinos are going to be behind them. Falcons, who are in that 1v1 with them in match 1, they are in 3rd place as well, so it's not all doom and gloom for them. Liquid are going to be delighted.
And the best thing for Liquid as well is the fact that every single player has had a moment in those first 3 games. Or should I say, in the first 2 days so far. Panic had a huge moment, of course, yesterday. Zero had his moment in that 1v1 clutch that we saw in the 2nd game. And almost a 1v3 clutch, it felt like, in game number 1. And then Sykes showing how to play the perfect Watson position and be the anchor for your team in those final moments.
Think about how different it could have been as well for Team Liquid. You think about that match 2, right? If they weren't sent on by VP in the end, if Wolves hadn't have taken that fight against them as well, they were in a pretty good position. We could have been seeing Liquid maybe 60 points after 3. Bear in mind, like 45 points after 3 is a fantastic total for them. If we were in the match point format, they would only be 5 away from crossing the threshold right now.
Well, they were very, very close indeed to crossing that threshold. And one team who's crossed the threshold and got that win on the board after qualifying, of course, for the Split 1 playoffs is going to be Dinos. We've got a member of their team down on the floor right now with Rain Day. Who have you got for us?
All right, thank you so much, Onset and Gasket. Great call there. I am here, yes, with a member of Dinos, although Dinos and him do not have common in age because this man is 19 years old. Jay Future. Some might know you as Future Streams if they were grinding some 3 strikes, some Apex Legends casual matches earlier on. Yeah, like 2 years ago. And 2 years ago, you entered 2 pro splits, Challenger Circuit, and now you're playing at LAN at EWC. Talk about your journey from where you were just a little bit ago as a teenager now to being here at this moment.
Well, it's obviously a big difference playing in person versus online with Challenger Circuit. And with Challenger Circuit, you play for like 6 to 8 hour days. And here it's just a couple hours, but then you have so much like transport, which is also tiring. So it's a very different experience, but at the same time, it's kind of similar. The difference is that you can see all of your fellow competitors and how amazing they are as well.
You know, hailing from Ontario, Canada, I talked to you about, have you done any other esports? No, but you did remark to me that this moment feels more comfortable to you than playing online. Why is that?
I'm not honestly sure, but I think it's because of the other people, like I just said. Like being able to see everyone, it just feels less intimidating. When online, they're just a big, giant personality, but then in person, they're like the same as you know?
Yeah, well, you got a great win, and one of the reasons why you can kind of lean on knowing what to do here is you've got a great coach, Kashera. He's one of our players, our pros, who's been in the scene for so long. What does he bring to your team?
Kashera has brought us like an immense increase of intelligence that kind of like balances out our lack of experience since we're a newer team, and his immense experience and knowledge has like just transferred into us, and he's coaching us right now, making sure we're locked in every game, and like we would not be able to play as well as we are right now without him, for sure.
Well, you guys have been amazing in Pro League. I asked some of our other pros, vets who I'd interviewed, who do you have your eye on Dinos? Of course, all of you guys, Chaos, yourself were mentioned, but DJ was highlighted as well. Said this guy might be next up. What can you say about DJ Killer and his impact on your team?
DJ's biggest impact is not just his shooting ability, it's his vibes, as we've said before in other interviews. He's a jolly fellow for sure, and he's always cracking jokes and keeping us our spirits up for sure.
You know, I said jolly this morning. I said I don't say jolly unless I'm talking about Santa Claus, but now there's another jolly following me. Somebody else better not say jolly on this broadcast, otherwise something's going wrong. Jay, I want to just ask one more thing as we head into it. When you look at now in this learning experience you found settled, what are some issues, what are some things you're noticing that other teams are doing really well that maybe your inexperience needs to tackle, get more comfortable with if you guys are going to go far in this tournament? What is there to improve on over these next couple of days?
I'd say our biggest problem right now, and something that a lot of more experienced teams are very good at, is knowing when to go deeper into the zone. Whereas we like to usually just sit still and kill everyone who's coming in behind us, hold them all out. Sometimes there's an opportunity to push through, and you see a gap and you take it, but our lack of experience kind of prevents us from doing that sometimes. We're working on that, but I've seen other teams that are really, really good at doing that, so.
Jay Future, 19 years old, on a LAN stage at Paris. Congratulations, my man, and good luck for the rest of these 3 games.
Thank you so much.
All right, because they used to watch my YouTube channel, so I don't know. There's something to it. We'll go back to you guys. A few more games coming up as we close out our first set of the day.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Team Liquid, I don't know about that drawing right there, but I know you guys have been performing great as you finish the halfway point of this series in first place. But we gotta go back and talk about Dinos because, man, the step up that we've seen out of that team go from day one now to day two, graceful. They're just wanting to shut people up.
I mean, hey, I even doubted them in the beginning as well, and they really did shut me up for that moment. But I will say they dropped staging. They had 2 back-to-back zones right on top of them pretty much. It means that they can close out a game, and they did well and plays top heavy. But when you're gifted with zone twice as well, you should be bringing in points regardless.
I'm busting out the inflatable T-Rex suit then. It's happening. Thanks, Dinos. This is the moment I needed.
Well, they also mentioned that they want to make sure that they fix something that the other teams are really good at, and that's going deeper into the zone. That's knowing when to actually push in. Is that something that they're going to be able to maybe adjust and do that today?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest things, Grace, you mentioned it, they got some good zones, but sometimes that's all you need to really get the momentum rolling for you as a team. And I think one of my favorite things about them and what I watched is that their team fighting was on point. There was a lot of baiting and switching. There were a lot of high-level gameplay going on to win the fights because sometimes, you get those early zones, a team will push you, and a team will push you and you won't be able to get that fight going on. And we're going to watch this a little bit right here. Is this the end zone from it, or is this just gameplay?
Chilling.
But regardless, sometimes that is all you need is just those early game in those early fights to get a win, because if you get zone early and you don't get the KP, sometimes you just end up with 1 or 2 points and there's really nothing about it. So for them to be able to take the action, go clear out places, get the kills, it looks really good. And one of my favorite things with Jay Future in that interview was the fact that he says he feels more comfortable here on LAN than he does online, specifically because online, the big personalities, a lot of these players have the big streams. Sometimes players will go check out what other streams are saying, get in their heads. And here, being in person with everyone, it's like, hey, we prepared, everyone here prepared as hard as they could. If you prepared as to the best of your efforts, you should feel confident and comfortable coming into the LAN, and sometimes getting these big wins is all you need to propel yourself forward.
Yes, no, these old pros better watch out because these young stallions are coming through and they're more articulate than some of our other players, of course. But look, I cannot agree with you more saying that. Like, it looks like they've just got their head in the game because they know exactly kind of where they need to be and how they need to get there. So they have to have that sort of mentality.
Yeah, I mean, I love that they were able to kind of wake up, right? And talking about waking up, the opposite of that, being able to sleep, J&G, it seems like they were able to definitely sleep as they are currently in 4th place after 3 games.
I mean, hey, sometimes when you're flying for several hours, almost half a day, if not more, you're going to get hit by it. And they showed that a little bit of rest and they're back in form. Very happy to see that for now, but can they keep this up? This is, like you said, it's a good starter, but is it enough to close out the series? We'll have to see. Overall, though, the first couple of games, Team Liquid on top in the form that we remember Zero at, as well as we see the Dinos and Falcons. Saw a little bit of rivalry where actually Zero shit on Hal, but overall couldn't close out the game. Still, though, so far, so good.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, Team Liquid, we saw the motivation after that game 1. I think Zero was as frustrated as you could possibly imagine losing that fight. The big kill on Hal was nice, but he did not close that out the way that you would have expected him to. He had the advantage on height going against Waltzy and decided to drop down. And honestly, I think, wow. Actually, seeing this page, seeing Shopify in 20th place is unbelievable. I did not realize that. Wolves as well at 19th. I mean, man, some of the storylines going on with the top teams that you expected to come into this tournament down at the bottom of the leaderboards, this is not the typical, you don't have the losers bracket. You need to step it up in this range, and that is wild to see. I did not realize it.
I mean, in game 2, right, we saw Team Liquid eliminate Wolves, and something that you were talking about in regards to Zero, you could just see the passion there. I don't want to repeat the words that he was saying, but he did not look happy when VP came in and third-partied them.
I mean, he got the revenge in the end, right? In that last game where, it was VP top 4 and stuff like that. So, they're in a reverse revenge, but, we love to see that sort of stuff. But yeah, man, I mean, Team Liquid looking great out on top. But yeah, I'm super surprised about Wolves today.
I mean, I'll definitely say it. They inted the hell out of them. Why are you fighting this early when someone is this close to us? You just can't take that fight, immediately get punished. Honestly, it didn't even matter who won that fight. The 3P will happen regardless. You can't make those mistakes. And as you see, ended at the bottom of the leaderboard. That is definitely true. Like, it's only been 3 games, but it hits hard.
So right here is actually what I was trying to refer to at Dinos. This is one of my favorite things, and thank you for having some Prowler action. I've been waiting for it this entire time. The team fighting here from Dinos was unbelievable, and we're going to focus on something that happened here, and I just want to kind of pick it up. When a lot of players get weak, we saw it when one of the players was in the truck and he swung out and got one of the original kills, ended up down to only about 20 health, and instead of backing up and popping a battery where a lot of people think, oh, I need to be full health for this fight, he realized that one of his teammates started aggroing on someone who had vision on him, and instead of, like I said, popping that battery, trying to get full health, he just re-swung out. It's called a bait and switch, where as soon as that person has his attention on someone else, you pop out, high level gameplay, you know you can put the damage down, doesn't matter if you're 20 HP or not, because you realize that you have the line of sight, and they wipe that team fight. That happened about 3 different times right before that as well, and it was incredibly impressive, and I'm so happy to see the Auto Prowler come out. You know I love that weapon, and a lot of people have been sticking to the RE45s or R9s, and love it.
Well, we'll see if we're going to see it again today. Don't worry, we still have a lot more games to come, but the PS5 story of the day at the beginning of the day was Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. And guess what? It just so happened to politically work wonderful for us, because that was one of the best engagements that we saw. Actually, the final engagement that we saw in the first game today.
I mean, we could really see it throughout Team Liquid overall. They actually fought their way up that hill as well. We really expected them to close out this game after we saw that counterplay, essentially. They got engaged on after they wiped up Gen G here, coming down to the last 3 with Zero turns on Halley. Actually hit a Kraber shot before, mind you. And then it comes down to this one-on-one. People say, hey, should Zero actually have left height? Maybe not. It still came down to the 1v1. He definitely did choke.
I mean, you watched it, well, we missed it there a little bit, but Waltzy just followed the same pattern that he did, took that height, and that was sort of the end of them. So
that's
it was, just that copy and the...
Well, I actually have a question for you guys, right? Because there was a little bit of a BM right there from Falcons, just looking at him saying, you choked.
Yeah.
When you were a player, and I kind of want to ask you, Snipe Down, because you're an ex-pro here. When you have somebody, one of your rivals doing that to you, what's going through your mind? Obviously, it ended up working wonders for Zero because of where they currently are. But when you're seeing this from your rivals, what's going through your mind?
I mean, I'm as pissed as you could possibly imagine. That for me was fuel. Was getting angry was fuel for me, and I always think better while being upset. So you take it in, you accept it, and you use that as motivation. And we saw that. And I think that's why Zero was so mad in that second game when they got inted, because you want to take that anger and put it into the next game. But they obviously brought that to the third game. Now they're at the top of the leaderboard. So regardless of losing that fight, I know there's some pride on the line with that one, especially going against one of your ex-big teammates, Waltzy. But overall, I mean, they're killing it today. They're way ahead of the pack, and we see it did motivate them. So overall, that's how you have to use it.
I mean, there's really only 2 ways you can go. Some people get discouraged and be like, oh no, man, I messed up. Now they're tilted. Or you can use it, as you said, as fuel to come back even harder and to close out those discussions. And boy, did he do it so far. Look at them. Look at the overall stage so far.
I mean, let's look at this overall, right? This is currently, don't worry, there's still some teams that are going to be coming in later. A lot more matches to come. I mean, Team Liquid right now, 98 points.
Yeah, I'm like, God damn, I'm popping a little squat now. Like, when? I mean, yesterday's performance was incredible. And today, that is just absolutely turned around. Maybe we have to sort of tell them that they're choking a little bit more just so we can see those numbers again. But, some of these teams have sort of moved up in this position. Aurora obviously needs to play again today. There's a fair few teams that, haven't actually, replayed. But look, Gen G slightly moving up the leaderboard from their performance. Still have a little bit more way to go, but they've got 3 more matches. I reckon they could push their way closer to that top 10 mark.
I'm hoping that that's going to be the case. I mean, it's a great bounce back
There's
for that
ages
team.
on the team, mate.
Considering with what happened with them, right? How they just we had them tweeting out yesterday using that hashtag EWC, saying we just arrived. We're about to start playing, and we're just currently in the vehicle as well. Now, going into these next 3 matches, I got a chance to talk with Jelly, actually, that's going to be playing into the later groups. And he was saying, we're looking to have a great game today. So tomorrow, we're not going to have that pressure on us. We really don't want to have that pressure on us. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do. You know what? I was going to ask you guys a question, but maybe in the next one after this break.
Welcome everyone to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 playoffs at the EWC 2026. I'm Vicky Kitty. I'm joined with my girl Spider Tiff, and we're going to be taking you guys through E District for our final 3 games between these two groups, Tiff, because it's been nothing but cinema all day long. And I mean, what else can you expect when you have these Titans facing off against each other?
I mean, let me just tell you, I was sipping some coffee this morning and we were talking, is it going to be Hal? Is it going to be Zero? Who's going to be standing out in Group B versus D? But as we look forward towards E District, you know, the Falcons didn't have the best E District yesterday, but maybe we can turn the tide. When you look at the POI draft just ahead of you, a couple things are going to be changing. Falcons this time, they're playing from heights as opposed to stadium, which really isn't too big of a difference. They're just a bit further north. I'm okay with their rotations. You know how they were. They were all over the map regardless with resets and such. We got Team Liquid playing from Lotus as opposed to Resort. It's just going to be a little bit further east, different rotation from them. They don't have to worry about Alliance in this group, right? Because they were just further south of a lot of contention points there. For S8UL, a very zone-oriented team, I'm actually really happy that they were able to acquire Neon Square yet again. So it's looking to be maybe a little bit of the same as we got yesterday. My only hope for this group is that we don't see all of the southern zones in E District that we got. We did get those 2 fun City Hall area zones, and those did shake up the lobby.
You know what happens if you say that though, Tiff?
Did I curse it?
It ends up cursing everything. You know what? And then you have to see if that's going to be how these end zones play out as we get to take a look at Falcons. A nice little panorama too to highlight what the results have been looking like already after these last 3 games alone on World's Edge. I can't ever get enough of World's Edge. I know a lot of people have been used to playing on it, seeing it all in Pro League. I could get even more, but it's even nicer to see a different type of setting when it comes to E District, everybody. It's game number 4 on the horizon as our pros are locked and ready, and Team Liquid holding that first place spot with 45 total points after dropping a banger of a Game 3 dub with 13 KP to their name. Can they keep this going? I mean, Dinos too, having that interview that we just saw with Rain Day when it comes to futures, is getting the understanding of how these young gun legends have been able to get this inexperience and convert it into having a great performance on land.
Yeah, this is exactly where you want to continue that great performance. I was talking to just a few people before I walked up into the caster booth today, and they're like, you know, no one's really taking a hold on that leaderboard aside from these 2 teams, right? Team Liquid, Falcons. So of course you want to see what's going on with them to start off up here at the Lotus. After the bans though, Gibby, Valk, Newcastle. Quite interesting here.
And you know what? We were actually discussing as we take a look at where the zone's pulling. You were saying if we're going to see any more southern zones. Well, guess what? We probably have a draft point zone that's going to be pulling towards the outskirts of draft point. Surprise, surprise, when it comes to these E District zones. But highlighting the conversation that we were having in the green room about the different legend compositions and how you could try to force out some of these bans before you convert into a different map. Would you rather deal with a Mad Maggie and the Riot Drill when it comes to coexisting on all these buildings on E District, or when it comes to maybe a Gibby being brought into the mix, right? And it's a lot of these questions where when you usually see Crypto at 100% pick rate get removed within our 6-game series after game number 1 alone, it enables the likes of Watson. It enables the likes of having the Caustic out into the play. And that's why you're seeing a lot more of that influx here, as you get to see a lot of these Watsons, the Gibbies on top of it all. But I also like the inclusion of a different mix up here. It's the Axles also, the Valkyrie with a baby comp, and I'm not surprised because you have to have that human UAV when she takes the skies in scanning which of these buildings in the late zone is going to be available for you to play off of.
Yeah, I mean, totally. As we look here at Wolves, currently in 19th place overall on the day. Not the strongest performance so far out of this group, but E District is their strongest map of the tournament. So taking this engagement here, being the only team to have their IGL on Rampart. Very identifiable, but with the wall down and the mobile shield, we're going to have to find a way around.
To more of these teams now, as Wolves are going to be able to hold on to the high ground of this bridge, but the action has not stopped as we take a look at Zipline Mafia on the other end of having to deal with the Axel. Tyraka, who is the first victim as he gets dirtied. Great start for Zipline Mafia. Not so great of a start, though, for Aurora, seeing if they're going to be able to reset fully here. And looking ahead, too, with the other teams who are also making their move. And this is what you can expect when it comes to these different compositions, too. You bring in the baby comp, you got the Valkyrie, and she's babysitting. It's going to be a different look as they're going to be able to find some landing spots with Aurora, who are now forced to play as a duo. Zipline Mafia are out for blood, and they're looking to capitalize.
Well, I mean, if you've got Excuse and Effect being landed on with the white shield, that is so not good. The other player at least does have purple, but an easy cleanup for them to leave Aurora as a solo, their Watson player. They did have that information on where he was located, but for now, we'll see. We already burned the Valkyrie, 11% away from the defensive bombardment. But for now, you can just see Genji to the south, Falcons on the prowl behind them. They're going to keep hearing those shots and likely push up on this.
I thought my screen moved over to the side real quick. It was, all right, hold on. We got to look over to the other side here as Zipline Mafia now start moving forward. Talk about what's waiting for them, though, here. Shopify were also trying to get contested with the survey beacon while Zipline Mafia walking away after getting that KP with Falcons. You already mentioned looking on the horizon to see if they could 3P, but that's not the only thing too, right? Because you have that survey beacon and ring console once you come out of those bunker doors that you can see by Zipline Mafia. And they were able to quickly turn things around, and Aurora now down to just that solo. At least with Falcons showing up, it allowed that solo from Aurora to have some respite. So let's see if they're going to be able to fully reset while Falcons now move up towards that survey beacon ring console where Genji are at.
Yeah, and the best part about that is the Falcons are running Watson, so they will be able to utilize that ring console. But however, Genji encroaching on that territory will stand tall for that time being. Team Heretics, on the other hand, they're on that northwestern side of the circle in which Team Liquid has been rotating into. You can see the enemy pings going about, but I'd love to go ahead and grab this Evo Cash Prior. And they're going to do just that. They do have ultimates in tow in case they do get into an engagement with Team Liquid. If I'm Team Liquid, though, I want to focus on getting into that circle. Zero's zone calling has been impeccable on World's Edge.
And that's why they've been able to find so much consistency so far within this group, keeping their first place spot, as Heretics were trying to mirror them originally before now trying to prioritize those objectives, boosting up those Evo Shield as well as the information off the survey beacon. And as they are going to be able to move up towards that northern spot, other teams like Unlimit and Zipline may be facing off against each other for the fight of that information too. Perfect cue here as Zipline Mafia lose out on one. Full 3 squad though, or 3-man rather, with Unlimit now moving up. They have the priority over on the survey beacon. No rest for you though, says Peace. Does the opposite of what Peace means after finding Kazakh again. And now Unlimit want to be able to capitalize off of this, especially since they're one of the teams rocking the fuse.
The best part about that is it was the Newcastle player, Kazakh, right? He's the one that initially went down. They prio to res him to get him back on his feet. So if we need to, we can slam a mobile shield down and make sure we have a bit of cover. When it comes to groups B versus D, Unlimit are really strong in this matchup. They took 3 top 3 finishes, and they haven't really showed us what they could do on our World's Edge side of things early on. So maybe E-District is where they turn it around because we're outside 10th place, Vicky, and we're starting to get closer to the point where you want to avoid the survival stage.
Yeah, right? Because now, since you find yourself in that midpoint, you're seeing some of these Legends compositions come out with Unlimit. Still finding these shots off the longbow, man. Peace. Love what we're seeing, you know, when you have the different changes moving up with Fuse, just boosting around like he's on a trampoline with his own knuckle cluster. In the distance, though, they hear the shots. As Flat also get a knock in the feed. The Axel, though, going out. Ilari Man's looking with a double ult, though. He had the perk. He gets the follow right afterwards, and they get the knock. Nobody is safe. Literally sandwich them as Unlimit know what's at stake. You could hear the Valkyrie ult take to the skies, get out of the situation here, and Unlimit gonna be able to let that Valkyrie go out for now because they got the KP that they wanted. Still 20 squads left though in this lobby. Remember what we saw very early on when it came to Aurora, who were able to get that full reset. So now we have to see if Zipline Mafia do something similar, as well as Dory, who are now moving away as a duo, both of those teams, and more of these other squads. If you take a look at Shopify, who will be rotating over onto the fan side and coming into Viaduct, as well as Falcons, who are now taking that roundabout rotation through the choke that exits out of Hammond.
Well, I love what Team Vision is doing here, and I love that you're highlighting Shopify as well, but Team Vision has sent their Watson player out into the ring to make sure we can snag the ring console at Street Market, so when it comes to their rotation, we can guarantee that we're not on the wrong side of an E-District pop. Once we get into endgame, oftentimes we've seen a lot of our teams call one side of a certain area, and then we see this massive exodus that's required once it pops to the other side. They get that information. You know Zach Mazur's going to be talking to Loader and Carter and say, all right, where do we want to play from? But when you look at the circle, you already have have TLN Pirates, our French roster, who didn't do the best on day one, but that's okay. We found them in a decent spot, but they have the Falcons at their back across this building, right? So we are just basically going to be staring at each other the whole time. And to be fair, the TLN Pirates were on blues and whites in terms of our shields.
I mean, having that trade-off, right? When you find yourself on the high ground buildings, on those rooftops, right? You have that poke battle, but Team Falcons, recognizing that, are actually moving over to the northern building, closer to the bridge that leads into Viaduct. That is rather open, actually, especially on that second floor, because they did hear another team wrap up behind them, but Gen.G don't commit to that choke that we saw Falcons now rotate from, and now Gen.G are trying to face off against Aurora, who once again were able to get that full reset, but they're still feeling the pressure. Gen.G wanted to clean up that southern side of zone so that way they could clear out that side of bridge, while Dino, see this little side-by-side of the fans, trying to give them their energy, but you can see the dome put in right here by Shipyard Arcade. Aurora and Gen.G now finally facing off against each other, with Asia getting the finishing blow onto Oirain.
Here's the deal, though. Reminder, Oirain was the solo from Aurora, and they tried to go ahead and hit a regain. Gen.G, who's been looking much better than yesterday, which I can only imagine is they finally got some sleep. Effect, though, says, you can't have Oirain. I'm going to take this child. Get some Ziki, the last alive, being hunted, and a 1v1 across Effect.
Wait.
I'm going to grab this full. Shield swap. Okay, where's Ziki?
Pulls it off. He pulls it off. He gets the finishing blow on both of them now, actually.
Oh, he baits the zip.
This is so smart. Can he get the death box res is the question. He gets the banner for right now, looks up. He doesn't want to try to risk it because he is playing on low ground too. A little bit of these open positionings here. As you can see, Dog also now moving up, with Effect being the last one alive for Aurora, trying to keep the dream alive here, with the ring also closing in right behind his back. It's a scattered triple team, with Dogred being the only full trio, but they only sent that one player towards the bridge to see if they could 3P. They're also one of the teams rocking the Exo, as we're going to be able to see Ziki pull off the res off the Moby.
He gets it. He goes down to Shipyard Arcade, hits the craft, gets the res off, and you know that Effect inside that circle is going to be like, I'm waiting to do this yet again. Hopefully he takes a different angle, but you know you're not going to be alone. I see a Rogue Carter on all the way on the left-hand side of the screen, which means Team Vision, even after getting the information, did not rotate in yet, but we'll keep tabs on that. There's likely going to be a breakout fight.
So smart with E36 now going down, 18 squads still left. Aurora was trying to get away. They took the jump tower. There is no way we just witnessed a drive-by. Gen.G said, Effect, not today. They pull off the res, they land on his head, and they take the rest of Aurora out of this lobby.
Gen.G doing exactly what they needed to do. Coming into this series, they were sitting just one place outside that auto-elimination from not even being able to advance to the survival stage, and they're currently third in our series. But now as we pull up that circle, we talked about Team Vision. They're south, looking for that info from Shipyard Arcade. They'll have a clean rotate towards the north. The contention point will be Dog Red. Over towards the east, you have Falcon set up with Zipline Mafia just to their side. And honestly, the French TLN Pirates, they've had a power position inside that next circle too.
And playing's very split too, right? Because again, they're also one of the teams rocking that altar. They have that TP set up inside the building in case they need to reposition quickly, sending one of their teammates out on top of the bridge where Shopify Rebellion are trying to coexist around them, just putting the pressure with Falcons being right alongside them. But with so many of these other teams committing to playing a little bit more so towards that northern side of Draft Point, we saw where that zone is pulling, Tiff. We know it's going to be pulling more so towards that bridge side where Dog Red are kind of hugging by that Evil Harvester. Gen.G are now wrapping behind Team Heretics, and Vision 2 taking their time as they are going to be able to take on top of the evac tower, see where they could find their landing.
Oh, I'm ready for this. Gen.G, Team Heretics have found each other on the outside of circle, passing like ships in the night, and we go straight for White Grim Reaper Neo. Now, if you remember WGR Neo from yesterday, they put up a 15-kill map win, and Gen.G has to push through them. So to immediately take that damage from the triple take is going to make this difficult because we need the climb up. We need to push WGR back.
And Neo are playing like out of their minds, trying to carry some of that momentum into today. Seeing with the way that Team Liquid have been able to hold on to that first place spot, one of the teams rocking that baby comp, though, in the middle of a lot of the action with Shopify also neighboring to their south, as well as Unlimited, who've now moved up. But Neo, as they are approaching Gen.G, they're looking to skedaddle, see them boosting away like a bunch of go-karts as they try to race off, but Dog Red are just waiting for them on the outskirts of this next zone pool, which they had that information for before, but they're busy with Team Heretics looking at them to try to take that fight. So 2 isolated fights here as we get to see VP now eliminated at the hands of Dino.
You're telling me the Dinos, after a map 2 win, go to E District and have found their first clean fight. They are feeling good. They had that interview. He's like, look, I'm playing better on lane. I'm feeling more confident. But here's the fight we were waiting for. Gen G and Neo immediately get that knock, but the trades come in, and Zicky tries to take a crazy angle, but Valk gets away.
I mean, all right, if you can't clip her wings, that's fine. She'll get to see another day. For now, with those alternator shots missing out. Aqua, though, gonna be able to try to deviate from trying to pull off this shield bat. Zicky dropping down like a hot potato. The fake out though, dropping right in front of the door, trying to prevent the reset, now being the last one alive for Gen G. The pings are coming out. You already know the comps are saying, let's just get reset here. But then the triple take from the distance is looking to grief them.
Those triple takes are rogue all over the place. Even Jesco in the kill feed doing some work for himself with his. A reposition is needed, but Neo's back up to a full 3, now looking to get fully healthy. Gen G, this fight is being drawn out in time is of the essence. In 25 seconds, we have to get to that circle, and Dogred is going to capitalize on a nice third party if they're not too careful.
Taking their time too while they're still looking at Team Heretics because they feel a little bit of that pressure, but they're looking in both directions, right? With still Gen G, with still Neo neighboring that building right alongside them, but Dinos playing split up too, very similar to what we were seeing earlier when it comes to Pirates. Yeah, and it's honestly about clearing up that north side of zone too, because they know that there's going to be a collapse there with SAUL, with Kidasame Havoc, as well as Shopify, who eventually will be able to move up towards that bridge.
Here's the thing though with Dinos, is they're being held at bay by SAUL and a triple take from Jesco. So we've got to keep tabs on that. There's a couple people that are running it for the mid-range, but thankfully with Valk, we don't have to go on foot. We're now getting the location of everyone in our lobby, and it's like, hey, what's available? Chaos maybe? Falcons in an electrified bubble down below looking to heal, and alter portaling straight towards the angles. Let's see. It's down. Our get out of jail free card.
Being one of the few teams not rocking a Valkyrie, right? When everybody's taking to the skies, it's like the William Dafoe meme, looking up, but it's like a billion Valkyries trying to find their spot into this next zone. TLNP, though, now looking ahead, being one of the teams with the RE, longbow in hand, having that TP set up too, but it's a huge pile-up in that one building that we were talking about from the very beginning, Tiff, when it came to Pirates. It's Gen G, Pirates, Falcons, out of that situation, by the way, looking at that entire mess and saying, don't worry, we'll poke at you from afar.
We'll get it. Meanwhile, we lose out on WGR Neo. We lose out on Shopify Rebellion, who are having kind of a dud of a series, but Unlimit. We talked about them having the chance to take 3 top 3 series in a B versus D matchup, and let me tell you, we're on 7 kills and we're looking pretty good. However, when you keep your tabs on that east side you're mentioning, Gen G, TLN Pirates, Zipline Mafia now have to move, and Wolves, who know that E District is their best map, are one of the only teams in the next circle.
Unlimited are also just riding out this momentum. They have like 7 KP to their name. They're putting in so much damage, which goes hand in hand when you're running a composition like that. You got the Fusey out, the Sparrow, and the Axel. Almost like I'm rubbing my eyes like it's another day of rain. Well, Gen G, though, it's a trade-off. TLNP only down to Kiner, who's looking to try to pop the shield bat. But now the 3P comes in. Gen G get eliminated. And it's only up to Kiner in here to clutch out because Falcons have now knocked on the door and moved up like the Kool-Aid men.
And they are going to be poised, but Gil tries to take the challenge, and Zipline Mafia, RE45 in hand, shut them down. But trying to keep an eye on Waltzy, who's walking up the stairs. The electrified bubble has already been popped. Cooldowns will need to be managed, and I'd imagine once Guild hits the med kit, we are going to re-attack this. 6% Intel Pylon, but Team Liquid and Dogred, they're going at it. It's Panic needing to clutch. We've seen it before. It looked a little different, but what do? Do we disengage away from this 5% away until we have ult?
The comms, though, I like the way that Panic is slowing down, listening to Zero here, while Falcons still has a full 3-man, are looking to pop this med kit for now because they're going to have to take some of this circle damage unless you are The Altar going right through. Zipline waiting for him on the outskirts. At least one member of Zipline is still inside the next zone as Falcons now. It's too much pressure. They get eliminated. Now TLNP though, panic. He's able to stay alive for at least Team Liquid. He took the skies. He did wait out on that Valkyrie, by the way, that you had mentioned before, or at least was able to go up and fly around Dog Red. Try to see if they can find a spot to exist with all these teams facing off against each other as Unlimit get eliminated.
Wolves down, Unlimit down, Kirasame Havoc out, and Team Liquid Panic cannot recreate the success he saw yesterday, but that's okay for Team Heretics. They find a lot of space and a cheeky angle straight towards Dog Red, Dinos, and S8UL.
Team Heretics gonna be able to hold this angle here together with Dog Red, but Dinos is busy with S8UL. Dog Red harassing them from the high ground, and Team Heretics with 4 squads left. Dinos get eliminated. S8UL were able to take some chunks out of them, and I really like this spot from Team Heretics. We see this all the time in a zone like this, holding onto this high ground, while Team Vision are playing off that low ground alongside S8UL.
Dude, they are turtled up, just waiting for this end game, staying out of sight from Team Heretics. S8UL though found success in B versus D as well as Wolves.
Wow.
And I thought they were one of the most consistent teams when it came to this matchup. They were able to obtain 2 wins in a recent scrim setting, however, low points. But did you see the amount of kills they have, Vicky?
Oh, yeah.
It's a good game for them.
Exactly, like 9 KP already alone. I'm not surprised when you have crazy talent that has made up S8UL. Vision 2 with Team Heretics getting eliminated. Our last 3 squads here. All 3 members up for our last 3 squads. Dog Red too, looking at S8UL, but Dog Red have the high ground. That's the benefit for this team as they paint the floor up here on this bridge with these Watson fences harassing Vision.
The best part about this is, even though Carter did fall, we should be able to get a clean reset out of sight. But they do know they're there. You have to contend with who's going to go where in the portal. The bubble is down straight to the Chow on a Dog Red.
This is so smart from S8UL though. Great communication. They TP in and they put down the Gibby bomb, and we see the Beamage coming in with the R9. L-Star in hand gets a follow-up knock onto Fafa Vive. With 3 squads left, Legacy is playing out of his mind. They want to prevent the rest from coming in. A double-edged dome though coming in as Legacy. He's fragging out. Who can stop him though when he's got the L-Star in his hand?
And we are just hip firing straight into Team Vision, and S8UL are your winners.
Can we talk about the dangers of having Legacy with the L-Star and how they even got to the high ground? Having the altar portal, get them up there. They put down the Gibby Dome. They move up. He continuously harasses them and is able to split his attention to the amount of people that he had to focus on, whether it be that one player on top of the crate, whether it be having to move up from the Gibby Dome. But it was the space bot with the composition that they were rolling up with.
Let me just tell you, I am so impressed with that performance. 15 kills throughout the duration of that. And when you think about S8UL, I did have a chance to speak with them yesterday. I had a great chat with not only Legacy, but Sharky himself. And most notably, guys, you would remember Sharky is a former LAN champion. He is impeccable, but I feel like one of the things that he was highlighting most with the current team is his communication. He's like, we have been so good at communicating, and I think that is the strongest thing that you need to work on when it comes to adapting in our current meta, because everything is so flexible and you have to make sure navigating the bans, navigating the different maps, the fact that we threw World's Edge into the mix here for B versus D today, they are doing everything they need. So I'd love to step back and see what just happened with Team Vision, and we're going to where Team Heretics yeeted straight onto them.
I mean, it's the fact that the Aussies are coming in swinging, and it's no surprise here when we have the experienced players that make up S8UL. And as we take a look at the highlights, even at the very end here, Tiff, this is what was beautiful, right? You try to prevent the res from coming through, even if it was the Newcastle, right? But you take your time, you look behind you, you know there's going to be another team. The fact that you had another dome ready, and you still have the L-Star to also contest a team who is trying to play around the edge of the dome and get a little dance going, the pop-offs in the crowd. Jesco alone in that game dropped 7 KP as we get to see the pop-off S8UL showcasing that consistency.
I was like listening to what their coach was saying, because the boys they got the celebration out, and we got 0 over there. What do we
Let's go, boys.
You know what? He's probably giving some words of encouragement. He's probably like, you know what, guys, that was a really good game. I'm proud of you. Positivity, love, and happiness. We think? Do you think that's the case?
Hold on, we got some fans out here. I love it. I love the energy
Love the
that we
Nessie
have.
hat. It's cute.
It is super good. I love the bucket hat too. Yeah, it's really nice. It's great to have the energy here in the crowd as we tune in from Paris, but also highlighting the great sportsmanship that we've seen, whether it be, we'll see the choke. That one is definitely going to be one of my favorite gifts that I got to replicate here in
Do we
our...
make it a sticker in the group chat?
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say in the talent chat, absolutely. And we get to see what other stickers we add to our collection because you like it. You like it when you see S8UL perform just like that. 15 total KP off that fourth game alone. And Tip, as you highlighted getting ready into E-District, time is of the essence, right? Group stages, we're already on the second day. You're kind of figuring out, if you're falling behind, what you have to do a little differently, how the different legend bands have come into fruition, and whether that's kind of worked against you, how you've been able to make this adaptation as we've introduced World's Edge back into the map rotation for our first 3 games before we go right back over to E-District.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion, we're kind of in that mid-pack when thinking about the survival stage, and that's great as long as you're not in that eliminated bubble. Teams like, basically TLN Pirates, Dog Red, Team Heretics, those are 3 teams coming into the series that really need to be cognizant about that. But some more highlights about is when you got Coast with a crazy angle, you had the Dinos up top, and S8UL definitely swoop on them. You get the bubble, you go straight in, take a Mastiff to their face. That is my favorite form of bubble fighting.
It's nice when you get a little dance in right here, as we get to see again some of the replays at the very end of that previous game, the L-Star, man. The holy meatballs makes your eyes water. I mean, tell me. It's the way that you're also able to put down these domes, split your attention, as Visions wanted to go in for the 3P. I mean, just imagine if they were one of the teams that didn't rock out with the Gibby. That's why Gibby is banned going into the next game. Most picked legend for game number 4, and that's no surprise here when Maggie was the 3rd legend ban after game number 3. We get to see great support here from our crowds coming out to show their energy here, Tiff.
I saw Cybercats logo on there. Yeah, we got some Cybercats former players up in here. You do?
I do, actually. I got a chance.
I had a mouse pad.
Hey. They hear us. When we take a look at our legend van draft here, of course, Gibby, once again, is going to be the next legend out of E-District. We still got 2 more games to go here on this map.
Yeah, so this is actually very typical from the most recent series they ran prior to running Match Point Finals scrims. They went Crypto Seer, Mad Maggie, Gibby. Now, if we're going to anticipate what we could possibly see, could be a coming ban on Watson. Ulcer usually doesn't get banned until after Game 6, and, we're only playing 6-game series. So we're going to have so much Alter on E-District, which has been really opening up a lot of those aggressive plays that we witnessed in our prior game, getting out, and just kind of navigating the field. But for our teams that are finding themselves at the bottom of the overall leaderboard, this is where I'm challenging you. And it's going to be Shopify Rebellion. I'm calling you out just a smidge. I'm gonna need you guys to step up because you're not on this page, all right? For now, Team Liquid at the top 52 points. Dinos, an impressive showing here for those young boys.
Exactly, right? Because if you take a look at Jay Future, we just spoke to him just a little bit before diving into game number 4. Is Jay Future is coming out with 14 total KP over the course of these last 4 games alone, and that's with Panic trailing right behind him, with Team Liquid holding first place overall over the course of these last few games with 13 KP.
Also true. Good shot of our trophies. This key crusher in the background. It's so scary, bro. If I come here, I don't want my key crushed. I've also been actively avoiding that area. I don't know why. I used to work in risk management, and let me just tell you, I feel like I need to avoid the key crusher.
I was gonna have to highlight it. It takes like days to build that.
They're gonna say days to crush the key.
No, that's instant, actually. They do highlight how instantaneous your key disappears before your eyes, but it's also that double disrespect of the game-winning team for the day to really move up and crush all your dreams after they pick one of their opponents to do the job for them. But again, just to highlight, guys, match number 5 is on the horizon. It's crazy to see how a lot of these teams have been able to shape up going onto E-District. Don't go anywhere, because we got a short break, and when we come back, we got game number 5.
Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back, everybody. We got the crowd going wild. I'm right behind that banner, by the way.
Should we stand up? Should we try to peer over?
Even if I stand up, you won't see me. But you'll see Team Wolves and their support as they rally up the troops behind us here. We're getting geared and ready to go for game number 5 on E-District. Team Liquid right now has been putting on quite a masterclass. It's about that consistency, though, Tiff, when it comes to moving on from World's Edge into E-District.
It's kind of wild because when I was thinking about it and looking at some recent runnings of this matchup, I've been kind of hyping on it. It was Team Liquid, Unlimit, Falcons, and S8UL were the 4 teams that I had kind of put into it that I was like, this is the squads that are going to be the ones to look out for. They've got multiple wins, and actually I don't believe Team Liquid had taken a win in that series, but good thing they showed up today. A 2nd place in Map 1, a win in Map 3 was fantastic. Dinos putting their name into the mix, and then S8UL getting 1 win in Map 4. With 2 to go on E-District, I'm looking for more out of Team Liquid. They looked great on World's Edge, and I think that they can replicate it. Sure, E-District yesterday, we talked about it, they had some issues running in with Alliance on that early stages, but they're not here in this lobby. We move on up towards the Lotus, but the Southern Zone definitely hurt them a little bit.
And we see that so consistently, too, when it comes to E-District. And coming out of that POI over by Lotus, we got to see if Team Liquid is going to be able to replicate what they did on World's Edge for game number 3 with 13 KP. But with the crowd rallying up behind me, I want you guys to rally up with me because we got game number 5 to go here with the ALGS. It's been great to see groups B and D, and now we have to find out who will come out on top. Will it be Team Liquid holding their ground, or will another come trailing up and take it from them?
And that's exactly what it's all about here at EWC. Take what you want, right? Everything is earned, Vicky, and if you're not working for it, you're not getting it. And right now, with Team Liquid just 5 points ahead of Dinos, 2 maps to go. And honestly, that win from S8UL leapfrogged them up into 3rd. But gearing up here, we'll keep tabs. S8UL, I told you, they nabbed Neon Square, just like they played in E-District yesterday. So knowing that they'll have prio to those southern zones, we went towards that draft point area and map number 1, great for them. Very easy to get over there. For now, when you see that first initial circle pull, I'm looking at Dinos at Energy Bank. Now, Energy Bank endings of Vicky are so fickle because there's a lot of places to play from, but it could pop a couple of different ways.
Yeah, right. Like usually by the bridge sides, right? And a lot of these teams usually get to coexist underneath these bridges, but I'm always scared when it comes to rotating early into a zone like this. You could expect that from like the likes of VP, who have already called in that evac tower. And since we say goodbye to Gibby, Baby Comp no longer seeing Valk as the babysitter. Instead, you're going to be making your way with some new compositions. Newcastle still kind of being that main face. I really love the inclusion, though. If it's not going to be like that Fuse, Axel, Wraith iteration, you see that Rampart too. So now taking a note of how E36 also make their rotate, some of these teams over by their designated POIs get to walk with not only an Evil Harvester, but with that Survey Beacon and Ring Console to add, which is why VP were so quick to rotate, as we also see from Team Falcons.
Yeah, love that they got this, right? Falcons over at Heights do get Survey Beacon and Ring Console, so know that they're running Watson. They immediately pop onto the Ring Console, see where they need to go, take to the skies, and land quickly. I'm talking, I think we are just about 2 minutes of duration into this match, and we've already found ourselves fighting for a power position into Energy Bank. Wolves and Zipline Mafia with quick prio rotates are going to be down on the southern side, and this is maybe where Wolves can start turning things around, right? You have prio to the zone, you can take some fights and secure your spot, but if you did this good in E-District yesterday, we have 2 maps to turn it around.
It's just been rough, right, in general, sitting in 18th in the overall standings for Wolves. Now as they start rotating the double white Evo, one of those blue Evos with the WinX here, VSN, who are by draft point, are going to be able to get the information off the Ring Console. Dory trailing right behind them, but there's also that Survey Beacon too. It's another reason why I really do like landing at draft point. You also usually have like a light arsenal before trying to rotate into that southern choke of Energy Bank. But remember when I mentioned when it comes to rotating early here, it's beneficial if you find yourself underneath one of those bridges, you're able to bunker down with the amount of Watson comps that we do see, playing into those defensive comps. But then you have to worry about the teams who are going to have to take a longer rotate, like WGR, Neo, who do have that Ring Console and Survey as they move out of Blossom Drive. But other teams are going to be like S8UL, who had one heck of a game number 4 with 15 KP, trailing behind Dinos, as they have 38 points to their name. TLNP, though, already getting involved in this fight versus E36.
Yeah, they hail from draft point, immediately dive up towards the north, but they have found themselves, you're right, surrounded by Enerforce 36. Falcons out towards their left. The Wolves, on the other hand, are gatekeeping Team Vision. We're side by side, and while this necessarily doesn't have to break out, these two are on the south side, but we're currently in that zone. And you don't want to draw too much attention to yourselves because there are other teams still working their way up from the south side of E District.
Going on next here, too, with Zek, who's been so on point when it comes to trying to call out a lot of these end zones, too, but it was about getting the info with the survey beacon. They're getting pinged from afar by a longbow here. You can see the pings. Wolves were looking at them originally. They have their TP set up, but another team is also going to be Dory by the bridge side that we just saw in our last end zone. Waltzy, though, playing off the little lip of the fence line. I love taking fights here, but it's very risky if you don't know if your back is cleared, so they would rather not risk this because look at the setup that they have underneath the bridge. The same bridge that I mentioned when we see a lot of these zone pools. They have the Watson fences painted all over the floor. They got the Newcastle barrier already set up, and they're splitting their attention with the pileup that we're currently seeing over by Energy Bank.
And it's a really interesting decision, right? Because Falcons have Alter, so they can disengage through the walls just like that. But when you look at TLN Pirates, they've elected to play the Wraith, and they're also one of the 3 ramparts that are in the lobby. We can use those amped covers for a lot of deterrence to them, but also our portal's not going to take us through the floor, though. That's on Alter, so you really have to keep an eye on the fact that Team Falcons are existing so close to you.
It's also important to highlight that we have a tie between the legend picks of Newcastle and Watson, so it really comes down to which of these teams find themselves in that first place spot, with Team Liquid holding on to the high ground. It's going to be Panic over onto that Watson, while Sykes holds onto the rooftop with the Newcastle Zero. So going to be able to put in some pings because there's going to be a team waiting for them on the other side of the building here. Team Liquid are looking at Dog Red as they do set up that TP too, but they're not alone. If Liquid commit to trying to take that fight while they're still waiting on info, because there's a ring console to their north, so they're expecting other teams to rotate from that choke specifically. I like to call it like the E-District building of the streamer building that you usually see on World's Edge. Everybody likes to drop here. The don't pull up zone, because Flat is also looking at this fight, but they're splitting their attention to the team pileup that's in the middle of Energy Bank, so they're just trying to show presence.
We definitely are. You can see we've got the jetpacks going and kind of queuing out of the way for Team Vision. We've claimed a building, S8UL, across the way. Let's go here. In terms of armor differential, it's not quite. Maybe just a purple over on Team Vision, so relatively equal there. And for now, they can kind of coexist until we see what is going to happen. Do we pull towards the east or the north side of Energy Bank, or do we get the circle for ourselves?
The reason why we see usually those defensive legends, while E36 Synap actually goes down. Kiner's going to be able to get the finishing blow off of that player, leading E36 as a duo. And with this nice overview here of the teams that are still rotating in, Neo are looking at Zipline Mafia, while Dory are going to be able to take advantage of the ring console.
You know, it's crazy. I was like, oh, we'll see if it pulls north. We'll see if it goes east. Why am I doubting S8UL and Team Vision? They have been some of the best zone calling teams the entirety of LAN thus far and in Split 1. So knowing that they've elected to coexist on that southeastern side, they get the zone pull. Typically where we saw that E36 fighting is over in the center. You can see the big red team Falcons. That's like 3 or 4 teams stacked on top of each other, with Team Liquid just above them. Shopify Rebellion, instead of going straight into Team Liquid, have carved their path out into a diagonal just to the right side of them. And I'd imagine that in our next, I'd say 1 to 2 minutes, Vicky, we're going to lose a lot of teams.
That sense of what's happening with a lot of the teams that struggle to get in some of these early rotates, who are getting gate catched by these chokes on E-District, but with, you know, Alter in the mix and still Valkyrie. Skewz is going to be able to put in the pressure with this 30-30. Has that gold sniper stock, by the way, as well as that purple heavy mag. Nice shots here, but even if it gets the knock, it's going to take a little bit before you traverse through this open ground. Zipline drop down and try to take this fight too. There is that server beacon right behind him, and it is a rather isolated fight, because guess what? The one member of Neo is ahead of the rest of the team just to set down a TP, and they actually do manage to get out of trouble because they had a TP set up originally in another building, and Zipline Mafia wanted to try to take that fight.
Well, there we go. Survey beacon activating, giving us the information in which we need to know. Definitely need to run at that circle because time is of the essence. With 20 seconds ahead, you need to trail WGR Neo. We talked about Wolves needing a comeback story on our final 2 matches of E-District. They're just outside looking in with Gen G and Aurora surrounding them. Couple of pokes as we recently lose out on Enerforce 36. Looks like TLNP and Dinos with both a hand in that.
Back to E36, couldn't fully reset right there. Feeling the pressure here while Unlimited also pick up some KP. Look at Peace. Looking at Akba, as well as KSH, just seeing if they could try to get this Alter right back into the fight, but having to play on that low ground is hard when Unlimited has been peppering into you. Longbow in hand of Peace, gets the quick little 48, but he's already outside and around the corner. Just showing presence to clear this side of the choke. Very similar to what we had seen in the previous game with Falcons when we had gotten started on E-District. Dog Red too, looking at Shopify. It's one member of Dog Red though who's looking at a full 3-stack. While Dory now also just trying to find their way around this next building. Somebody needs to help the Valkyrie right here. They put down the Gen. Great angle and great suppress fire, hitting 120 off the Hemlock.
I'm a little worried about this because Team Heretics is likely going to look for an opening onto this. They did bunker down, and having the Watson Newcastle will make things difficult. I heard the wall going up. You're likely going to have a pylon directly behind it. A res coming through via audio, and WGR Neo now on that west side with the ring at their back trailing. It's Zipline Mafia and WGR basically just running side by side.
With the zone closing in right behind their backs, you know who's going to be waiting for them, Tiff. You highlighted them just now with Team Heretics looking at Dory. Neo are forced to take a much longer rotate. This is going to be trouble for Zipline Mafia as they were trying to originally get that full reset here. And now coming out of Neon Square, Neo are going to go through the portal, going to be able to skedaddle through the southern side of Draft Point, where Team Vision, who's been settled on the outskirts of that choke, have been there for a very long time. You mentioned that this is a team, Zach specifically, who's been so good when it comes to calling out and playing in those late zones and these circle pools, and they could expect a lot of these teams to find themselves in that pileup over onto the southwestern side of zone.
Bow in hand, infinite ammo, and they are calling it out. We're like, can we locate? Okay. It's a little windy out there, and to be fair, very far shot, but at least you're the Sparrow and you can invest that over. Bro, if you do it, I'm screaming.
So it's something about when you look at the Sparrow and he's like, Avicii. It's like, okay, you just hit me from a mile away like you're Legolas.
This is what I was waiting for. We've been kind of talking about Team Heretics, Team Vision, Dory, Havoc, where they were all going to collapse on. And finally, it breaks through. Muscle Peaks goes down. Katsu King and Hiro Mone are going to have to swarm around, but Team Heretics find the angle, and they immediately start pressuring through the mobile shield, down and around. Another member has dropped.
And SAUL rocking the rampart and hiding behind the amp barriers to get that triple take shot and grief them while they're at it. They're safe, bunkered down inside the neighboring building, looking at all this action while Sharky takes a chunk out of them too. Lonzy then going to be able to follow up to find that member of Dory. That's going to leave one up here as Dory just trying to stay alive. Team Heretics now just trying to fight this against Havoc here, and SAUL and nobody contesting them are getting away with taking away this KP.
And the center of their map is also collapsing with Wolves falling. Jens finding a big knock there. And the Altar Portal to hunt down the remaining player of the team. Jumps on him. No shield bat for you. Havoc out of the lobby.
Very quick here with Heretics. Going to be able to get out of the line of sight, by the way, of SAUL playing off those side buildings and isolating their backs. Nobody to come in for the 3P, while Team Vision are playing very split up. And Zipline Mafia still, by the way, trailing against WGR Neo. The fact that they were able to also just rotate, now take to the skies and stay alive. Excuse doesn't have a shield, but they have the human UAV. Scan where they can land for free. They find his position, at least in this corner, doing everything, and this is where the Newcastle and Rampart comp comes into play.
And this hurts. You immediately drop the wall, you get the amped covers down, you even invest a mobile shield. We have just expended so many of our abilities to secure this place. Now, knowing that there's 16 teams still in the lobby, we are safe and fully healed for the time being.
And they're gathering around the campfire and maybe singing the friendship song here.
Want a s'more?
Everybody bunkers down. We've just built the house and we're not going to be moving out of here unless somebody evicts us. Neo's getting evicted, by the way. Maybe this time it's out of the bus. It's Shenji trying to get a little bit of revenge. It's only Zikyu, though, who is up and alive. Let's see if he can try to get this full reset, because Team Vision are on the hunt, but they can't fully commit because Zipline Mafia are still restabilizing on the other side of that fence line after we saw them land, and they're also putting their attention onto S8UL, who are trying to arrest Team Heretics from moving up.
Aurora fall, flat fall at the hands of Team Liquid, and we jump immediately to our POV. One of two teams with the longest rotation, but at least you've got a Kraber in the hands of Zero to make it work. A good little pip there of what we're looking at. Shopify Rebellion on the run towards the east, and Team Liquid actually chasing them down. We decide to go out that route instead of straight into the Falcons, who were just taken down by Dog Red.
That's huge, and they bank on it pulling towards that northern ridge. You talked about in our last game, Tiff, about how a lot of these end zones end up giving some of our pros whiplash when it comes to trying to call out where the zone pool will be moving to. And they fall victim to Dog Red. And while Vision, they called it out being on the southern side of zone. Zach is so good when it comes to calling out these E-District zone pools. And you can see that displayed here, but they need to make sure that the southern side of zone is cleared up, especially if you look at where the zone pool is. It's directly on top of Zipline and Team Heretics, with Visions playing more so by the edge, but teams that are flying by, looking to grief them. Shopify, Liquid trailing right behind. Zipline Mafia will be able to have a clear shot of the action happening in front of them.
Well, keep your eyes. 6 bullets in the Kraber for Zero. Shopify Rebellion 18th on the leaderboard. Team Liquid in first. So you've got to take down the Titans of B versus D, and you're doing so. Zero down, Sykes down, Panic with a last stand and an RE45.
Oh no, oh no.
Hello,
the drones are flying about. Panic is not trying to panic here. They need some cover.
I'm panicking.
Knockdown. Can he actually pull this off? He has to hide behind a knockdown shield. I mean, it's so much pressure. They're playing neighbor, essentially, to Zipline Mafia. And now Panic is the last one alive. He does get the quick shield swap, while Dinos do get eliminated in your feet. 10 squads left, and Panic is building up this fence line to prevent them from climbing up.
Well, I mean, you have to think about it this way. They have a Sparrow and a Fuse on the hands of Shopify. So they're just inundating them with the Knuckle Cluster. So, of course, Team Liquid are going to be going through it. Shopify Rebellion live to see another day. Elsewhere, TLNP, the French, take down Dog Red.
Everybody look at the way that S8UL play this. They're safe inside a building. They got 41 total points, and they're primed in a position where they can clean up this KP once that next zone closes in. And they can also look at the teams like Unlimit, like Pirates, like VP, that have to move out of the middle side of Energy Bank out in the open, where it's going to be free pickings.
Well, we are in Paris, Vicky, and we were asking when TLN Pirates were going to start putting up some numbers. Up to 3 kills they go, still alive in the top 8, but Unlimit are staring this team down, investing a lot of nades, arc stars, thermites galore, and they keep barricading through. We've got the Axel, we've got the Nitro Gates, but Yulari Man goes down on the opening fight.
There's no way he just slid into getting knocked immediately right afterwards, but you talk about the different legend contest pieces, just trying to see if he could get a shield swap, but it looks like those shields in those death boxes were already swapped preemptively. Now moving up, they'll try to hold to the high ground. It's only up to Peace, and he fights Pirates, and he looks to get the res. Really, it's only VP who can try to contest him, but with the zone closing in, you have little time to even fully reset if you're a limit.
Does it make sense for them to take this fight, or do we just go to circle? Because they're going to have to deal with Shopify Rebellion looking for a place to play from as well. Team Vision on that south side still keeping tabs on it, and instead we lose out on the solo of Unlimit.
Impossible to be a reset there when the zone's closing in right behind you. Even better though, Shopify looking to clean that up. VP now brute forcing their way into the edge of zone, while Shopify trying to harass him because they also need to get right underneath Zipline Mafia. Hello, neighbor. As Zipline are looking at them through the other side of the amp barrier. The Sheilas may start singing soon, while Zap with the motherload finds that knock onto Weak Q.
You immediately see Kazakh just run at the down player. Weak Q up on his feet within 10 seconds. Great work from Kazakh there. We have to reset because Shopify Rebellion is about to do exactly what they did to Team Liquid if they're not careful. VP, on the other hand, Fuse, Wraith, Catalyst, they already used the Dark Veil. So we're just frolicking, trying not to get knocked before we get behind the fence.
Nothing to see as Prestis now climbs up. But he healed as he's going to be able to heal over time thanks to that AMP4 squads left as Visions get eliminated. Shopify next. Remember what I mentioned about S8UL though? This is the whole pileup as S8UL have sent one member out with the portal to try to see if they could steal some of this KP. And that is with, by the way, the original TP that they had set up with that ultra, it looked like, or maybe even taking that from VP. It really depends as VP are also trying to move up on the other side of Zipline.
Look, now that we're into the top 3 as Zipline Mafia has fallen, S8UL recognized this is the time to get KP. We had 1 kill coming into this and we don't want to rely on placement points, but Team Heretics are now in the bottom of S8UL's building with Virtus Pro across the circle.
Wait a minute, this got interesting with Team Heretics not letting go of S8UL. I mean, they really, they have no other choice though, because even if they get out of their building originally, S8UL will just be able to shoot at them for free. They have to take this fight. And with the zone now closing in behind their backs, a final zone, VP could capitalize off of this as a full 3-man with our last 3 squads up.
And here's the deal about S8UL is they've been in this building. They haven't got to replenish their nades, but hopefully they have a few. I saw some charges on the Shiloh there as well, so we could take to the roof and fire upon Virtus Pro if that is the case. But you have to keep an eye out. Do we have the mother load from the fuse on VP?
Yeah, we did, and we yeeted it out onto S8UL, but with the zone closing in, taking their time. Slamming down is going to be Team Heretics, who move up first. This is a little overzealous, though, because now you're stuck in the middle. You're in the line of sight of S8UL, who capitalize off the situation. VP now, move up to 3P. Sharky gets the knock. They're looking to get the reset, but VP, as they see them dancing around the Newcastle wall, get alone team next. Last 2 teams up, as it's going to be VP versus S8UL, and VP move up, and S8UL were able to get these shield swaps. This is huge. As Sharky and Jesco, they go crazy. He tries to get the hip fire shots, only 1 left, but VP, they have the number advantage until now. Presses is 1 shot, and now S8UL, can they do it? Can they get the back-to-back?
Jesco's going, and he does it! S8UL with the back-to-back wins!
The pop-off. Look at the way they're looking at each other. That was insane. S8UL just skyrocketed, by the way. They're like a point away from tying up with Team Liquid, who is first in the overall standings after a crazy performance on World's Edge. S8UL, the consistency on E-District. You take it game 4, you find yourself with the dub for game number 5, and you take it with 5 KP playing incredibly patient, Tiff. You mentioned how long they were in that building, but I also have to highlight the way that VP played out of Energy Bank.
Yeah.
They were still trying to take a lot of these fights. They were trying to clean up a lot of KP. They fully capitalized off of Team Heretics, who were forced to move outside the building. Although a little early, they slammed down with the Newcastle wall, and they put themselves directly in front of VP, who gets to convert a 2nd place finish in with 10 KP to their name that game 5.
That was absolutely insane to grab the double digits. You are 100% correct. The most damage taken, if I'm not mistaken, in that top. But they also dealt 6,900 damage in that entire game there, Vicky. Their damage differential is like 2,900. VP went crazy in terms of kills.
So you like to see too when we have 1 more game left onto E-District, but we got to take a look at these highlights first and what led up to these final moments for game number 5, because you know how I feel, Tiff. When it comes to these game 5s, it really determines how these teams are feeling. You're already at the later half here of this group stage, specifically within this series, and what you have to do differently. S8UL are stacked up. Jesco, oh my gosh, with these hip fire shots off the 30-30. You talk about playing patiently inside that building. You mentioned maybe not having a lot to work with when it comes to these meds or the nades. He had like, what, less than 120 bullets in that of light mag in that R9 in general. And he was able to work off of this with the 30-30, following up to try to take these fights safely. But it's beautiful to see S8UL coming out on top here on E-District, and also very similarly to Team Vision, by the way, playing off of where they predicted that zone pool was going to be over to the southwestern side of Energy Bank.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, right, for Team Vision. Yes, they get into the top 5. They got a bit more kills than they did in the prior match, and they did get 2nd, but we're still showing that consistency, which is what we are genuinely asking for our teams in the group stages moving into later in the week. Dinos, though, after some stellar performances, go out with about 3 points in that game. So knowing that they've been in the top 3 for the series results thus far, with 1 game to go, I'm looking across. Who are we cheering for? We've got all of our fans in the stands. Honestly, Vicky, this stuff started filling up early today.
I love it. This is the energy that I live for when it comes to our lands. There's no other. Like an ALGS land, as we get to see the Reject fans in the crowd. RC win. I love the energy that we're seeing here. From behind us in the caster booth to the audience here in Paris, the back-to-back though. VP getting so much KP in their pockets, and it's scary too with SAUL still harassing them, by the way. And that's when they sent out that one member to kind of pepper into them while the zone was still cleaning up behind them. They still were able to get the full set, which is even better in terms of pacing for VP. And that kind of goes hand in hand to the help of Team Heretics, who moved up from underneath the building that they were sharing with SAUL, taking their attention away from them. And the fact that they still had 2 up when they were facing off against Jesto, man, he is just built different.
Holy, the fact that if he hits that last clip onto Preston's, that would have been disgusting. I mean, we were tracking with the R9, the hip fire, the cleanup there. He finally gets the job done, but that was a nasty sequence.
Great awareness in avoiding those catalyst spikes too on the ground, taking control over the hedge before sliding off and still working off of having, you know, whether it be those white attachments or blue attachments on that 30-30 on the R9 too, as SAUL are rallying off from the back-to-back. Love to see the family in the crowd too, but again goes back to what we were talking about, Tiff, and the way that they were able to convert a lot of these final zone pools into getting the dub. Sure, it wasn't the 15 KP that we saw in game number 4, but it's highlighting the fact that they were able to close the gap between themselves and where Team Liquid is currently situated in, with a 1-point difference between themselves and first place spot.
That means game number 6 is going to be so insane. You're going to have a different storylines running. Will Team Liquid be able to make it towards the end and take the top of B versus D? Or could Dinos throw down another win? We talked about it. You got Kashera there in the back, just a real veteran in the ALGS comp scene, is coaching Dinos. So to be able to provide all of that knowledge onto these boys for their first major land, that is exactly what they need here today. But SAUL, I mean, they're looking clean.
Yeah, they do here. SAUL, with that dub, I do believe it's going to be the Watson who is out for our final game. I don't think I saw Zero looking at the boys over the Aussies after that win.
He gave him enough positivity.
He gave him all
and
the
happiness
energy.
after that.
He's like, it's your turn now.
Like, fine, I'll go get the job done. As we look at our overall rankings in the group stages there, 58 kills, a total of 109 for Team Liquid. SAUL right behind them, but it's getting close. These group stages, I'm starting to get a little nervous, because when you think about it, top 14, you are safe. That's where you want to find yourself. Anytime you're outside of that, so long as you're above, you're not in the bottom 6, we are golden, right?
It's great here when you're really on the second day and you've kind of figured out where you situate yourself across a lot of these different groups.
I know it's an Argentina jersey, and this is going to sound really bad, guys. It's because Rain Day was in the green room. We saw the baby on the broadcast earlier. It's like, yes, the baby is in the Argentina jersey. That is 100% what we need. And now I miss my child at home.
Oh, I just love the fact that you get to rally of the family, give the support to a lot of these players at all of our international lands. It's great. As we get to see a lot of our players geared and ready to go. What will be the results post match number 6? Don't go anywhere, because we will be moving back over to E District on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. Team Liquid are primed, sitting in first place with 56 total points. We got one more game to go on E District. It's been exciting to see whether, Zero has been digging for gold to get that #1 first place spot in this group stage, or will SAUL, the boys back at home, just steal it away from him after the back-to-back dub?
I mean, maybe they go again, pull the hat trick out, just win all 3 on E-District and just cement your dominance and say, you know what, E-District, yeah, of course, we were able to get the same POI draft that we grabbed before, so we're playing from Neon Square, we're feeling really confident about it, and they had that Southern Zone that went into draft point, and immediately after the Energy Bank one, they called it to perfection. So now, can they do it again?
We'll find out next, guys. Our last game on E-District here for groups B and D. We've seen this played out as Team Liquid want to hold up this first place spot. Can they do it with 56 points with S8UL trailing a 1-point diff? Or will we get another Southern Zone, adding a bit of a thorn to the side on the rotations that you can expect from the likes of Team Liquid? Let's get this game going. It's been a great day of the ALGS, and of course, it's crazy to even think, Tiff, that we got even more action later throughout the day, but it's the way that this groups B and D play out.
The way things have been playing out since we started this day, Vicky, the question was Team Liquid, Falcons. Match number 1 on World's Edge. What does that final 1v1 look like? Right? Zeros in the end. It's waltzy, right? And in the inevitable, Falcons take that map. Team Liquid answer back with a win in map 3, and APAC South showed out for 4 and 5. Here's the deal, guys. Falcons are currently situated in 7th place on this series. If we're going to continue that HAL v0, I'm going to need to see the Falcons throw down a dub in game 6.
Can they do it? I mean, the way that they opened up today, can it be a Falcon sandwich? You got to hit them with a caca, but you got to soar through victory first to even be within that conversation. They predicted that Energy Bank Zone, a pool towards the north side of the bridge. Boy, were they wrong. It gave them whiplash, and it pulled closer to where Visions had predicted coming out of their POI and settling on the north side of draft point. This time, though, we are taking a little bit tripped to the west side of the middle part of E-District on the outskirts of Energy Bank and closer to Neon Square where S8UL has someone hit the script writers because S8UL are going to try to convert off of this because they also got the ring console and the survey beacon while they were at it off of Neon Square.
I mean, they just have the Rampart. They've chosen to run that with the Watson band. They grabbed, you're right, the ring console and immediately go to set up alongside. So they have the amped covers. They've got the Newcastle wall. After the changes with Watson being yeeted out, I'm looking at Team Liquid's pick as they kind of work their way up into the Lotus. They elected to play Sparrow, which is something we're very familiar with. Sykes playing Sparrow in that last game on this matchup for E-District, and even the Bangalore making a few appearances. I see Gen G electing to play Bangalore. Team Liquid, my next question was, would Unlimit bring out the Bangalore for peace? No, they're still on the Axel Sparrow Fuse. Fuse has been very prevalent throughout our series.
You know, another team, too, who has been within the top 3, like, since the very beginning with the way that they've been doing throughout the course of these 6 games is Dinos, and they can easily also overtake S8UL and Liquid, depending on how they do in this game and the way that they rotate out of Energy Bank. But back-to-back with so many other teams now trying to rotate out of draft point. KSH, though, also being another team looking at VP over on the north side of Energy Bank. And while we do see these pings, so many other teams like E36 are on the rotate. Pirates, who are very close to meeting up with Dog Red over by that choke. You can already see E36 now moving up to YEVOs as well as just with the blue. They do see Dogs on the other end, though, and they have the Evo Shield advantage.
Yo, what I'm curious about is Wolves are full sending straight to the position that S8UL has found themselves in. Are they going to absolutely duke it out for that positioning? We'll have to wait and see. Zipline Mafia currently on our screen, very south here as they're working their way on that bottom side of draft point. Team Vision will be late to this rotation just based on where we're pulling. And finally, the challenge. And Jesco's got the Sheila out this early on for the action. I'll take it.
Oh, my sleep paralysis demon. How I missed you so. Jesco now forced to back away after letting the Sheila give a few of those warning shots. S8UL, though, having to stay alive when they're trying to take this fight versus Wolves on the other side of the building. They do have that slight high ground advantage. They try to go for a cheeky kidnap at the hands of Legacy. He's going to be able to reposition, though. This is the beauty of having that rampart with those amp barriers. And E36, though, they heard the fight and they want in on the party with an invite that probably got lost in the mail.
Hey, they got some blue shields, though, so that's going to give them a bit of an advantage. This throws another catalyst into the fight, and No Name, I love to see the angles onto that. An immediate 48 damage going down onto Legacy. We don't get the shield break just yet, but that's okay for now. Having the fact that Wolves have a catalyst, E36 have a catalyst, they'll be piercing spikes, reinforced doors, and S8UL have the rampart with the amped covers. They're going to get that damage boost if they can find a way to navigate the angles properly.
It's nice to highlight just the different defensive legends that our teams are opting out for, right? And then you still have like the Caustic in this conversation, a lot of Sparrow, a lot of Alter. If this was going the distance, Alter would have been the next legend ban, but it ends here within our 6-game series. All the Alters are prowling about. It's the E36 who's running alongside Shopify. Very unorthodox composition, but you mentioned Shopify having to really wake up. I mean, this is their last chance at this point. You've only been able to get, what, like 14 total points, finding yourself on the bottom end of the overall standings, while VP over by Lotus are going to be able to take to the high ground, get that information before moving up, because Shopify are also right next to them, as VP do get to get the ring console.
It's kind of interesting. Good note on that, and we'll chat about Shopify later. But even with a good game, you go to, 39 points. That gets you just inside the top 5, barring any craziness in our mid-pack. For TLNP, they're kind of in a similar position, but they're rotating just on the outskirts of Havoc, trying to find their way. Do we pathway through City Hall? City Hall really doesn't have a lot of information gathering resources for that Catalyst to grab a ring console. So our goal is, do we go up to Lotus, grab ring console there, and be super late on the rotation? That's why we're checking the survey beacon first.
Gordon, we see a lot of these fights, though. It's going to get volatile here. So Aurora Effect has the gold mag on the car, but he barely even gets to shoot it. They completely melt him down. Harkus is trying to bring back Oi Ring after Effect falls incredibly low, but he doesn't look like he can pull it up. He connects the animation at the very end, and then finding Effect taking it from the other side as flat. Wanted to be able to get that finishing blow before the reset happens, but Harkus way too fast. He gets both of the boys through the TP, and Aurora are looking to reset.
Keep your eyes on Flat, though. They have one of the Caustics in the lobby. Medkit's going off, about to be finished. The re-knock on Oiring comes through. Hiarka with the damage control grabs Cuser from that. Now for Nano and Big Louie here. It's about seeing what we can do. And are we going to reset yet again? No, Nano doesn't want it to happen. He wants to put the finishing touches into Aurora if he can just find them.
Nano's taking this slow, though. He's a little scared, trying to see if he can get a little cheeky kidnap before trying to go in through the TP himself, but they're playing Ring Around the Rosie. I've seen this one before. A little bit of deja vu with the more consistent shots off the alternator. Nano knows that he has fried him, but playing off of the knockdown shield can be risky, and it was just one shot before they clean up Aurora as the first team to go out in this final game.
Tough series for Aurora. They had 18 points, 15th in the series standing thus far for this group. We're gonna have to see them answer back and hopefully get into the top 14 for the week. Falcons, though, Walty incredibly low as Asia swings around, grabs the knock. Guild's already down, which means Hal needs to get out of dodge and save the Falcons if they want to break into the top 5 or potentially challenge for the top of the leaderboard.
The HAL insurance policy, though, when you're on the altar, you want to try to set up this portal somewhere else, though. Didn't like that position originally. And after losing out on Guild and Waltzing getting knocked, he's going to be able to try to get Waltzy if he is safe here, because the action is happening in very similar ways with Zipline. Also just trying to get the finishing player here. As you all get eliminated in your feed. That is actually crazy, because SAUL were not able to get the 1 KP to tie up with Team Liquid. But hey, they had one heck of a 6-game series thus far.
Havoc does fall as well at the hands of Unlimit. We knew Wolves was challenging SAUL for their position with Enterforce 36 in a neighboring vicinity. Enterforce 36 tried a third party, it doesn't come through. Elsewhere, Zipline Mafia still looking for information and trying to course their path on that eastern side of Energy Bank.
I just have to highlight too, like, why these teams are playing the way that they do in the group stages. There is something at risk, right, Tiff? When the bottom 6 teams of group stages are actually eliminated, and we are on the second day out of 3 of group stages. The 15th and 34th team will advance into that 10-game series of the Survivor stage. So a lot of these teams with their backs against the walls, who didn't have the best performance in the first initial series, are looking to turn things around as Unlimit 2. Zooming around on the axle, Kamulari, man, slides in though, right behind Kiner, gets into a different position. He's got the alternator, he's got the double tap. He finishes him off, gets more KP, literally 4 KP in his pocket, but he's unstoppable. He's just trying to reset. Nate's trying to stay alive, and now he's forced to TP to reset.
And you have the teammates going out looking for the pings and saying, he's escaped to here. You have the time to get me back up on my feet. Zidon even portaling back to Nate to try and clear the reset for them as well. And they are going on the hunt. And immediately under fire, TLN Pirates are out at the hands of Unlimit.
That is beautiful. Unlimit are putting on a performance in this final game. They keep going though, as Yulori Man has seen another victim in the distance here. They're like actually losing out. One player here, Suvi, isn't gonna be, and forcing them to play as a duo is gonna be on limit now. Team Heretics move up, they control the high ground as well as this choke, with Zipline Mafia on the other side, but it's going to be difficult with Galleria now engulfed in the ring, and all these teams from the eastern side are forced to move into Energy Bank.
Couple things to note here while we've got a moment to breathe. Falcons make a full reset and are heading back through Neon Square. Looks like Panic from Team Liquid was able to grab a care package weapon, so he'll feel pretty solid with that. And the Heretics, well, we're still kind of shadowing Zipline Mafia, but a bit towards the north. I wonder if we're going to be able to get ahead of them in the choke.
Wow.
This is OBS 17.
Wow. We are moving through the Matrix. Hearing the voices in my head. You think I'm Wraith actually at the same time. Team Heretics.
You just went into the void.
You love it, the little banter when you hear like Alter talk to Wraith too with her cute little portal. Felt like I was Wraith for a second, just hearing the voices here, but you know who's hearing themselves take this dub is going to be Dino with the way that they've been playing, because currently with still 50 points, Team Liquid still are alive, but it's going to be able to be Dinos trying to prio this rotate right now, trying to survive, get that placement, especially when they see Team Vision blocking their rotate. They're forced to take this roundabout rotate through the southern side of Energy Bank through the choke instead.
And Gen G get a full reset. Res 2, so back up to a team of 3. And a good move for Dinos. We've got WGR Neo ahead of them. And I love the caution we're taking, right? We just all turtle up, no angles given, quiet, syringing together, and focusing. Now, this is the battle that's been going on since the very start of this map. And it's Enter Force 36 now with portals, with Dark Veils, trying to eliminate Wolves. The piercing spikes were down on the stairs, but away we go back to our building. The reason this is happening is because, guys, Shopify Rebellion has showed up to the fight, and there's a Fuse, Axel, and Sparrow now into the mix.
You know, when you see moments like that, and you get shot from the window that gets broken, especially when you have to worry about the fuses, too. I didn't know that Apex Legends is a horror game sometimes, but with the nades now, Shopify, they heard us, Tip. They're showing their presence. Koipo playing a little slow, though. Wolves, too, are able to try to get this reset with the medkit getting popped for no name, while Zipline Mafia are farming in the kill feed. Kazakh is going to be able to get the one member of Team Heretics. Wolves, though, are going to be able to put down the TP2 in case they need a reset, because they are one of the teams who, by the way, have not really left from this building and are bunkered down with a catalyst.
Enter Force 36 is down, and now you turn towards the Falcons with Waltzy last standing. Nano on the other side. The ping's coming through. The Chal is here, and the Falcons fall to flat.
Huge here for Flat to get this reset. Falcons out in 13th place in this final game between groups B and D. Now with Waltzy at least, you know, he got that knock, but unfortunately couldn't get that KP. But now Visions walks up and clean up on aisle 3 because they're looking at Flat as Wolves are looking at them on the other side, and Team Liquid, who are still alive, are looking at the pile-up on the north side of Energy Bank. Gen G, Zipline Mafia, you were talking about this earlier. We saw the kill feed lighting up, Tiff, and Unlimit may actually 3P this, but you know what's even better? Is Dinos by Energy Bank, who are looking to steal this KP.
I mean, look, when the dinosaurs go on the prowl, it's a little scary. I don't remember their favorite dinosaurs. We'll have to ask them after. Gen G, yes, you got the full reset, but you are falling between Zipline Mafia and Team Liquid. Now, to end this fight, ahead is Excuse, and Zero just keeps jumping forward, hip-firing that alternator before getting traded, because you're right, dinos are here.
It's perfect timing here. J Future was able to capitalize, but Team Liquid says, I am out, immediately taking the portal. Don't want to be in this action. Let's see if they can recall the player. They actually end up doing it. Team Liquid are looking to get the full reset. That's going to be huge here. No one's really going to contest them other than really Dog Red. But they're one of the teams with the Sparrow. Shopify are taking to the skies and actually may distract Dog Red from trying to harass Team Liquid. So it looks like it could be a full reset here, while Wolves are still on the other side of this choke with where Team Vision has been holding them back together with Flat. And remember, with the amount of ultras that we also still have in this lobby, you could take that TP through those walls to get cheeky with these rotates.
Now it's all about who is going to do what. Mother load. Hey, no, we'll go with the Knucker Cluster for now. It's doing some damage. We'll table it. but Shopify Rebellion needs to pull forward. Dog Red has already gone to circle. Wolves electing to go towards the north are shadowing Shopify Rebellion, who dropped the evac, and there goes the mother load, the damage coupled with a knuckle cluster. They clean this up just nicely, but we have to rotate, let it burn!
Oh my god, it's a revenge. Hold on. He was dancing on the zipline. He actually gets out. Just a little present for Fusey before Shopify now move up. But they griefed Wolves because the zone is closing in. We gotta see if they're gonna be able to reset. I don't think so. And now Wolves actually take the TP through the wall. They actually do, but Dog Red were waiting for them. They wipe them out, and Wolves get eliminated in 11. Team Liquid, we mentioned the reset. They're here, and they're wrapping behind the limit. Team Liquid now, they follow up. They find more of these victims, and Dinos are stuck on the edge of zone before they eventually fall. Dinos will now overtake Team Liquid. Zero remembering Waltzy with the choke. You can't emote on me if you are not on top. And Team Liquid right now are looking to farm as Panic gets another one.
We grab a knock onto Shopify Rebellion Zap. We lose on Limit, and this is great. We're carving out our path. Now here's the deal. Virtus Pro are in the circle. They could send one player out to third party this, but Panic deals so much damage. Steals a shield and disengages. That is the playstyle we need for Team Liquid. They're playing for the win, the positioning. They know this isn't a safe fight.
Looking at the fact that you got like a G7 with Team Liquid, I think a Kraber as well. I'm surprised if Zero has that picked up your Shopify. With Zap literally one shot is just looking to restabilize. Another team across from them though with Team Vision holding the other side of VP. Team Liquid are taking a roundabout rotate from the back end of where the one member of Zipline Mafia is. And by the way, the last member alive is going to be the Pathy, living true to the squad name. If he can move up into this next zone, and while he hears Team Liquid, he actually baits him to fight up against Team Vision flat. The one solo gets eliminated at the hands of Zach, and Team Liquid move outside of zone. They see the TP. He didn't mean to try to get the finisher outside into the ring, but he did want to try to finish him off, get the reset too. Zero does have the Kraber in hand and the unlimited ammo.
But are they going to chase them down where they have reset onto the west, because Virtus Pro has been pounced on by Shopify? Zap still healing. Shield cell by shield cell. But the knuckle cluster to assist Koi. We got 4 kills. This is the game that they needed to turn it around. We're combing. We're trying to break into the top 10. But even with a win, we would be into the 30s. But it's still a salvageable series.
See what the wait now? Zone's closing in. Right behind Team Liquid. They haven't called out, by the way, the solo that is left of Zipline Mafia. They have
let
no
him
idea.
live. Let him live.
He is hiding for his dear life. Look at him. Look at Kazakh. Just hiding behind the desk.
Wait.
Would you like me to take your order real quick? As he's right there next to the desk itself. The fact that Sykes is right alongside him. He has no idea. He has no idea.
Check your corners. Check your corners.
They keep getting all right.
Okay, he's gone. Koifel finds him.
Hey, but it misses out for Team Liquid to get that free KP. Honestly, but a great route to win. I was going to say right into the face of another team. It's going to be Shopify here waiting for them, as well as VP. Now trying to take this fight versus Team Vision. Now this is all for Shopify. Gifted for free? I mean, Shopify are just looking at Team Vision. They were able to finish up that fight. They're up and healthy. You try to get the double jump off the Sparrow. Good luck with that. And now they're looking to coexist off the low ground.
And we're into the final 2. And look at Zainu, immediately trying to get, if we can, with the Hemlock Breach through the mobile shield, loader down, and the angles all around. We swarm to Carter. Zap finds another. Shopify Rebellion, the comeback that we have asked for. Just needs to get through. One more, and it's Zach. He grabs a knock, and it is done. Shopify Rebellion get their first win.
The pop-off when we said it. We highlighted Shopify right before getting into this last game. How good they needed to perform for match number 6. They were in what, 18th?
Yeah,
overall before that game?
It wasn't looking too good, and they were kind of in that middle pack coming into this series where they would have really secured themselves a spot in the, that survival stage. They wouldn't have been quite sent home, and of course we do still have some more series to play, but them getting that win and getting as many points as they can will etch them closer in that group standings so we can really avoid being in that bottom 6.
Anything when it comes to being able to secure the 9 KP too. Let's also not forget they took the solo from Zipline Mafia. All that KP as we take a look at our other teams who may not have had the performance that they needed. Dory finding themselves in that 20th place spot. Wolves too, who are trying to take this very slowly. even the teams like WGR Neo, who came in swinging yesterday.
They had a 15-kill win. Wolves had a strong showing yesterday. B versus D, not their matchup that they're doing too hot on today, but that's okay. There's still plenty of more matchups to go. But Shopify Rebellion, you can see the celebrations on that map 6 win doing the most. I even saw Zero running over there to talk to them. What do we think Zero is saying to all these teams as they get their wins? He's congratulating them. We know Zero is a positive guy.
Positive. I mean, when it comes to the Aussies, oi, oi, oi. You love to see it. I love to see the energy here when it comes to looking at the way that S8UL was able to perform Team Liquid 2, and you know what? Sometimes I like to call it back in my roots, Tiff. Taught to get bodied, because even if Falcons started off strong,
they did.
You see Waltzy with the pop-off, but that was only game number 1 before Team Liquid was really able to turn things around. Sure, he got that one dub. That one dub was double-digit 13 KP. They consistently found themselves in these end zones when it came to looking at each district. Although we won't talk about that last portal. That's when we had the big pileup of the 2 teams into that building. But he said, I hope this works. Threw a dart on the board and opened stuff. But it's very unfortunate, too, when you see a lot of these teams playing scatters patiently here. Especially when you also see that one solo who was getting cleaned up. Shopify waiting patiently. Zap going crazy at the very end after securing the KP from the high ground before repositioning himself, playing off the fuse, and even getting out of line of sight of that Sphere ultimate.
You know, what's really nice is how he manages like the cooldown and the count of his knuckle clusters. He grabs the knock and throws the knuckle cluster onto them before diving out of the door as we re-see those celebrations. Dawn in the back there. That has to feel good, because sometimes this is what happens on LAN. You have a slower start. You're trying to figure out the pace of how these group matchups are working. And finally to say, hey, we got that win, because that's the biggest question that we take into Match Point Finals on the weekend, is we are saying, have you netted yourself your first win of the series yet?
It's great. It's fantastic to see how even the teams on the back end of things were able to wake up a little bit. Even just that 1 point diff between Shopify off of that great banger of a last game behind Team Falcons, with them holding 36 points and Shopify with 35 at the end of that. Even with the way that Visions was able to perform and call a lot of these end zone, it's been great to see how these teams, these groups have faced off against each other. Let's hear from more of Zero as we jump into the interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main stage. We've got an epic interview here because, let's face it, day 2 did not disappoint. I've got Guild here joining me from Team Falcons. Guild, let's kick things off. Today, let's begin to kick things off. That map 1, we've got to talk about it, right the way down to the wire. We gave the fan service to the fans. They had a great time. Waltzy clutching up at the very end of that. Talk me through the comms, talk me through how game 1 went for you guys, and, you know, how elated you were afterwards.
I mean, game 1 was great. I was really happy for Waltzy to win that 1v1. He played it really well. I mean, that game was just pretty well played for the whole thing, pretty much.
Yeah, it was an incredible thing to see, and to be honest with you, it's a similar story to yesterday. You guys starting strong, and then it's starting to taper off. What kind of issues are you running into, or is it just kind of, that's how it plays out sometimes?
I don't know. I mean, game 2, we kind of died in a way that, like, we couldn't really do much about it, and I think we just didn't do a great job recovering afterwards. So the rest of the games just didn't go well.
So the rest of the games, was it just getting in your own head, and then suddenly it kind of started to, not necessarily spiral, I was going to say spiral, but, you know, it started to slip away from you guys throughout the rest of the day?
Yeah, I mean, when you have a game like that, like every bad game that you have after that, like, matters a lot more, if that makes any sense. So if you do start having bad games because you're actually making mistakes and not because of things out of your control, it's really frustrating.
Piling a bit more pressure onto your own shoulders. But Gil, I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining me in this interview, and we're going to head right over because we've got another one set up with my man Rain Day.
It's a far walk. I hope you guys can make it over here. But Zero, I just got to say, in form. That's kind of the way that I feel. This is some of the best I've seen you play in a long time. Are you feeling the same way?
Yeah, to be honest, I think I've been pretty much playing the same for like the last year. Even though we came 33rd, I really don't think I could have done much more. I would have had to start hard shooting to make that team win, but yeah, I think we're like coming into form.
One of the things he mentioned in that one was the 1v1 with Waltzy. Well, you were on the other end of it. I felt like to even get to that 1v1, you had to pull off a heroic double Kraber shot to knock 2 people down in 2 different moments to even make it even. How did you feel that went? Were you actually happy with that result? Because I don't think second was on the menu for you guys until you hit those 2 shots.
Yeah, I mean, like that zone, pretty much the hardest zone in the game, like back down from Fissure. So like happy with the overall result, but choked the clip. So just going to be depressed forever, basically.
I was trying to give him some dap. He goes back to depression. Listen, you've been through ups and downs. We know that. And part of it is that team used to be the team you're on. Now you're not. You have your own team, your own journey. Usually your father, Richard, is here. A fierce support, sometimes a fierce critic as well, saying you need to step it up. How have you navigated getting to the point where you have had moments of feeling frustrated, feeling like you are against the wall, but then still pushing through to something that is now looking like a chance not to redeem yourself? You don't need to do that. You're a champion, but to get back to that place you know that you belong.
Pretty much just hating losing more than anything else. Like every time I'm on a stage and I watch someone else lift a trophy, like I think they're just stealing from me basically. So yeah, like watching Falcons almost win last land from my hotel room, pretty depressing. So I wouldn't let that happen again.
All right, final statement here from me. I think you guys are in great position. Talk to me about Panic. I think that 1v1 clutch at the very end when two teams are fighting, coming in at the end, there's a lot of momentum that's built with a team like that, especially with a young player on land. Talk to me a little bit about Panic.
Well, basically, like on his old team, he had two very defensive players that like based their entire team around him. And like coming to our environment was like very different because like that's my role. But getting him back into like his original confidence of when he played on TSM, that like he can do whatever he wants. Like that last game, I'm just following him on ult. He's basically RGLing. It was like, calm down a little bit, buddy. Like, you know, we are in end zone, but he's just like, when he's confident, he's the best player in the game.
That's awesome, man. Always great to talk with you as well. Congratulations on your win in this series. We've got so much more Apex Legends around the corner. But of course, we've got a little bit of a break. We've got to trade out our teams, but we have so much fun content planned. So stick around. Don't go far because the ALGS at EWC is here.
To a club championship update. My name is Glitter Explosion and I have Ton and Trav, and we're going to be hanging out with you guys to walk you through all of the action that's been going on at all of our stages. We're currently hanging out here at the Totem because this is what it is all about at the end of the day when it comes to the club championship. Which org will be at the top at the end of our 7 weeks of competition? If we're talking about what we've got going on at my stage, Apex Legends, no surprises there. We have Team Falcons and Team Liquid battling it out for that top spot, with Team Liquid already in triple digits here in the group stage. They've been absolutely crushing it. And you know that overall Team Liquid is coming for that title, with Falcons being the defending champs. Ton, I know it's early, but tell me a little bit about what's been going on at your stage.
Super early in Dota. I mean, we only had, what, 5 or 6 series actually go on, so we are still bubbling along, trying to figure out how things are going to go. But we realistically have had mostly what we were coming to expect. Falcons had a very, very good start, which is of no surprise to anybody. A little bit of a rough matchup that they had, but they managed to get through it. Virtus Pro not looking too bad either, actually. When you start to talk about some of these higher organizations, one of those teams is Virtus Pro, who may well get amongst it. But when we're talking about one of the other big dogs, Team Liquid, not as hot as some people would have liked. But as said, we are super, super early. Dota 2 goes on for full 2 weeks. It's just group stages. Really, when the pressure is on, playoffs next week. But yeah, not going too bad for them all so far.
I love that. I love that. Trav, tell us a little bit about what you've got going on.
Well, it's more of the same, really. Not too much. We've only just started. We're in day 1 of Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, so not many progressions in terms of club championship and organizations making big moves. Sure. But Koichi, as expected, coming out swinging, the reigning champion. He did just take down Fenrich, who is representing Vitality, who are one of the big competitors when it comes to the club championship in Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. On the other side of things is Falcons. They've got 5 players in our game, so they've got a big chance of getting some points on the board. However, tomorrow we'll be kicking things off in their group, and we've got 2 of them facing each of the first round. So not the best draw for Team Falcons, but at least it guarantees one of them into the next phase.
I mean, I love that. I love that. And I'm seeing a consistent theme here of Falcons finding themselves in the top on our stages so far. Like we said, early days, still 7 weeks of competition across the board all summer long. So lots still to go, but I'm excited to see how the rest of it plays out.
Hey, I'm Zero from Team Liquid Apex, IGL, and I'm from Australia.
Hi, I'm Sai from Team Liquid Apex, and our team bullies each other.
Is my legend a skirmisher?
No.
Okay.
Is my legend Assault?
No. Is my legend Assault?
No. Is my legend Support?
Yes. Is my legend Support?
No. Does my legend have a shield?
No. Is my character Recon?
Yes. Does my character heal her teammates?
Yes. Is my character in the meta, like reasonable meta within like the first 8 games?
No. Does my character's ult like shoot out?
I guess. We have like Vantage Recon, Vantage Bloodhound, CS Barra Crypto meta. What else is a Recon? Valk's meta. Vantage or Bloodhound, eh? Is my character Vantage?
Maybe. Yeah.
Meant to say yes.
Yes.
You have one chance to tie it. You gotta guess.
Is my character Mirage?
Heal your teammates!
Yeah.
Mirage? How does Mirage heal his teammates?
Oh, I'm stupid. Guys, I just blacked out. It was Conduit, wasn't it?
No!
Who is it?
Who throws an ult and heals a teammate?
What?
Throws an ult out, like you said, splits it out, right?
Yeah.
Throw it out.
Is it lifeline?
Yeah.
I said a shield. That counts.
Shield?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What?
How is it a shield?
It's a big shield.
You meant Newcastle, and you know that for a fact, boy.
I was gonna guess Conduit because you were like, "Who's got a shield?" And my brain instantly went Lifeline, Gibby, Newcastle, gone.
Sucks to suck.
Dude, why did I say Mirage?
I don't know. I did. He didn't.
That's a shield, bro.
Well, I found some wonderful, friendly Australian faces in the crowd, and it is none other than Mama Sharky and Auntie Sharky. And they are, of course, family of our wonderful IGL Sharky on SAUL. Now, Mama Sharky, we were having a little conversation before. How many LANs have you actually attended, or what's your son?
This is our 3rd LAN, so we've been lucky enough to go to, we did EWC last year in Saudi, we went to Japan, and now this one. So.
And Auntie Sharky, do you just come along for the ride?
I do. Of course I do. I'm not going to be left behind.
Yeah, you're going to a different country. I'm coming as well. Yeah, exactly. That's beautiful. Now, obviously, you know, having the parents in the crowd here is an exceptional thing for, you know, the players themselves. But Mama Sharky, I want to sort of touch on a little thing that I noticed as well. Sharky's mentality. It's improved. I feel like that, you know, he's definitely come out of your shell. Do you know something that we might not know about this brand new Sharky attitude?
I think it's the team. It's just all 3 of them, because they've just got such a great attitude. They're all pretty similar in personalities, and I think they just click. So
they bounce off each other. They really do. Yeah. They feed off each other, that positivity, just the synergy, everything about them. And we'll also bring Rogers into that as well. He's like Daddy Rogers, I think, to them. He's the old man of the group, so no, it's all.
Which is super funny, but you can see that personality come from him as well. Absolutely. Now, of course, we're going to ask this question to the parents. What was your first reaction or thought when Sharky told you that he wanted to play professional video games?
Well, he told me in a conversation when I was at work, and he was in the sick room at school, and I had to say, "What are you talking about?" And he was like, "Mum, I want to be a gamer." And I'm like, "Go back to class, man. What are you doing?" Like, and yeah, so we had a chat about it, and we just said, finish high school, and then we'll see what happens, and we'll support you.
And Auntie Sharky, obviously you were saying that, you know, you didn't really discover what this kind of industry was until 2022. So how are you liking it though?
I live for Apex. I go camping. I only go somewhere where I have internet connection, and I set my laptop up near the campfire and I listen to the husband snore while I'm watching Apex. So, yeah.
What you're saying, Auntie Sharky, is that we should play some Apex together and we can tee up some Apex games. I reckon we would do pretty well, I think.
I asked Rick to teach me, and he said, "Oh, Mum, I think you'd be a controller player." But he has not shown me.
I've got you guys, don't worry about it. Well, it was great chatting to you both all the way from Australia. This has been Mama Sharky, Auntie Sharky, supporting their wonderful IGL son Sharky from SAUL.
Can I look up what a Nessie looks like?
No.
Well, that first series is done, and we're joined by a team that was able to just absolutely rip it, being able to get back-to-back wins. How are you guys feeling, Legacy, by the way? Is it, before you even answer me that, is it Seoul Esports or is it SAUL Esports?
SHUL Esports. Wait, you have
You-
a background back going.
You were actually right, Lazy. All right. Well,
I'm always
SAUL
right.
Esports. How are you guys feeling after that amazing day two?
Obviously very good, but a lot of stuff to work on from those 4 of the 6 games that just didn't go very well. But I mean, we take those 2, a lot of faith in the other 2 to carry it through. Yeah.
What do you think happened on those games that just didn't go well?
So much. So much. The last one's just, yeah, not great. Oh, invited in. Harry's up here.
Hey, there you go. We even have one more. Now, you guys have been performing and averaging a 10th place when we go to LAN events. What do you guys think you need to do to be able to, at EWC in Paris, to just get you over that edge and try to go for that championship?
Man, what do we have? 10th average.
Yeah, 10th average.
I think we're in a pretty good spot to keep bringing that up because the first 2 LANs that the 3 of us played together was, a month after forming, just back to back, essentially 2 weeks between the 2, and we were still very new, had no experience IGLing, and the games, even just looking back, were messy. But they're, for the most part, a lot cleaner now, and they allow us to convert, so we should be doing better.
Right on. Well, I actually have a question for you, Jesco. You and Legacy have been playing together for a long time.
Yeah.
What makes this duo just work so well together?
I mean, obviously playing together a long time, you just understand everything about each other. You get to know every part, and you know how. I think the most important part is we know how each other play. So I think that's the big thing.
Lace, you got anything to ask them?
I'm going to ask Coach.
Ooh.
Now, give me the tea. How many fights have they had? You know, they've been playing for a long time together, but, I wanted the tea. Have they ever had like a little scuffle like brothers?
They do love each other like brothers, but no, I don't think I've ever seen them go at it outside of the game. A bit of yelling in the Discord, a bit of arguing, but then, headsets off, we walk away from the PCs and it's like nothing happened, which is why I think they do so well together.
Humble Aussies.
I know, they're so nice. Well, you know what? You guys have, especially you two, you guys have been playing for a long time. What is something that you're like, man, I would really miss it. I would really miss you if we just were in separate teams. Is it just how you guys work so well? Is it just hanging out outside of the game, the communication? What is something that you guys would miss? If you want to go first, Jesco.
I think Legacy's approach to the game I'll definitely miss. He never gets mad at us. He tries to understand everyone's perspective, which I think is a rare thing.
I'll answer it as well. It just brings, there's a lot of certainty that Jesco brings to the game. Just being able to fall back and he knows my weaknesses, I know his, and you just have the second opinion that's very, very trustworthy, and that I know is based in reason, not just feelings.
Okay, just having full confidence on your teammate. You don't want to pass down mic over to Sharky because Sharky, I also want to get you in here. I mean, you performed so well today, and we saw an interview too that Lace was able to do with your mom and your aunt. How does that make you feel, just having that kind of support here at a LAN event?
That support's always amazing. We live so far away, and that they make that commitment to come all the way here is just an amazing feeling. To have people who are close to you really support you and really give you that drive to push further.
Does that give you any extra pressure, knowing that your family's here, that you want to perform even better for them?
No, I mean, I've been performing in front of them my entire life, so I don't have any issue them watching me.
Yeah, his mum literally said how he got into video games, because I was like, when did Sharky tell you he wants to play professional video games? And apparently you're at school, and you called her and you're like, I want to do this, and she's like, go back to school. But now look at you. I mean, it's an incredible journey so far.
Yeah, exactly. I showed her.
Yeah, you showed her.
Now, with the great performance that you guys had today, going into tomorrow, the last day of group, I mean, I think it would be safe to say that you guys are pretty much going to be qualified towards finals. Hopefully, I don't want to jinx it. There you go. What's going to be the approach for tomorrow, and if we're just going to go one by one?
Yeah, tomorrow, last group stage, we definitely want to make sure we're still trying to put points on the board. We don't want to be just complacent. We're pretty high up there on the leaderboard now. We don't want to just be like, okay, we've just got to get this many points to qual. We're looking for good seeding. We want to be able to pick the POIs we want for finals. So it's important we really wake up tomorrow and we're ready, we're into it straight away, we're not complacent, and we really push forward for high seeding.
Legacy, what's it going to take to just make sure you guys don't stay complacent and just continue to be so consistent too? Because yesterday wasn't that bad, but today has been a lot better.
They ended up roughly the same, but no, tomorrow it's going to be very different, I feel like. There are going to be a lot of teams very desperate to avoid that bottom 6 or scrape into the top 14. We're fortunate enough that we just have a very average, below average day even, and we should be able to scrape through. But it's avoiding those teams that are going to make the desperate and unpredictable plays because they need to drop massive games.
Right on. Please.
I mean, I'm going to chat to the coach because, you know, they've got their own... I mean, these guys are so, you know, intellectual about everything. But look...
And I'm not.
Yeah. So this side of the couch isn't. So that's why I got you to sit next to me. Yeah, we're just here for the ride. But look, you know, I was actually talking to Sharky's mum a little bit before, and I messed up. Broadcast didn't show my blooper, but I said Sharky IGL and it's Legacy, and I fixed that and winked at the camera. Anyway, you know, have you seen a little change in Sharky now, kind of stepping back, and like, has that been a different sort of, I guess, way that this team is now showing exactly what they've got? Like, it is like the mentality behind it. I feel like this is like a whole new sort of attitude that they've had. Is there something special that you think has happened, or is it a couple of the role changes, or anything you want to give us a bit more insight into?
Well, we've had the same role since Sharky joined the team. I think the biggest thing is just getting, you know, RGL experience under Legacy's belt. Sharky has such an incredible understanding of the game, and it played such a supplementary role in getting Legacy like that information. And I think the 5th at Champs and just more time for Legacy to, you know, find his rhythm and then solidify his game, and then it's allowed the other two to play theirs. Because, you know, if you're a great player but your RGL's a bit inexperienced and he's making calls that either surprise you or take you off guard, it's harder to play your game. So the more experience Tom gets and the better he gets as an RGL, the more Sharky and Jesco are going to be able to pop off and do their own thing. So I think it's kind of tied everything together with Legacy getting some more experience, and that 5th at Champs just really boosted everyone's confidence. Like, you know, you get a 5th and a convincing 5th at that, and it's just a reminder that, like, we can run it, man. Like, why not us?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I was like, you guys are always great. Don't get me wrong, but like, we can now physically see it. The audience sees it as well. So, I mean, congratulations to you guys in the competition thus far.
Yeah, and Legacy, just bouncing off of that, right? How comfortable are you feeling now in regards to IGL, and especially after those good 2 days and going into tomorrow?
Oh, compared to the previous lands, maybe not Sapporo as much, but the first 2 is just night and day. I'm able to spend time thinking about other things because everything is either like pre-planned or we've had basically the same game before. So it's not thinking about everything exactly how it's going to be in real time. It's more, okay, we already have a base plan of what we've done in other games. We have this like different way of going about each game, and then it allows us to branch out, look for more kills, and just maximize our points.
That's good. That confidence is starting to move up. You're feeling way more comfortable. That's pretty much what your coach is talking about too. And we have seen some of the top teams, not talking about you guys, okay? Talking about some other top teams that actually haven't been performing well. And I'm thinking about, hey, what's the catch? Haven't been performing well. Alliance, Shopify as well. Wolves today didn't perform well as yesterday. Do you think that's going to be changing going into tomorrow? And do you think there might be any situation where some of those teams might be looking at those top teams, I mean, within those bottom 6 and getting possibly eliminated?
Let me tell you something. In Apex South, Wolves were obviously the top, and these guys were the second. But look at that Uno reverse. I mean, I'm just gonna put that there for you, Legacy.
Yeah, it happens at LAN.
Yeah.
It's a good problem to have, swapping those. Yeah.
but going back to the question, do you think they will be able to turn it around tomorrow? And what do you expect out of those top teams?
I'd hope so. Like for what NIP said, and then a few of the others.
Yeah, Alliance.
Obviously,
Alliance.
Those two at least have only played one set. So like you can have an unlucky set. I haven't seen their boards back to really know, but it may like. It shouldn't be a full representation of how they are as a team and how they're going to keep performing, because I do think those teams will all pick it up and come back.
Right on. You know what? We're gonna send it over to Sharky. Sharky, how are you? I know you guys are currently just probably feeling pressure just being here at the event, wanting to make sure you guys make it to the grand finals, not wanting to go to Survivor stage. Have you been able to enjoy Paris at all?
Yeah, a little, not too much. We've, just as you get around, enjoy like a couple of restaurants here and there, but outside of that, we've been pretty focused on trying to make sure our performance is spot on. Because exactly as you say, we want to make sure we're getting through Survivor Series or before Survivor Series straight into finals, because it's just, in my opinion, a lot more stressful when you're aiming for that top 6 in a for that shootout in the Survivor Series. So I think we've done a pretty good job. We have enjoyed food, so yeah.
Well, hopefully the trip is just gonna continue to get better. I mean, first place, if you guys do end up winning it, 600K. It's not a bad thing to take home. I kind of want to step away a little bit more as we're talking about the game, talking about your gameplay and all that stuff. We have a fun challenge here for you guys. As you can tell, there's 3 whiteboards. And what is it, Lace, that we're going to make them draw this time?
Nessie? I don't think I got
Nessie?
We're going to do Nessie? I think we'll do Nessie.
Oh, Legacy wants to swap with the coach too.
He can draw.
You can draw?
He can draw better than me.
Here, here, hold on. Give Legacy the mic. What is? I'll let you guys choose, and you guys.
totally different perspective.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about what that's been like for you.
Well, it's definitely different, right? Everything is different. I feel like it's something that I already kind of did when I was playing.
Sure.
But it's a different type of pressure, I feel like, a different type of responsibility. You still feel very responsible for the team, right? To make them feel like confident, to make them feel like they can do this, especially for a team that has such a little experience. I think, yeah, has been fun. I hope it keeps being fun, and I hope the team keeps winning.
I can tell it's fun because no one can keep themselves together right now. We're gonna get through a little bit of an uncomfy laughter here. But it's getting all the nerves. J Future, take the mic. You're good, locked in now, serious face. Tell me a little bit about how you guys are feeling now looking towards the rest of the competition. Are you nervous about the upcoming days? Are you locked in? I feel like the morale's clearly good right now on the team.
No, it's terrible. I hate both of them. I'm gonna break down D-Day's door tonight. We live in the same room, so he's gonna get beaten. Anyways, yeah, it's good though. I forgot the question already.
That's what happens. That's what happens when you and your friends are trolling each other in the middle of the interview. Are you nervous for any specific part of the competition? Do you think any one day will be more difficult? Are you pretty set and feeling like you guys are definitely making your way all the way through?
I think the match point finals will be difficult. Obviously this is our first LAN. The first day we got LAN experience, and that's why we did better today. And we'll probably do better tomorrow, hopefully. But then the match point finals is a different game. You know, like the quality was not that good today. People are starting to get desperate. But the match point finals, like everyone's gonna be playing like very, very conservative, and there's gonna be so many teams alive. Any tiny mistake, any like inch you give to another team, you're just gonna lose. So you can't make any mistakes at all.
And that's why match point is that much more exciting. And I feel like the vibes are so good on this side of the interview. We're going to pass the mic down to Chaos one more time to close this out, okay? Chaos, tell me a little bit about what it's been like playing with this team. You guys are clearly, having fun right now at least.
I feel like it's been fun for me. I feel like out of all the teams, we're like the most like positive and just making jokes. I don't know how to say this, but we have the beacon of positivity right here. And as you can tell, I think we are the youngest team in Apex Pro League. So, we got all the unks over there, and we just gotta like outprove them. Oh, and we have -72 as our sub.
Absolutely legendary.
Yeah.
Just in case.
No, he's not even our sub.
You know.
He's just here.
But it's been fun. We like to get the vibes up, and to us, if we don't have fun on Apex, what's the point of playing?
I could not agree anymore. Not only are you guys crushing it now, especially here in day 2, but you kept the vibes up in the interview. This was an absolute blast, and we got to talk with Chaos for the first time. So I'm going to chalk this one up as a success. Guys, thank you so much for chatting with us. I'm excited to see what you do in the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Well, there you have it. The groups are done. We got a chance to talk to SAUL Esports. Saw some drawings there in regards to a circle. Look more like an oval there towards the end. But overall, a great series too, especially for Team Liquid. My goodness, were they able to pop off. By the way, for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget that you can go to the EWC website and also the app to make your predictions. And while you're at it, if you want to participate, if you want to let us know what you want to see the players do next, or maybe the amazing talent that we have here, whether it's making them draw, whether it's making them do the $100 squad again, let us know by using the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. But going back to it, Team Liquid, Snipe, damn.
Yeah, quite the storyline after, such a mediocre way to get to here. They struggled kind of at the beginning of Pro League, and, Zero had some unfortunate luck not even making the last LAN. And it's just one of those where it's like, okay, what's about to happen after the whole Hal and Zero separation? For Liquid to come out back-to-back days firing, they already have enough points to pretty much guarantee them top 14 easily. They don't even need to play the next series to go out into the top 14 and make it to the finals. But honestly, for them, it's all a momentum game. We heard it when Panic and Zero were actually on the stage and they got interviewed at the end of the day yesterday. Zero, I don't remember the last time I heard him talk about, a teammate like that besides Hal, of talking about, how much confidence that he wants to instill in Panic, because he thinks that he is one of, if not the best players in the game when he feels that confidence. And I think that was something that they were lacking early on, being a new teammate. And to watch them come out and be this well performed is impressive so far. Good start.
And Graceful, for you, if you were in Panic's situation, right, when you hear Zero, that's just pretty much so many accolades to his name. What kind of confidence does that give you if you're Panic? Where does that put you mentally going into this event, currently in this event, and hopefully making it to the finals?
I mean, I think Panic is also one of the players that people had a lot of doubt about him initially. Before he even got picked up and played pro properly, people had a lot of doubt about him. And at that point, you're at the stage where nobody's supporting you except yourself. And when you finally get these huge results now, after getting picked up and then picked up again, and now he's here on the biggest stage in the world currently, he has to be feeling really good about himself. But you can't dispute, like you said as well, having Zero hype him up as well, one of the best players in the world, standing right there behind you, patting your back or slapping your head, is definitely the confidence boost that you need to be like, I'm supposed to be here. And I think that it can only go up from here, and up when they're already at the top. Sky's the limit.
Or getting just absolutely stared down when you end up doing. We saw that, Panic, okay? Just so you know. But not even just him. It was all the team slays. Everyone.
I'm like, and then I catch myself doing my stop.
I have 4 kids, so that's the first time and probably the last time that you're gonna see me do that here at LGS at EWC 26. Now, we got a chance to talk to SAUL. How happy are you with their performance? You were hyping them up since yesterday, too.
Look, I'm not trying to have bias, okay? Just because Apex South. Nah, yeah. But, I've been watching this team for so long, and this was like even before I sort of got into doing esports. I was just watching along, at home, like all of you guys. So just to see these exceptional players, because they have always had this in them. Sharky's won the title, so it's not something that they can't do, but these long-standing players, when they finally have their moment, it just brings me so much joy. We saw it, with Monsoon finally having that, and I think this is SAUL's time.
Ooh, okay.
I do.
I like hearing that. And I mean, the crazy part too today, Snipe, is that we didn't just have one team being able to get 2 wins. We ended up getting 2 teams. We already talked. Actually, it was. Oh my goodness! I just saw Team Falcons and Team Liquid, and I was like, those logos from my side, from my peripheral vision, look the same, but they're not the same. Let me just check myself there real quick. But let's actually talk about Team Falcons once again. Back-to-back days where they get a win, but the ending performance is a bit questionable.
Yeah, and we talked with Hal a little bit about this yesterday when we were here in the studio. They had a really good start and mediocre finish, and to end up in 10th place overall in this set after having a huge game 1. I mean, they had 23 points in game 1 and ended with, I believe, 35. So 12 points in the next 5 games is very underperforming. Hal is going to be extremely upset. And I'm starting to wonder how much of that is attributed to the Crypto pick, because Crypto is always the first ban and they're winning the first game. So for the fact that they're so dominant on that character, it is slightly concerning that they have had such underperformances when he gets banned, because he is consistently the first banned character. So is that something that's going to come into play here as we move forward? But honestly, this Falcons team is very well put. I think group play is going to be them figuring things out, but that is something to be watching for the rest of this event.
And Grace, I see you over there. As soon as he said Crypto, you were like,
I mean, that's the thing, really. Not only the legend pick itself, but we're talking about World's Edge. I would say that's probably like the most RNG, not really RNG, but E-District is the one that should be the most stable out of the maps. And when you're underperforming on the map that is, in my opinion, a lot easier to be stable on, same as Stormpoint as well, comparatively to, World's Edge or Olympus, that's when you really start to wonder, okay, guys, what are we doing wrong? Is it the macro? Are we just losing fights? We got to figure this out. But as you said, this is groups. They have this to figure them out as well, in case they wouldn't make the upper batch to make it into finals immediately and they find themselves in the survivor stage. But I think they can figure this out.
And I actually want to keep talking about some of these squads, right? That people that actually expected them to do so well that underperformed. Shopify Rebellion. I know up until that last game, yes, you do end up getting a win, but there was just so many questionable stuff that I know you were scratching your head when you were thinking, what is this team going to do?
Yeah, I mean, they were in 20th place after the halftime. And for a team that's as dominant as they are, you know, they have dominated Pro League. They came into here thinking, I thought they were going to be one of the teams to watch, if not potentially win this event. And right now, it's not looking anything like that. And I was actually talking to Phony a little bit upstairs when the series was going on. And he was saying that during Pro League, they were more of a hybrid team. You know, they got slays, but their biggest improvement was their placements. They had the best overall placements of any team in North American Pro League. And for them to come to this event and not really get any of that, and while talking to Phony, a big reason for that is because their map picks were almost all zone oriented. They specifically went for zone, middle map, whatever it might be, to try and get in there. And I feel like that team is too dominant of Slayer type of play styles that you shouldn't just lean in one direction. You should continue with that hybrid that had been working well for them before.
Great. So what do we expect out of them tomorrow?
I mean, I expect them to. So this is the point. We're at day 2 essentially, and now you're coming to the point where, are we sticking to our plan, which hasn't been working well so far, or are we gonna throw everything at the wall and hope something sticks? And as you said as well, with a team of this caliber, the fighting prowess that they have, they might just revert to the old one that everybody was scared of to fight because they were just laying out at that point. But we'll have to see for sure.
We'll definitely have to see, because TLN Pirates, I mean, at the end of day 1, that squad was only able to get 2 points. We kind of did a scenario, Lace, where I was like, if you were the coach, what would you tell him? You said, go get that that booty. And guess what? They ended up getting more than 2 points. They ended up actually with a total of 19 points. If you're their coach, Lace, are you happy with that improvement? Because, boy, it is an improvement.
The coach must have spoke to Zero digging for his treasure. So, you know, they've got it all together, it seems. But this is what I mean, like with Graceful sort of saying, you know, throw something at the wall till it sticks, and you can see them. They're like, okay, we're not performing, nothing's happening for us, let's just swap it up and change it. And that's exactly what you need to do in these group stages. I just could not implore that in more for these teams. So, but you know, looking I guess at some teams that, you know, Shopify we thought were going to do well. I mean, they still have that opportunity, and you know, I think that Pirates might need to push it even further to get up to these top ranks. But I mean, time will tell.
Are we worried at all about Walls? How they're currently performing, especially after today, only 10 points. Is that something that kind of rings an alarm in your guys' heads? Wolves?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Being the number 1 team in their region coming into this and having this big of underperformances, I mean, I did not expect this in any sense whatsoever. I don't think anyone in that region expected this to happen. And for, you know, the caliber of you know, No Name to come out there, one of the best players in the game, everyone consistently talks about him in their top 5. I think, I don't know what they really need to do at this point to come back into this series, but something's got to change.
I mean, I truly, you know, in other sports as well in general, it's very common that somebody who's rank 1 might lose to rank 3, but will always be at rank 2. I think this is mainly about matchup knowledge, as you said as well, where, you know, this lobby potentially just plays against their playstyle. It works for them normally, where the way they steamrolled, now you have more teams on edge, so you can't do your whole thing. We saw them try to essentially inted Team Liquid, and when you have those matches, you have to make sure, hey, nobody else is on our side, because if we just keep running into each other, you're just gonna take everybody out of the equation, and nobody does well out of those games, as we saw there as well. I think that maybe they need to go into the survivor stage to just find their groove again, and then come back into finals, where also the finals will then be mixed up as well, which could be in their favor, or if it's just very edge heavy, it could be against them. But I think anything at this point, you just need to start getting your mojo back.
It's a bit of a 50-50, right? Sometimes going into that extra stage does kind of help out some of the teams. It gives them, kind of lets them settle their nerves in a way. I know Wolves first place out of their region. You never know what could be happening. You never know how maybe the travel all the way to Paris affected them. But we're looking at the overall right here. I mean, Team Liquid, what an amazing day. And talking about Wolves, there we see them in 11th place. Lace, I'm going to send it to you. Is there any team that's popping to your head besides Gen G Esports in 13th place?
I mean, tied. Well, you know, we're tied. So there's, like I said, there's always still room for improvement there. But look, to today is like the day of teams that sort of didn't really show up yesterday showing up today. So this is making it incredibly hard to sort of pick where everyone's going. Everyone's like, okay, no, I've got to swap this, got to do this. I mean, that's just what we've been droning on about. But my God, I am actually, I have no idea. Can I say that? I actually, like, usually I have like, oh yeah, I've got a plan. I've got, you know, SAUL on top. But like, you know, you look at this mid-range kind of leaderboard and you're like, yo, this could go anyway. I'm hoping, but yeah, I've got to, I'm waiting for day 3. Ask me then, return to me on day 3.
Yeah. Okay, you know, we'll send it to Snipe. Snipe, what are we expecting out of some of the teams that already played in the first series tomorrow?
Yeah, honestly, I think Aurora needs to step it up. I mean, they've played 2 series and are sitting around 50 points, averaging, you know, 25 points in each of these matches for a team as dominant as they are, especially throughout all of the Pro League. They dominated in the EMEA region, and for them to come out here and really underperform pretty heavily in both the sets that they've played. I mean, it does come down to the final day because right now they are on the fringe of being put in the elimination bracket. So I think that'll be really interesting to follow. I did not expect it, and it's going to be even more interesting to see how the teams that underperformed in the day one, the NIPs and the alliances come out firing, and especially in the second set, because we're seeing kind of where the points threshold is at, and now we're going into the later half. We have 3 series left before groups is finished, so it'll be really curious to see how it ends up, because the leaderboard's a little all over the place when we're looking at it. We can't see, you know, all the teams that are still yet to play. We can only see where we're at, and I think at the end of the day we'll have a pretty good understanding, and we'll be able to pinpoint kind of what the threshold might be going into tomorrow.
Survivor's going to be crazy.
It is going to be crazy. Grace, while he was talking about Aurora, I just see you shaking your head over there. You're like, oh man, this is one of the teams that I also talked about at the beginning. How are you feeling about Aurora?
I mean, I was worried about Aurora. Now I'm worried about Alliance potentially. But the main thing that a lot of the time we talk about people having their arch nemesises and they're thinking about, oh dude, I need to put one over that specific team, right? Sometimes you just gotta focus on the tournament you're at. Maybe they've just been focused too much on taking out other teams, and hey man, we gotta work on our plan properly, because so far though, I will say this tournament, so many teams have shown up in different games, of course, but it's not just the teams that everybody initially thought to talk about. We talked about Wolves, we talked about Aurora, we talked about Lions. We're seeing other teams step up to the plate, and it really goes to show how competitive Apex Legends is. And you really have to always stay at the highest level, or somebody's looking to rug pull you the moment they get the chance to.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Zeddy was able to do yesterday, right? Deeds being able to perform well here at EWC. Once again, kind of being able to just mimic that after yesterday. They're going to be looking to maybe have that performance and just have that pressure off their shoulders as well. Let's talk about that pressure, because as we've seen it previously, it does end up affecting it. And I mean, you guys are 2 ex-pros, so let's deep dive a little bit more into that and just have that kind of guide us through that mentality of like going into the final day of groups. You're currently sitting in the position where you could maybe end up getting eliminated or go survivor. And then for you, Grace, what I want you to think about is if you are one of those teams that has a chance to go from survival to grand finals, and actually if you want to go first, Snipe, if you're being one of those teams that are currently in the cusp of elimination.
Yeah, I think it's such an interesting dynamic, because most of the events there is no elimination. There is just losers bracket. So I think a lot of these teams are not used to that feeling, and desperation starts to set in every single time day 3. So when day 3 comes around and these teams realize, oh, we're this far back, or you know, we have this many points to accumulate, that's when teams start overextending, or, you know, you have like the Wolves taking the fights on the Team Liquids for no reason. And it's like, that was one of those plays where it felt like they were desperate for some sort of momentum, and they just want to take a fight to try and win and be like, okay, you know, we're the best, and pump each other up. There's a double-edged sword with that, because the moment it goes wrong, it's like you're sitting there for 20 minutes watching everyone else play the game, and you're just sitting there, you know, with your head down, and then it comes down to who's the leader of the team picking everybody up, who's able to get you guys in the right mindset, because a lot of times, you know, if teams don't start hot, can they pick it back up, or are they going to continue to fizzle out? And we saw that with even Shopify. I mean, they started really poorly. They were in 20th place, and they won the game 6, and that was the biggest thing that kept them in the series, and it's going to keep them going into the next day as well. So I think it's really just going to come down to how strong and how prepared are these teams, because if you feel like you came into this as prepared as you can be, you shouldn't have the nerves. If you feel like you didn't put in the effort that you should have, and you could have prepared more, that's when the unsureness can come in, and you can start to think to yourself, maybe we should have done a little more.
You start doubting yourself and you absolutely hate it. And before I actually go to you, Grace, I just want to let the audience know that we're currently just switching the groups. The next groups are going to be A versus C. Stay tuned for that. Every once in a while, you'll see a timer just kind of pop up here above my head at some point, and that kind of gives you a heads up. Yeah, it kind of gives you a heads up of how long we have until the next match. Because I know a lot of people were wondering, when is the next match? When is the next match? Well, there you go. There's your heads up. But going back to what we were talking about, Grace, with some of their squads. Now, we saw in regards to in the Custom Elimination. Now, if you're able to get a chance to go just straight to Grand Finals, what kind of mood are you in? What is the mindset of that player?
I mean, this is the thing as well. I speak from mainly the positioning of being an IGL, of having to lead a team and having that pressure on you. But I've also played Fragger one time when I played on IG as well in London. But it's just so vastly different, and that's kind of the thing as well. A lot of the times we tend to look at just mainly the IGL from the roster, where you're like, oh dude, what's the pressure you're needing to lead a team? Like, are you tilted? Who's gonna cheer you up? If you have a coach, hopefully the coach pulls you out of that tilt and you can still refocus and make your way up that hill. But sometimes it just comes down to, like, you know, we hear it over and time again. It's like, yeah, he's the best player, but the main reason why we work so well is the vibes. And that's a real thing. Team chemistry is such an important thing to make sure that nobody really falls on it. If they fall on their knee, everybody picks each other up. And that's really the way forward to have it, is that you need to make sure that you're on the same page, you're pushing the same ideas, and everybody feels heard and they're moving forward. Yeah.
And I love that while you were talking about that and talking about moods and talking about the spirits of the players too, I saw Zero just pass by from Team Liquid and he's just happy and waving and saying, you think completely different if it would have been the other situation, right?
Yeah.
Now, Lace, we saw the players from SAUL draw a circle. I saw you drawing something over there. What was it?
Oh, this is for chat that says that we have the ability to start the game. I drew a button for you, chat.
Let's test it out.
So, like, if you want me to push it, maybe gift 10 subs or something. You know, because I have the control and the ability to start the games for you guys. So.
Well, maybe if you push that one, we'll go into a break into the
Let
next
me know,
segment.
chat. Do you want me to start the game or no?
Wait. Let's test this out. Let's see how much power we have with production here, because we're gonna go on a break soon. So, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am joined here by Peace from Unlimit. Thank you so much for joining me. Let's shake hands. You know what, my friends? I gotta say, today, there's like a legend that you guys don't typically use, which is Fuse. And you guys decided to use it, and actually it went really well. Talk us through that today.
So, we never used Fuse in scrims. In like other tournaments, we never used Fuse. But our team suggested I use Fuse, which I never played. But I'm used to Maggie and like Bangalore, a lot of aggressive characters, and it felt very good on Fuse too. That's why I popped off, and we kind of got in shape as a team.
I think that, speaking of aggression, right, it's with those legends, but aggression within the region, you typically play APAC North, which is known to be an aggressive region. Now that you're on a global stage, have you had to change the way that you guys play, because people play differently from different regions?
So we thought about that many times, but we're not gonna change our like play style, basically. But like maybe in like winners bracket or the finals, yeah, we're figuring out how to because how we play at APAC North doesn't work at the top lobbies. Yeah,
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I think that as well, like when you think about results for you guys, thinking about the finals at Sapporo at Champs, you guys managed to secure top 10. What have you guys been doing since Champs in order to make sure that you secure a higher spot at EWC this year?
Okay, so just what I said, like we're practicing a lot to fit into the lobbies at the high tier, lots of good players, and we're trying to fit in with our play style, like putting in beacon characters and using it and trying to get in zone. We're trying our best, and yeah.
Trying your best, and it's working so far. You know what, Peace? Thank you so much for joining me in this interview, and I really appreciate you doing this interview in English. And you smashed it. Thank you so much, buddy. I really appreciate it. Right, for now, we're going to continue with the LGS Split 1 Playoffs Day 2.
Everyone, it's Landon Norris here. I'm here in Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup.
Let's go!
Each ball draw. My first proper games when I started to play was CS. I was like a Tarkov and Tarkov player.
I mean, you're doing absurd speeds.
I used to play a lot of PUBG.
Okay.
Like a lot of PUBG. I got, I think, like 2,000 hours on PUBG. But for me, iRacing has always been the best in terms of competition, learning about the setups of cars, the quality, and you like shutting your eyes sometimes because you think you're going to hit the wall and you just make it.
Because I know Dynamo's going to be there as well, the magician.
Yes, yeah, he's in town at the moment.
I stick to just. But then when you're flying and you're driving, it's tough.
Doesn't make sense.
But just driving around, like, you know, just footballing cars, then it's also a lot of fun. Everyone has like names. I need like a gamer name.
A huge win for the PGC champions, and of course Lando Norris joining us here, enjoying some good old PUBG.
Passing you in the standings.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena, where I've got a very familiar face alongside me, especially if you know your Formula One, Lando Norris. How's it going, man?
Hello, man. All good, thanks.
What's your experience been like so far at the Esports World Cup?
It's just a new experience for me, and I'm also a massive gamer. So, you know, I've loved to be part of the gaming community for many, many years. I was part of this growing up, so for me to come and see some of the pros and see some of the finals and things is pretty sick. Reminded me a little bit of my younger years, the last few years where I grew up gaming a lot. As a lot of you will know, I love my games. I'm still a big gamer, even on the side of Formula One. But yeah, just watched PUBG, watched Rocket League, one of my other favorites. Even though I'm terrible and I can't play any of these games, I love to watch the competitions. I love to meet some of the guys because they're all incredible and extremely talented. So yes, a lot of fun, nice and warm. But going on to some more places now, seeing some more people, seeing some more games, so having fun. I'm not feeling confident, but we're gonna have fun. I didn't think you were like.
Me no one lot.
You meant how slippery it was going to be.
Yeah, I did. You won. By the way, you are first.
Really?
What a surprise!
What? Shit, huh? That was actually a lot of fun.
That was really fun.
Well, I ended up quickest, so that's my job number 1 complete. But it was a lot of fun. A little bit slidey. But if you want to learn about how to control a go-kart, then this is exactly where you want to start. So it was good fun. Learned how to drift a bit more. And ended up on top. So
Awesome.
top step. Top step. Podium.
In a minute, I'm gonna use this envelope. Yeah? It's not important right now, I'm just letting you know, I'm gonna use this envelope.
Yeah.
You see that on camera? I'm gonna use this envelope, but not yet. Take one out. Show it to everyone, show it to the camera.
Solid choice.
I'm gonna take it and put it in the middle. But remember at the beginning, I said we're gonna use an envelope. Look, inside the envelope.
No! That is mad!
I'll watch. I'll take the paper, I'll take the fire and turn fire into water. And then from water we get ice.
I've always been into gaming growing up, and you get to see the event that they put on for the best in the world for almost every game in the world. I think this is a surprise, and it's an incredible thing to come and see, to be here.
Deep down, I'm still a kid. I got that gamer inside of me still, so I love it here. It's exciting. It's fun to be a part of.
This is like heaven for me. This is heaven.
Welcome, everybody, back to the studio. I'm calling it Rain Day's Room. Today, we've got a different
type of room. This room is a room filled with laughs. It's a room filled with jokes, with skits, with millions of followers across all of his socials. It's the one, the only Tony Romero, my boy from San Diego. What's up, Tony?
Doing good, man. Excited to be here. No rest, but passion is still here. So.
The man was trying to get his ticket like the second before he flew. But you found it. You found a way, right?
Yeah, I found it. I'm here. I'm good at that. As soon as I got here, I thought I was going to tap out, and I saw the games, got excited, and I was like, yeah. And then I saw my boy Jay Future, which I know we'll talk about in a minute, but just second win. It just kicked in.
Now, one of the things I love to do is edify different people in our community. You saw content creator Clara at work yesterday. Tony is a guy who, when I look at an expert in shorts, he's one of the best at putting on skits, content, things that are fun around Apex Legends. You just did one about Seer returning to the meta. Talk to me about that one, because you were throwing water on yourself. I mean, what's it been like with Seer back in the meta?
I'll go above and beyond for the videos, but the things that I like to do with my content is to kind of like bring the emotions and the things that players feel to life, and whether changes happen in the game because of it, it's neither here nor there. But that Seer video, I feel like it had to be made and just kind of let people know that, like, hey, this Seer 2.0 is no joke. Like, flashbangs are back. And well, it's not really back. They nerfed him again, and I think he's back in a comfy, healthy place. But honestly, like, I just had to put that out there for those people that didn't play during that time, to let them know this is what we went through.
As you mentioned, going through things, Jay Future, a guy I want to talk about. We did bring him up in the broadcast, and he is a up-and-coming talent. I thought about him and Dinos and their performance, and I said we have to interview this team because it's just been a few splits since they've been in Challenger Circuit. Now they're actually winning games in the middle of France for a tournament worth $2 million. That is basically the ultimate upstart story, from nothing to something. I'm at the pinnacle, and that's something, I mean, you relate to a lot, especially your Rising content has been probably about the last 5 years just zooming to the top.
Yeah, and it's never too late would be the best way to describe all of this. It's never too late. And Jay Future, if I'm okay to share this story with him about him, but like I don't know if his story's been told enough, but like he came to a lot of my custom lobby tournaments where we would host just, I guess, scrims, but for like casual people, not really pros. But he would come in with his friends in 3-stack, and he'd mollywop the lobby. But
of course,
he was okay with me doing things that pushed the envelope to make him like have a little bit of like a challenge, like, okay, you can't use this character anymore, you're banned from using them, okay, you're only allowed to use this gun now. And then like he was a part of the content, and he was just a regular person, a regular viewer at that time, and like it just happened so fast. He went from that, and the last time I heard from him was he asked about some advice on how to get content and streams efficiently going, and then the next time I check in on him, he's pro and he's competing here. Like, and I DM'd him recently, told him good luck, and I gotta meet up with him later and get some lunch. But like his story, if anybody gets a chance to like see him, talk with him, like I think it's one of the more inspiring ones, where it's never too late to make it.
He seemed like a really honest kid too. I mean, 19 years old, from Ontario, Canada. Politeness is something that goes along with the Canadian mentality. We know it there. Shout out my boy Dia, Archbishop, working on our storylines. I think looking at him though, as a young kid, Tony, it's tough. You've worked with a lot of people. You're a coach, actually. People coming into Tony's background as a martial artist coach. You've worked with people who are young, and mentality is probably one of the biggest things that you see differentiate certain young people from others.
Yeah, and it's really a lot of it has to do is like for me, I'm the type of creator I like to be is bringing that energy that I used to have when I was a coach, and let people know that like, don't let anybody tell you can't. Don't let anybody like count you out. And if they do count you out, use that and fuel it to prove them wrong, because positive influence is gonna take you so far into this, and even like somebody like Future, who does hold himself, I think, really well professionally. And he has a really, not just a good story, but like he is a very down-to-earth guy.
So you're rooting for Dinos, to say the least.
Oh yeah, I said that before he went there. I DM'd him too. Like, this is not, it's real. I'm not a bandwagoner. It's real. Day one, Future, he won a tournament in my community. Gave him a free Revenant heirloom, by the way, because he won it. But,
there it is, man.
But yeah, no, Future is the real. He's the truth.
Future is the truth. Tony, a lot of us too, I'd be remiss not to ask, you do so much great work. We actually met up working with a content creator in San Diego. You do so much work working with content creators as well. it's appropriate. All of these professional players have abilities to make tons of incredible moments with content, but a lot of them don't. And that's something we're working on in our scene constantly. A lot of them do, but a lot of them don't. What's your advice to a pro or, the chat watching, something you think that pros can hop in and do that would be entertaining for us to watch?
What's funny is you can never give too much of the same information. I know it sounds crazy, but think of it like this. I used to teach boxing to kids. There are so many ways to teach the jab. There are so many ways to teach people how to set up combinations. And in Apex Legends, there's so many ways to approach the game, from ring drop to POI selection to the guns to the team compositions, that there's just so many ways that you can kind of express the skill in the game, that if the pros, a team, or you guys have something to share, just put it out there, man. But I think the most important part is just making sure it's easy to digest for the viewer.
Yeah.
I think that's where a lot of people kind of get scared, or they fumble on. They kind of just word vomit everything.
What's a big mistake you think a lot of people make when they start making content?
Too much words.
Too many words?
Too
just simplify.
Too sciencey. Just simplify it. Simple terms. Imagine you're talking to somebody who's never played the game and you want them to succeed.
Yeah.
And I think if you communicate it and using vocabulary that somebody is new to the game, never played before, you have to use that lingo. I promise you that's going to have way more reach than using the higher skill stuff.
Yeah.
That stuff's not important.
Yeah.
But there's a time and place for it, right?
Yeah.
You gotta learn to hit the bag before you spar. You know what I mean? You gotta get those reps in.
Yeah, people, sometimes it sounds like code, man. I mean, I jump into another game and it's like, oh yeah, I 1P'd on launch Gurch and took 3 with 5 left. And I'm like, is that something? No, man, I just walked to that building over there.
Yeah.
It's like, man, this is a 15 years old game. I need an introduction, man. But it's funny to see how there is some of those little things seem obvious, not so obvious when you get into this big landscape. Tony, before we let you go, I kind of want to just give you an opportunity to wax poetic on being here in France. Being here in this moment. It was a bit of a journey. You haven't been out of the country too many times, I know.
Yeah.
So this is kind of new for you as well, leaving the family. But how has it been? What are you looking forward to, not only at EWC, but just spending a few days in Paris with us?
I'm looking forward to bringing Apex Legends to more people with my content. That's my next plan. There's a video that I did where usually, when you watch a tier list video, for example, the creator's making the tier list. I started going out to my local game shops in the mall and having people who have played Apex Legends make the tier list. It's so now my comment section can't get mad at me anymore. It's so-and-so on the street who's played the game.
Smart.
They think Sears S tier, or he kind of is right now, but but you know what I mean? I want people to feel like they have a place of belonging in the game regardless of skill level, so I bring it to them, make it easy to get involved even if they don't really play the game.
I got a question. If somebody's in the stands or in the crowd and they're saying they see you, and they want to be a part of that content, can they come up?
Absolutely. Stop me, come by, wave me down. If they see me with a camera and it's recording, what are you doing? Can I be in it? It's most likely going to be
All right, I love it, man. Tony Romero, thank you so much for joining us, man. It's a pleasure as always. Go follow this guy, Tony Romero, on socials. We have more Apex Legends coming up. We're close to getting ready for our second series of the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We book Esports World Cup.
I'm a pro player.
I am a pro player.
And the Esports World Cup brought together 100 esports pros to answer esports' biggest question, starting with:
who's the best gamer ever and why?
That's a good question. I think everyone agrees the best gamer would be Faker from League of Legends.
Ooh, and I would say Faker.
Faker.
Faker. I don't know much about League, but everybody I know just says he's the GOAT and League's the biggest game. Faker.
The best gamer ever has to be the guy from League of Legends. I forgot his name.
Faker, yeah, that guy. That guy's good.
I'd say the best gamer ever is Faker. He plays arguably one of the hardest games and has dominated for longer than anyone has dominated in any other games. So
I'll give it to Shroud. I think Shroud's done the most for the industry. Very big streamer. He competed. He did a lot for gaming itself, and he grew the space a lot.
اتوقع يعني نشوفه قدوه في احنا كسعوديين مساعد الدوسي.
How did you get your gamer tag?
I got my gamer tag from my father, a close friend of mine. One of my brother's friends.
My brother.
kind of stealing it from my cousin.
I think I just stole it from someone, to be honest.
Yo, that gamer tag is cool. I'm gonna copy it.
My friend and I played Minecraft. He named himself Zero, but eventually he didn't want that name anymore, so I kind of took it.
From a show called Sword Art Online, there was a character named Zekin, and I thought the name was cool, so I stole the name.
I watch a lot of anime, and I was trolling, I was around, and then people started calling me Soka, so I ran with it.
Well, it's after the Roman god of the forge and fire.
From the Greek gods Hades.
当初最开始打游戏，我经常获胜，经常 win， 经常赢，然后到后来我非常的膨胀，非常的嚣张，然后就取名叫想输。
It's my last name. Very boring. A lot of people hate it when people use their names for gamer tags, so yeah, I'm one of them.
My gamer tag is just my name, to be honest.
Just my name. My last name is Håkansson. Hackis is like the short version of that.
Nickname của mình là Levi, thì đây là một nhân vật mà mình rất là ưa thích trong bộ phim anime Attack on Titan. Có một nhân vật Levi rất là cool ngầu trong đó.
I was in 8th grade. I named myself on PlayStation Dongosaurus Rex, and I shortened it to the gamer tag I have now.
Psycho is like a Call of Duty clan that I actually made as a kid. It was with me and my friends, and then I kicked them all out, and then I just kept the name Psycho.
What is the most expensive item, skin, or cosmetic that you own?
I really have not been spending a lot of money on skins and stuff. Like, I used to be default Andy. But right now, I would say there's probably the Universal Heirlooms in Apex.
I think Fuaz, a Bugatti.
Bugatti. The most expensive skin that I have was probably the Naruto skin.
I own the Uzi Kaisa skin, which is 500 USD.
In Valorant, the skins aren't very expensive, so the most expensive one I own is only $20 or so.
I think all the G2 skins on Rainbow Six, because they're just awesome.
أغلى شيء أملكه في اللعبة اللي هو الجولد رش الألفا بوست.
O item mais caro que eu tenho é o Alpha Boost, que é item do Rocket League, que é bem caro.
The most expensive cosmetic, I think, I'd say probably the Porsche bundle.
The most expensive cosmetic I own is a 2018 Winston skin from BlizzCon.
Most expensive in-game item I own is not really much. I don't really like spending money in-game. To be honest, I'm quite a default skin of everything.
What's the weirdest DM you've ever gotten as a pro?
I was fishing and someone just took my photo and sent me back like while I'm fishing.
The ones that asked for my exact tattoo template to get the same one. I mean, at the same time, it's a compliment. I've received multiple different DMs that I should not talk about here.
Nossa, eu acho que uma DM mais esquisita, não deveria nem falar, né? Pô, já recebi DM de menina aí muito doidinha.
有粉丝向我表白。
Thirsty fans, you know, they type weird things.
Some people ask me for my feet. It was some old lady asking me to be her sugar baby. I didn't respond, luckily. I should have. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. Times were rough back then.
They're claiming that they're my family or relatives, even though I didn't know them after we won EWC last year.
What is the most toxic thing that you've ever seen happen in a match?
I think that the most toxic thing I saw in game is just people saying like some and some
The most toxic thing that I've seen, well, I felt it because I'm the one who did it. I headbutted the steering wheel because I was very, very angry / sad. And obviously that has gone wrong because I was starting to bleed.
Players fighting with each other mid-game, something like that.
The most toxic thing I've ever seen happen is actually very recently. The Team Falcons, their IGL crashed out on their player, Waldzy. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty.
Eu acho que o mais tóxico que eu já vi numa partida foi quando eu mostrei o dedo do meio para Vitality no Major de Londres.
The most toxic match that I probably seen was when this team won against their enemy and they stood up and did some signs and trash talking them.
Like not giving the fist bump after the match and also trash talk.
Most toxic thing I've ever seen, being intentionally taken out 2 years ago. I'll leave it there.
Which pro would you want to 1v1?
I guess I would 1v1 Faker on League.
Faker in League of Legends just to see how good he is.
I would face Caps in League just because I think he is probably one of the best players ever.
You need to get the easiest one, the supports one, because I don't want to play against mid laners. They're too good.
Simple in CSGO.
Bronzy. Slam him like the good old days.
I'd go with FNS from Valorant, and I think it would just be an easy 1v1 for me. I don't know, he's not that good.
Definitely Crim6, because dude, you're insane.
Justin from Rocket League, and I think that's the only game I would maybe like have a chance of beating a pro.
我想跟 Faker 打撸啊撸，因为这样子可以让他多挣100万。
بختار العب ضد اخوي وكلنا ربحانين. ان فزت ان خسرت بيعطيني النص.
Maybe my teammate Tree, because he's beat me so many times.
Probably Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus Carlsen in chess, because he's the GOAT, man. You can't beat that dude. So if I did it, it'd be the greatest thing ever achieved.
What is the greatest non-esports casual video game ever made?
Zelda Ocarina of Time. God of War. I love that game.
Battlefield Bad Company 2.
Heroes.
I love Rust.
World of Warcraft.
Minecraft. Elden Ring.
Destiny 2.
It's Mario Kart.
Mario Kart.
Clash Royale to Clash Royale.
Terraria.
Forza Racing.
Pokemon. Diablo. Need for Speed. GTA Online.
Assassin's Creed.
Maple Story. Little Nightmares. Monopoly.
Expedition 33.
The Google game when you wait and that you don't have any connection.
So many great answers from all the players at EWC 26 pairs. You know what? Let's actually go with this. Who is the GOAT? And this is going to be an easy one for you guys. Who's the GOAT for Apex Legends?
I mean, it's everyone. There's no way we don't all just say Hal here, right?
Me. No.
You have to say it, Grace. You have to say it.
No, of course. Anybody who doesn't say him, he's literally the completed player in the world. Like once he went roller, nobody has been able to dethrone him for years.
Who's second?
Okay, that's a hard one. That's a good one. That's a hard one. I'd have to think about that. Send it to
Snipe.
I mean, probably Hawkus at this point. I think Hawkus might have overtaken Zero after these last, the last couple years and just performance-wise.
Yeah, I was going to say Hawkus or Effect.
Okay. It's hard. Like for me, it's hard because outside of Hal, that just fits every criteria. I think Hawkus is probably, yes, the second best IGL in the world. But Effect is probably the best fragger in the world, in my opinion. So it's hard to just pinpoint number 2 as easy it is to pinpoint number 1. But Hawkus is a great shout out.
Okay, well, hey, let us know if you guys agree on social media. Use that hashtag EWC. I really want to see what you guys are saying. I mean, I saw the Twitch chat yesterday when you guys were rating some of those paintings there from Claire at work, from Lace. So let us know if you guys agree with those first two. Hal first. Hawkus, Effect, Hawkus. There you go. Let us know if you agree with those, because we are going to be getting ready for Group A versus Group C. And for this ones, I mean, one team that's definitely going to be pointing out to us is the one that performed so well yesterday, and it's Elite, Grace. That team, wow.
I mean, I've said enough about them already yesterday, but I'm so proud of them, the way that how far as they have come, as kind of henchmen and light as well. But I feel like it's always so hard to outshine people. There can only be so many personalities on one team. And when you have people talk about the lights IGL, and when you talk about when he was so young and he still performed, I would like to give big shout outs to a henchman. Been on several teams, always performed, maybe not the loudest player on the team, very consistent, really good at shooting his gun.
And I mean, you remember that play, they're going through like one of the gates and Watson fence. I stayed up all night thinking about this exact play, because I'm like, okay, 2 teams on either side, they're in a choke point. They've got Watson fences that definitely aren't theirs, yet they both cohesively swing right, take down that team, swing left, in amongst these Watson fences and win the game. Like I stay up at night thinking about that.
I mean, it was the zone towards Jurassic, right through those gates, seeing all those Watson fans. We saw a Kraber no-scope headshot, and then the fact, like you said, holding hands, making sure to clear every side, and then that just shows how much on the same page they are. And it definitely results on the leaderboard the way they were dominating.
I mean, for you, Snipe, GK, they were able to get a win yesterday. Do we think that that's going to happen here today again?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this team is going to end up winning everything, but this is a roster that I love just following along, because they've had so much success. And I think one player that doesn't get enough credit for his success and tenure along the Apex series has been dropped. He's been in every single grand finals at every tournament besides one now. He would be on that list with all these other players. Incredible resume. And now he's got Noct and Keon as his backup. And I think one thing about this roster that's interesting is they're one of the best in terms of getting placement points, but they had the worst damage differential and the worst damage dealt of any of the North American teams that are here at this event today. But honestly, it really comes down to placement. It really comes down to being consistent. And I think that this roster has what it takes to do that. In Pro League, they got anywhere from 3rd to 10th. They didn't really win anything, but consistency is really what it takes to get to the grand finals. And that's what matters the most, because at that point, all these teams are amazing and anyone can win it once you get there.
I mean, the thing is, we like to put titles on players every now and then. I've called Drop the Uncrowned King for the longest of times. He was able to almost close out one specific LAN I'm thinking of, but he's always been lurking in the final lobbies. I think you said he hasn't called for one LAN specifically. Just one LAN, but he's consistently there. And it really brings a tear to my eye because he's as veteran as they come nowadays. And the fact that he's also keeping the same playstyle of zone-heavy, placement-heavy gameplay goes to show it's still working to this day to play the same game plan we've been doing for so many years. And yes, you can reinvent the wheel, but at the end of the day, consistency still works.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, that's true. And one team that, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, is going to be RQ, because my goodness, we saw the emotion out of that team yesterday. They didn't get the win, but they were just so happy to be in first place, Lace.
Yeah, I mean, I want to take you back to that story because a lot of you would have seen that clip of, Strafing celebrating, be like, wait a second, they didn't win. Their faces not up on that board. But the reason is because they made such an immense comeback in KP. And I think, that's to do with bringing back Easy Flash into the team. Like, these two are the dynamic duo. I've spoken about it before. Brothers fight, make up, break up. But having them come back in together, you can see exactly the chemistry. Like, they don't need ironing out. Maybe, personally need a little bit of ironing out, but they don't need that sort of, change in their gameplay. But I also, want to touch on Pricey too. An absolutely mechanically exceptional player also. Like, he is just the most stable out of all of these guys. Obviously, Strafing, is leading the team there. You kind of let Easy Flash kind of out on the leash and he lets him go do his thing. But Pricey's there always holding down this team. And I do expect, a really big sort of turnaround for this. I am going to say maybe their placement could be a little bit better. They don't seem to sort of get up to those levels, but they make that up in kills.
I mean, Pricey, great example again, as I said about Henchman. I think he might be their rock. We know the dynamic duo, a lot of teams has that, but Pricey being that glue to the team that just keeps them stuck together is a great example of another player that really has so much talent, but might not be showcased as much. Yeah.
Now, going away from those teams, right? Is there any team that we're looking today to kind of surprise us in a good way, Snipe?
Yeah, honestly, I think Sentinels is another roster. They're the champs winners. And I think coming back to this, you have Blinkster as the IGL. And I think one of the biggest things for me with this team is that they are very reliant on a Newcastle pick. I think in Pro League, that was over half of their picks included a Newcastle on the roster. And we saw how amazing Fun was on that character at the event that they won. And I think for me, it's really interesting because Monsoon used to IGL a lot. And it's taken the pressure off of him because they output tons of damage. You've always seen Monsoon with the snipers and the damage dealt and the way that they were able to come in and win the last event. I'm hoping that they're carrying that momentum over because they played consistent throughout all of Pro League. I believe they were the 7th seed overall in North America. And finally seeing Monsoon flourish on a team where he can be the Slayer and focus more on that instead of IGLing, while Blinkster, one of the newer players in the league, has come in and shown how dominant of an IGL that he can be. If they can have the consistency that they had at Champs, which is what we're hoping to see, they've already done pretty well, then he might start to be in the contention of one of the better IGLs going forward.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, outside of being, I don't know if I'm thrilled or if I'm nervous for Alliance to perform for sure, but I will still have to stick to my guns. Elite is one of the teams I'm really rooting for because I really want to see more, biased as I am, more potential out of EMEA coming up. And we've seen it on this LAN so far. And I'm really happy to see that all regions across the board have showcased their strengths. And at LAN is really where it matters. It's so fun to see this mesh of different game styles really clash against each other.
Talking about bias, SAUL is not going to be in this group. Lace, who are we going to be biased towards in this next one?
She had to think about it now.
I wonder who. I don't want to be known for that person that, you just pick your same region, but we literally produce champions, okay? Australia produces champions. Y'all all steal them from us, put them on other teams, and then you're like, what else do you want?
Okay, all right. So let's see if that's going to continue to happen. We're kind of getting halfway through the point. Let's send it over to stage.
as the leaderboard starts to take shape. The temperature just got a little bit warmer, the tension just got a bit higher, and of course the mood just got a bit spicier.
Et ouais, en effet, le classement commence à se décider petit à petit, la pression monte. Il va falloir faire preuve de sang-froid pour continuer à accumuler un maximum de points.
Each map now gradually gets more vital to the team's survival. So, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your teams as they fight to stay alive.
Leur premier objectif à tous, c'est de réussir à se qualifier en finale en étant parmi les 14 premiers. Mais le deuxième objectif est encore plus important. Ne pas être parmi les 6 derniers, ne pas être éliminé des groupes stage. Mesdames et messieurs, je vais vous demander de faire un maximum de bruit pour accueillir les 60 nouveaux joueurs sur scène, nos 20 équipes. Et on va commencer avec Team Nemesis.
PXX.
Elite Esports.
Relove Deep Cross Gaming.
Kino Trap Club.
TIE.
GK Esports.
Zeddy Esports.
Team RRQ.
Trinity.
Ninja in Pyjama, E-Star.
Gaming Gladiators.
Lions.
AGAL.
VK Gaming.
Zeta Division.
Forfern Esports.
Reject.
JD Gaming.
And finally, Sentinels. Pressure doesn't just expose weakness, it reveals character. And so, ladies and gentlemen, when the odds are stacked against you, that is when you take the opportunity to silence the naysayers. And also, you know, have fun.
Et ouais, s'amuser, c'est peut-être la clé, mesdames et messieurs. Souvent, les équipes qui s'amusent le plus sont celles qui l'emportent à la fin. Quoi qu'il en soit, nous sommes partis pour la deuxième partie de ce jour 2 des ALCS Playoffs, ici même, à l'EWC Paris. Faites du bruit!
Trinity Cross Gaming, JD Gaming,
Zeta Division,
Elite Esport,
Team RRQ,
Kinotrope Club,
defending champions, VK
Gaming. One thing to become champion, and it's another to stay champion.
Well, it's time to get back into the action, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us through the break, and we are ready to see Groups A and C take to our stage. Dan, we really are starting to feel the pressure ramp up a little bit now. Points are at a premium.
Yeah, we've seen the pace set essentially by the two other groups now as they start to put their points total on the board, and now it's a chance to try and keep up with those leaders, try and keep up with the likes of Liquid, who had such an incredible performance in those previous groups.
They certainly did indeed. Now, a couple of teams that we have to focus on as well, maybe for not the best of reasons, are the likes of Alliance and Ninjas in Pajamas. Now, not a good day yesterday by any stretch of the imagination. However you tried to paint it, it was not a good day for two powerhouses we expected to be at the top of the leaderboards.
We did, and I think they would have expected to be at the top of the leaderboards as well, but it was just one day. They have several days to be able to get through to the next stage and not be eliminated from the competition. That being said, if they do falter here, it suddenly gets very concerning going into the next.
Yeah, it's a very difficult night's sleep if things don't go well. Well, this is the POI draft. We are starting off on World's Edge once again for the start of the group play here in A versus C. Taking a look at things, no surprise to see Zeta Division with the first pick here on World's Edge. They are, no surprise, taking Skyhook West.
And remember what happened yesterday with Zeta Division when they got to be on a map where they had picked that #1 POI. They got back-to-back wins to put them right back up into 6th position from 20th, may I add. So I'm expecting big things here from Skyhook West. That being said, earlier, our Skyhook West team Wolves did not perform very well from that POI whatsoever.
One team that we need to focus on as well as performing extremely well was some of the Davids in comparisons to the Goliaths that we've been talking about. The likes of Zeddy, the likes of Elite Esports, who of course won their group yesterday with the most points on the board. Those kind of teams, they just want to continue doing what they did yesterday, keep racking up those points, keep that level of consistency as we head through this tournament.
Elite Esports in particular, 30% of their points throughout the split one was from World's Edge. They have been able to find a good amount and a good total. That's one of the higher amounts that we saw from that region as well. So we'll have to see whether that does carry through to World's Edge. Other teams that have really been able to perform well on World's Edge in particular, JD Gaming, actually 43% of their points throughout Split 1 was on this map. So I'm expecting them to be performing well here too.
Well, we have to, of course, just keep our eyes on JDG for a number of reasons, because of the fact that, you know, we're looking at their potential, but they were quiet yesterday. They were a team who really kind of took the headlines when it came to the Americas. A lot of focus on Naughty on his IGLing journey. The new addition, of course, of floating a breakthrough superstar in the Americas. But yesterday, it just seemed like something was missing in those big moments.
Yeah, and I think they can look at the groups, they look at the rotations they had. They were certainly influenced by other teams kind of getting in their way. Maybe they were a little bit too slow. Maybe they weren't used to what the pace was going to be on said rotations, because there was a lot of zone-heavy teams that were beating them to the punch. So today, maybe they'll have to be a little bit quicker with their approach, or decide to play with a slightly different style, depending on what legends have been back.
Excited to watch these boys play. Elite Esports, I did mention them, and some really, really strong moments from them. We saw some crazy Kraber shots being hit. We saw them some really big clutch moments from them, as we did see from Gaming Gladiators as well. These gentlemen were at the top of the leaderboards as well, extremely strong in their performance. And I think EMEA in general, as we've seen in previous tournaments, I will say, looking good in the group stages.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators were 12th in the POI draft, so they've gone for Galleria. They've been able to move over, so World's Edge is not necessarily going to be their priority. That being said, GG are a team that it doesn't really matter what POI they play from, they always find good routing to that final zone, and they're happy to take those fights and those engagements if they're presented as well.
Of course, we have world champions in this lobby. We have Sentinels, we have VK Gaming as well, the defending champions. It really is just an array of teams who really can perform at the highest level. A big shout as well to Zeddy Esports. We did mention them. Jelly top fragging in the group yesterday that they were involved in, so excited to see if he can continue that kind of pace.
There's going to be a lot of eyes on Alliance. You'd mentioned it earlier, NIP and Alliance, two of the teams that have been underperforming, so we'll have to see whether we can see them step up here in this series.
Well, it's time to get underway here, everybody. A and C in the lobby, ready to go, ready to drop here on World's Edge. Game number 1 is live. The teams and the players are dropping from that dropship.
And we've already seen from a previous series, some of these early fights can really influence your confidence going into the rest of the series. A bad dud game 1, and suddenly you start to panic a little bit as you go into the rest. A big game 1 can make a massive difference in your confidence.
Certainly can indeed, and we'll see the zone pretty soon as well. Just looking through the compositions, a lot of Seer I'm seeing in this game 1, as well as some Caustic. Of course, no surprise to see a lot of Crypto, as we always expect in game number 1. I'm going to start off by looking at the team who really did lead the way yesterday. Elite Esports, Light was fantastic, Kinda and Henchman backing him up in those big moments. They're dropping over at Thermal Station, and with where this zone is going down to the south, they're going to have pretty good prio to this zone.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with it. They've also got a ring console at Thermal, so they're going to be able to move quite fast, but it's Gaming Gladiators who are going to be the biggest winners of this initial zone pool. And they do have a ring console, so they are going to know where it's going to be heading at the same time. Sentinels also, a team who loves to play zone. They can move very quickly from Dome. You can already see they've dropped an evac tower to kind of scout around and move fast, but expect Nemesis, NIP also to be joining them pretty far south as well.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a little bit of a race going on for that most southern building, actually, at launch site. You're looking at Gaming Gladiators and Sentinels kind of both just jockeying on the map overhead at the moment to see if they could beat each other to the punch. Of course, you know, GG having a little bit more room in the POI and space to loot, so they've got to take a little bit longer to get their belongings together, and that might have given the opportunity for Sentinels to move, but it looks like Sentinels instead have opted for that small kind of shell outside of the POI, and GG, as you can see on your screens right now, have commanded that most southern building.
This is a difficult game to play, though, for Gaming Gladiators, because as you can see, they're all going to be on white armors. They are all going to be fairly poorly looted at this point, and they have to sit here for the remainder of the game, and unless anyone comes to them, they need to be trying to apply pressure with the weapons they've been able to gather in the early stages from distance to build up those evos, because they're not going to be able to hit any harvesters.
Well, the one good thing for them is they can, using Alter, just scarper away a couple of those attachments from death boxes, switch out a few weapons should they need to once the teams start falling around them. Having that high ground, of course, on that building, the reason that teams are racing there, just great LOS. The amount of damage you can do without really revealing yourself, so important. As we see Nemesis on our screens right now, who certainly were quiet yesterday.
They were. They had their ups and downs. I think that I have a lot of expectations on Nemesis. I always will, just whether it's a nostalgic feeling for Albrelelli or just how impressive a player Skittlecakes is alongside the new boy of Sacred. Nemesis have the recipe to be a good team, but we haven't necessarily seen it all kind of blend together. But they've done enough to get this far. If they start to get cooking, can they be a team to really put a statement on this series?
Speaking of cooking, you're going to see Fuse in game 1 here for Nemesis, so certainly something that's been cooking up in the background for them. A couple of knuckle clusters going in towards RC, who you can see here just sat in the pouch, thinking about maybe taking a little bit of a different route, seeing that Nemesis have managed to control that space above them. Looking at other teams around at the moment, quite a lot of teams actually moving through Monument and Fragment at the moment. You've got AG Global, VK Gaming, Zeddy Esports also approaching, but a fight down a tree at the moment is one that we're taking a look at here.
Already one knock as well. And it's whether you actually want to push up and take advantage of said knock, but at the same time, they're a little bit concerned about any other third parties in the area, so it looks like they're just going to hunker down for now. There are several teams around Tree, it would seem. But it looks like Kinatrope have been able to at least get one player away after that initial knock as well, because PXX were looking over it.
You can hear the whirring of the drones above the crypto players. Elite Esports were probably just thinking about third-partying this initially. See Light just playing a little bit further away from the rest of his team on the altar. Drone has been destroyed, though, by the sounds of it. So they're not going to be able to scout the skies quite as they were a few moments ago, but some of the shots that this young man was hitting yesterday, Dan, very, very impressive highlight reel plays.
And I think Elite are going to be playing with a lot of confidence, and we saw it in Split 1. We knew they were capable of it. The always question, does it translate into LAN as well? Because how many times have we seen EMEA teams dominate throughout their region, then get to LAN and just fall off a little bit, especially in the early days? It looks like they are in a position right now where they can actually capitalize on the damage that's already been done by other teams. And Kinatrope, it's just a matter of survival. Breach charges coming left, right, and center, and finally, you get the final one.
Yeah, the splash damage hurt. Kinatrope Club will be eliminated first in the lobby here. They won't survive the tribulations of Tree. And I want to go back to your point that you were making about EMEA teams. It's not unfamiliar for EMEA to start on the world stage well, but they just fall away, it feels, when the pressure starts to ramp up a little bit towards the latter stages of the tournament. My eyes is on that. If these EMEA teams continue to play well, will they be able to keep that level of performance a little bit later in the tournament?
Well, a team that did play well yesterday are RRQ, and they did fall away in their last couple of games, but they had set such a lead over the rest of the lobby. They were able to still finish in second place, and with Easy Flash being the top fragger from that lobby, I'm sure that he is going to be feeling full of himself as well coming into this one. But right now, it's a comfortable position they hold over towards the dome side. The question is, where do you actually try and locate yourself? Do you just take as much area as possible here, or can you find somewhere a little bit more solidified to call home?
They're just playing to stop the wrap from stacks and then walk their way in towards this zone. If it does pull out towards the lava, they'll be in a really, really good spot. This is interesting to look at, though, over at Harvester. This is completely isolated from the rest of the lobby, and it's Zeta Division, the team who went back-to-back, jumped from 20th to 6th in just 2 games yesterday. Well, they've got GK Esports in front of them, and some nice shots coming out from Mike there will allow his teammate to hit that beacon. The survey beacon will give them the information of where the teams around them will be.
Entirely isolated fight, both teams having a similar path because they're just walking through to hit Evo Harvesters on their way down, and as you said, survey beacons, ring consoles, whatever they can find to get a little bit more on their Evo charge. Ring pull will give us a little bit more information, not too much information than we already knew. It's going to continue to head down south. I guess the only thing is it is going to be slightly more towards launch site as we would expect, so those who are on that eastern side of Dome are going to have that journey through. And for a team like RRQ, for example, you're going to have to get through 2 squads before you can even get into zone.
Yeah, Sentinels, I kind of like the position they took, actually. That kind of eggshell, broken eggshell that is kind of outside of Dome down to that southern side. It's isolated, yeah, as far as the rest of the lobby is concerned. You can play that for quite some time without really revealing yourself to the rest of the lobby. Launch site's going to get busy because there's multiple rooms that can be played, multiple levels of elevation that can be played. But Sentinels separating themselves from the lobby here and will be safe for quite some time. So if they can hold that eastern side with RRQ, with Relove there, they're going to be in a really good spot here.
Well, GK and Zeta looks like they are actually very much getting involved in an engagement now. And they've already got 1 knock.
Satuki finds the kill onto Dropped, and now he wants more. Flying forward, trying to stop the drag potentially from an altar play. It's going to be Zeta who get the first kill. Just looking elsewhere, you can see the GK have actually hit the Void Nexus to get out of there, so they're going to have to find a way to get their teammate back into the game here. There is a crafter over at Tree, which they're heading towards at the moment, but as a duo, always a little bit risky to take those extra few seconds on your rotate to get your teammate back in.
We saw how busy Tree was earlier, so even if you are able to get back up, you know full well there's going to be a lot on that western side as we do check in with Alliance after their disappointing performance yesterday. But if we know anything about Alliance, they can always bounce back. And I think that's what kind of the differing points we were making, Mark. You were talking about how some teams from EMEA, they can perform very well and then fall off later, but then we also get the slower starts from some of the bigger teams at times, and Alliance have fallen victim to that here. But again, they always seem to find a way, and you almost feel that expectation that they will. There's no doubt in my mind Alliance are going to get to that last final lobby, which is kind of crazy.
Long way to go until they get there, though, and if they perform like they did yesterday, the road is going to be extremely long. Keon gets absolutely torn apart. That's a second kill for Satuki for Zeta Division, who seem to be loving these engagements at the moment. They are getting the better of GK, and they knew that they were going to have to head to tree to res. Therefore, just mirrored their rotation, looking for those extra kills, and they found one of them.
Have Zeta bitten off more they can chew, though, because actually Trinity are now going to be here. Zeta came looking for GK. GK kind of used the dropship as a little bit of a diversion, and it has brought in the attention of Trinity, who it's going to be a straight 3v3 between the two teams.
GK, two of them managed to get away at, even after the knock came in and they got that res. And for Alliance, it's not looking good again. A little bit of a scratch of the chin coming in from Hackis. As Unlucky has to go back through the Void Nexus. Zeddy Esports, and the man with the most aura in the ALGS picks up the kills. Duke looking good.
Seems to have happened a few too many times so far for Alliance, where one player has to retreat and start to res, as Alliance fans not looking too happy about their performance right now, but they are still alive. That's what matters, and we'll see if they can get back to a full 3 a little bit later on.
Well, Trinity versus Zeta continues here. Igarashi taking a little bit of damage, having to jump through a little portal to get back to Rohai's teammates there and find a little bit of at least cover and safety in the hands of his teammates. Scans now coming in. Bowls will be useless for a few seconds on the caustic, and using that opportunity to push, knowing those abilities will not be able to be used. It's Yuka who gets the first knock.
You have to take advantage of it. If you get that hit, if you're on that seer, you have to call that to the rest of the team. They're going to see the scan. It negates that legend so easily and comfortably, and now it's just a matter of playing cleanup crew.
Rohai down as well. Trinity with just one player alive. Managed to scarper away, but the way the Zeta Division are fighting right now, they are looking ready for any challenge that approaches them. However, they do have a long way to go still towards the zone. A lot of busyness happening on that eastern side of where the zone is going to be pulling. As we head back over to Elite Esports, they are safe inside of the next zone, as Trinity will be eliminated next. It's going to be Henchman who finishes them off.
Is it going to be a similar story for Zeta Division, though? Are they going to try and approach that western side of launch site? We spoke about it in the previous series. It's such a difficult task to try and take here, to try and go up on top. Elsewhere, you've got the likes of Gaming Gladiators still holding their position as they had from the start. They've been joined by JD Gaming by the looks of things. As Alliance also a backup to at least a 2 from what I can see. Make it 3. Hackis also on his feet. So that's job 1 is done. Now job 2 is being able to stabilize a little bit.
Long way to go for them as well, with just 20 seconds to go. At least Unlucky has done what he needed to do by getting his team back in. JD Gaming, the worrying start continues here as they fall out of the lobby a little bit early as well. GG picked them up as RRQ will follow as well. A lot of teams starting to fall on this rotate.
Huge fight being won from Gaming Gladiators off screen, because we mentioned it. Gaming Gladiators, they took that position right from the start and they weren't built up, but they do win their first engagement they were tested with.
Well, Euryce is on 1 HP. And now he's on 0. Arufa, the last player alive in that fight, will now go over to launch site once again, because Zeta Division versus Elite is taking place. And Zeta Division are on their backs. Elite living up to their name at the moment when it comes to team fights. They are winning everything.
Zone closing now, though, so all these teams are going to be forced in. The likes of Alliance, AG Global, all going to be up there as Zeddy get eliminated. PXX go down as well. Teams dropping because that zone puts them in uncomfortable positions.
And the zone is pulling hard to launch site as well. There's only one team actually inside of where the next zone will be. That's going to be GG. Up on that high ground of the race against Sentinels. Winning that race has paid off for them. AG Global a long way away from where the next zone is going to be. They have to work their way all the way uphill here towards launch site, and they're getting hit by the caustic already.
Alliance have lost 1 on their way in. Make it 2. Make it all 3. Alliance go down as AG, they're going to check in elsewhere. GK Esports trying to approach, but they are being absolutely held out by AG at the moment, and unfortunately they're going to get pushed into the likes of TIE and For Fun.
There's so many teams down on this southern side. AG we can see on our screens. We got VK Gaming looking at this, GK For Fun, TIE, all of these teams essentially being held out by Nemesis, who have that high ground in that position. We checked in with them a little bit earlier on in this game. Yanya taking some damage, has to back down, and even though the Hemlock is dressed in gold at the moment, he has to get some shields back and make himself good looking too.
The two major winners of this zone pool, Gaming Gladiators and Elite Esports, they're going to have the most real estate to work with, as now AG starting to push up a little bit. They see weakness, they're like sharks in the water and smell the blood, as VK Gaming will get taken down in 11th.
A little bit of help coming in from Relove as well, as VK will fall. 34 seconds until that zone closes, and everybody has to find somewhere to call themselves safe. There's an L-Star on the pickup here for Sacred, and if you want it in anyone's hands, if you're a Nemesis fan, it's going to be his.
Nemesis in a pretty good position as well, because they'll be able to capitalize on a lot of damage being done right here, right now from AG, as his GK will be finally taken down after their venture throughout the entire map to get back up. 9 squads now remain, and AG just continues to push.
AG probably thinking KP is the way forward here with this zone pulling so far away from them, and TIE, RIP, they will fall in the lobby as well as AG continue to find kills. With that, we have 8 squads remaining in this lobby, and that creates a little bit of space here for AG to move in. Not a lot of teams alive, means they can at least walk up.
Interesting decision to be made here for AG, though. If they go one way, they could potentially third-party NIP in for fun. The other, it's a straight 3v3 versus Nemesis. They're not going to know which. It's going to be a complete blind guess.
Q through here. Look at this cheeky little Q coming from Yanya, using every single inch of that Void Passage to get them into a safe position. And now for fun, Yanya's after you.
Interestingly, NIP actually went through the other way, so now they'll be taking the fight against Nemesis. We're going to get 2 straight 3v3s in theory, but neither team feels comfortable to take it. AG just taking so much damage on the approach.
Ninjas in Pajamas just falling as well, but at least there's some points on the board for them. Sentinels also eliminated. Yanya on his back. And yeah, Juarez and Nizel might be not long for this game. AG Global are gone. 5 squads now remain.
So it is still Elite and Gaming Gladiators winning out on all of this. DCG are also struggling in the moment, back against the wall, just trying to survive. As GG, they're just pressing out. They're making sure they take as much room as they can. Don't allow anyone to wrap behind them. And sadly, I think DCG are probably going to fall because of it.
For Fun Esports also gone. Zane, you can see the intensity in his face in the player cam as well. He wants to finish off DCG, and with this angle up on the high ground and with this Hemlock singing a tune, he might just do it now.
Have to be careful, there are other parties, there are other teams who can kind of get eyes on, one of them being Nemesis. But the 3 major teams I pointed out earlier in their really positive positions, they're all going to survive as DCG will be wiped. And that leaves us to Nemesis, Gaming Gladiators, and Elite Esports. Teams that are currently really looking across of where this zone's going to be going and where they can play from this point. GG, they took this position right in the start of the game. Elite have been working on this western side for quite some time. Nemesis certainly in the most difficult spot right now.
We want to talk about our aggro game. There's still 10 seconds left on zone 5. We're not even at the final zone, and there's only 3 squads alive in the lobby. Nemesis, Elite, and GG. GG have the best position. They have the high ground that they can work down from. Nemesis have to move furthest. Elite are safe. So eyes on Nemesis. How do they make their way in towards this zone?
Yeah, which way did Nemesis go, right? That's going to dictate how this game goes. They have Alter to try and manipulate the map in their favor. They could kind of go dead central and play some of these stairs, try and use any of these objects to stay alive, but you are getting absolutely ripped apart on your approach.
The long boy doing the work here. Albrelelli and Skittlecakes feeling the wrath of the longbow in the hands of Henchman. Lights trying to make sure that he collapses onto this final player to see if they can clean up these final pieces and add the KP to their collection. GG in the meantime, by the way, looking to wrap behind Elite, and there might be an opportunity here for Sacred to get Skillcakes back on his feet.
Yeah, GG trying to capitalize, but by doing so, as you say, it opens things up for Nemesis to potentially gain a little bit more room, a little bit more space, because now Light's gone down, and GG have taken so much room here.
GG have taken the game by the looks of things. Elite Esports are down, and GG move forward. It's a game 1 win for GG. The form of yesterday continues into day 2.
The zone came their way and they were flawless with their approach. They knew exactly where they wanted to play. There was one key factor that happened off screen in the mid stages of that game where they won against JDG, the first team to really try and take that position away from them, and they won the 3v3 comfortably. And not only were they rewarded with, of course, their position, but also the extra Evo, the extra loot that JDG had been able to bring them over as well. So then when they do get into that final circle, they are far more looted and booted and suited. GG looking the real deal. here at the LGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026.
And winning that race as well. Right at the start, you saw Sentinels. They were thinking about taking that southern building away that GG played for the entirety of that game. Well, GG were aware of their timings. They knew how long it would take Sentinels to challenge it and made sure that they had presence down on that southern side of World's Edge at launch site. A very impressive game front to back. That is how you play zone.
Sometimes it can be difficult, sometimes the zone doesn't go your way, sometimes it can drift off even when you think it's going to come south, but they know that POI very well, and you put it out as well. There was still 10 seconds going into zone 5, right? There was still so much space available in theory, but a very difficult zone to try and work your way in because of the choke points. That's why we only ended up with a few teams in the end. And as we look back at some of the replays, even though Nemesis, they did fall in 3rd place, they were able to capitalize on their position from teams rotating late. But in the end, they kind of got sandwiched between the two. But GG taking full advantage of Elite, focusing on Nemesis. And in the end, Nemesis actually took 2nd place, excuse me, because Elite went down that quickly.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was just kind of checking in to see who actually came 2nd in that game. And like you say, it was actually Nemesis, just Sacred playing behind those knockdown shields. We see the passion from the GG fans as well, and the passion from the GG players. There's no better feeling than getting out of the gate hot here. A game 1 win for them. They are going to be feeling all kinds of good. This is the match results that we'll see in just a few seconds. However, we are missing some numbers.
Well, I can tell them to you. Game Gladiators, they finished in 1st place, 23 points with 11 kills. We had Nemesis 2nd place, 18 points, 9 kills. Elite Esports finished in 3rd with 13 points, 6 kills in the end. Some other teams, they were able to pick up a lot of kills, though. DCG got 11 kills in that game, which is kind of crazy as well. And then as you go further down for Fun, that finished in 5th place.
One thing to keep an eye on, though, and we have to keep an eye on, is the teams who kind of highlighted as having a shaky day yesterday. Alliance, we saw get into 12th, but barely a KP to go alongside that. We also saw Ninjas in Pajamas not having the best of performances, but at least got into the top 10 for some placement points, and you can see some contemplative thoughts, shall we say, going through the mind of Cole here on Ninjas in Pajamas.
You're kind of wondering, when are we going to find that form? When are we going to get back up to where we were? Where's the former glory that we've seen throughout the entirety of the split? Ninjas in Pajamas, the #1 American team coming out of Split 1, coming into playoffs, and we have not seen that whatsoever. They have not looked even remotely close to the team we saw online. And it does start to get concerning the further we get into this series in particular, as now we have the numbers on our screen that we were mentioning earlier, just to solidify that for you guys watching here in Paris or watching from home. Some other teams that were able to pick up points or struggle. RRQ is another focus. They got 0 points. Remember, they finished 2nd yesterday in their series. JD Gaming unable to win that fight against GG. That's the crazy thing. Had JDG won that fight, we may have been talking about JDG winning this game. Some of those individual engagements that happen, a straight 3v3 fight, can really change the dynamic of the end.
Have a look at some of the highlights of the game, and as we see Ninjas in Pajamas being eliminated there, I kind of want to just talk about them a little bit more here and kind of give my thoughts on where they might be mentally, because it's very easy to be happy, go lucky, everything's fantastic when you're winning games, when you win in Pro League, when you win regional finals, you feel great. But we haven't really seen this Ninjas in Pajamas team challenged in this way so far, where they have been disappointing, where they haven't quite got the results. It's always been pretty good. I'm interested to see what Vane's saying to his team, what the coach is saying behind them as well, just to get that mentality back. A game 2 could completely change this for them. Just remember, Ninjas in Pajamas, kind of team who can drop 20 quite easily with a win if they catch fire, if they find a couple of their team fights going their way.
And of course, these 3 players, not unfamiliar to the Esports World Cup, finished 3rd last year when they were competing together as a trio as well. So it's probably an unfamiliar territory, as you were talking about. It's a team that would expect more, would expect to be right at the tippy top of the leaderboards, and you have to dig deep. But all it takes is one win to get you back on track and change that mentality.
How many times have we seen that as well? We're like, oh, this team really struggling at the moment. All of a sudden, one game, an absolute bomb that they drop in a huge amount of points, and then next game it's like, oh, they're in the top 5 again. Oh, they're in the top 5 again. It really can change the momentum of how your day is looking. And another team who's going to look to change the momentum of the day is VK Gaming. Very similar story at the moment. Struggling, defending champions, of course. Won EWC last year. Not really looking like their old selves at the moment.
And these are the overall rankings as it stands. Remember, you want to be at the tippy top. You want to be progressing into those finals. You don't want to be at the bottom. If you're in the mid-ground, then you will move into the survival stage. But Team Liquid at 118 at the moment after their 2 series. They're looking pretty nifty going into the next. But of course, there are still 5 matches in this one for other teams to try and catch up as well. Falcons being in 4th. GG, even with just the points they have had already at 80 points. There is a massive opportunity for Gaming Gladiators to push their way all the way up to the likes of Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, 5 games still remaining for them. It's today. They really could be top of the pile when we are finished, when the last bullet is fired. The other end of the stage not looking too good for a couple of the teams down there. You can keep your eyes on them, and Sentinels fans will want to see them pick up a little bit of momentum as well, of course. Always well supported, as you would expect, with some of the best personalities in the Apex Legends Global Series, and talent, of course.
And they're the Blooming World Champions.
And they're the World Champions. So they've got the Glory Hunters with them as well.
Yeah, where were they in 2024? But still loud voices for Monsoon and the rest of the squad. Fun and Blinkster, they have certainly won over the fans. And you know what? I'm all for it as well, because very lovable characters indeed. They are currently in 7th place. They didn't have the best of games. They were able to put 3 points on the board. Sadly, the position they took, with the way that the zone pulled, they just found themselves in a pretty awkward spot. And you mentioned it. If they had been a little bit quicker, maybe they could have been in said spot. What I wonder is the position they found themselves in, could they have capitalized on the fight that happened between GG and JDG? Sometimes it's very difficult to do so because you hear the gunfire by the time you've actually made your way up there. The fight's already finished.
Yeah, it's a long way to go for them from that position, but you are quite right. If they just sensed something was happening, they could have maybe made that move, but I think that fight took place before the zone hard pulled back into launch site as well, and I think that's kind of what scuppered the game plan for Sentinels. They were happy with that position that they had, the zone hard pulling away, where maybe they were expecting it to come a little bit closer to where they found themselves is, again, it's an old zone, right? This is one that we've seen a number of years ago, like we saw earlier on World's Edge with that truck finish. It seems like there is that pattern emerging of some very old zones that we haven't seen in quite a long time starting to rear their heads up here.
Well, at least one of our underperformers from yesterday was able to find points in Team Nemesis. They've certainly been able to answer back and potentially gain a little bit of momentum going into this one. So now we continue to turn our attention towards the likes of NIP, the likes of Alliance, who we'll be expecting to be a little bit higher, the likes of VK Gaming, the reigning, defending world champions, and of course, Zeta Division as well, a team that is first seed coming into this from the APAC North region, and they had first pick on this POI. Perhaps the zone will be a little bit kinder to them, and it'll be a little bit further north.
We'll have to see if that's going to be the case. We were just on camera there for a second.
I recognise those ladies as well.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. How we doing? Well, it looks like we're ready to get into game 2. I'll tell you what, the stands are starting to fill up here as we are moving through the days at EWC. We really are starting to get into the place where I think the fans are getting invested. We certainly are indeed. And as we start to move to the stage of the tournament where elimination is starting to rear its head a little bit here, I'm sure the players are starting to feel the pressure as well. Game 2 is live. GG, you have earned yourself a loot cam. But looking at the zone, we are going a little bit more north. Countdown is looking like the place we're going.
What did I say? Zeta Division, they'll be hoping it heads a little bit further north, and they've got exactly what they could have asked for. For GG, they're going to be feeling so good now. They're going to be playing a lot looser, I would imagine. You've already got the job done in getting a win on the board, and similarly to what we saw yesterday, if they just have that same kind of consistency, top 5s, expect to see them at the top of the leaderboards in the overalls alongside the likes of Team Liquid.
Now, this is an interesting one, because I'm sure every single team in this lobby watched what happened earlier on one of these countdown zones. Now, to me, it's looking like this could go lava fissure potentially up towards Trinity, maybe that little house on the hill, if we keep those old zones in the back of our mind and what we've been seeing. However, we did see that bounce back a little bit earlier, and I wonder if that's going to play on the mind of some of these IGLs from what they saw, thinking, maybe we'll play the southern side. Maybe we'll see if we do get a bounce back, because if that does happen, we might be in a pretty good spot.
I think with that in mind, personally, I would be taking bank center of countdown. I think you split the difference here. Put yourself in the best position to go either way. Sometimes that might not result in a win. You don't necessarily need wins here in the group stages. You need points, you need consistency, you need to just be up there and in that discussion. Sometimes you should take the top 5s, take the top 3s if they're presented to you. You don't always have to go for broke and bank on that victory, because if it doesn't pay off, if it doesn't pull that way, suddenly you find yourself in a 10th place with 0 kills and 1 placement, 2 placement points.
Well, nothing says quick rotation quite like an RE45 car loadout. No attachments. As As we can see on your screen right now, this is all about position. We'll wait for everybody else to fall over before we'll let Alta and her passive do the work on grabbing some extra utility from some death boxes. A lot of teams already in the vicinity of Countdown. TIE, Reject, PXX, Trinity that we just saw on our screens. For Fun Esports and GK now making their way up as well. Zeta Division leaving from Trials as well on that northern side. And a quick rotate coming in that you can see from GK. And of course, passing through onto a ring console is going to give them the information they desire.
So interestingly, we have 17 Watsons and 17 Seers, but I believe there were more Seers in match 1, so we will still get that Seer ban here in match 2. There's going to be a lot of pylons, a lot of gens that are going to be dropped down. It's going to be difficult to try and take some of these positions that have been already collected in Countdown, that's for sure.
Well, GG are taking their time. They know they've got a long, long way to go. And with Sentinels and Nemesis actually pretty close to them, as we can see Sentinels just retreating a little bit here. The journey for them are going to be very, very different in this game to what it was previously. It's about getting those Evos, finding those Harvesters, getting that information. I'm probably playing this one a little bit later on, especially with Valkyrie in the composition here, interestingly, for Sentinels. They'll be able to play this one slow, tiptoe their way in, and then look to Valcult late. JDG, floating has gone down as Elite Esports find their first point of the game. That's a slight worry again for JDG.
Yeah, we have 4 Valkyries in the lobby, actually, so there are going to be a few teams that are trying to full send it towards the latter stages. It really does give you that get out of jail free card, it feels like. But sometimes you might lack in other areas, whether it be defensively, for example, or offensively, depending on what your composition is and who Valkyrie is replacing in your comp as well. There's different varieties of it. You've got Sentinels who are running Seer alongside the Valkyrie and the Watson, or you can look at Kinotrope who are running that baby comp of Gibby, Newcastle and Valkyrie, which is more of the tried, tested and true.
Well, it looked like there was a little bit of a battle for the survey beacon at Grandma's house. So AG have decided, you know what, we can just go to survey camp and hit the beacon instead. So that's exactly what they are going to do. If you're wondering where Alliance are at the moment, they're moving through Epicenter towards the Evo Harvester that is available. They're on our screens right now. 1 point from game 1. And not a lot yesterday, Dan. It needs to start happening soon for this trio.
I was playing with a friend the other month and they were calling it Epic Center, and it just really reminded me of when I once said Barometer. And it's just one of those that
was a tough moment for me as well.
When you say it quickly, it was just a polite, you know it's Epicenter, right? And they were like, oh yeah, sure.
You sounded very English of you.
I tried to.
I was going to say, Cass has got nothing but the head of Cinetic to aim for there, but still somehow found the shoulder. 60 with that longbow.
So interesting, you were talking about, relying on what had happened in previous pulls. VKG relying on potentially a counter pull here and it coming southeast and coming back down towards Landslide, towards the area where it did close out near on the previous series. So maybe they'll be rewarded with it, but there is also the ring console near to them that GK are currently hovering around in Landslide.
I think they're waiting for third beacon here, GK. They're not going to quick rotate in here. They're just taking their time. And I think that Drops probably is one of these astute players who recognizes that zone pull from earlier and wants to get that information before they make their decision on where they want to play. Zeddy having a little bit of a scrap themselves at the moment in the kill feed. You can see that Arufa has gone down as well for RC. Jelly's going to grab that Evo Harvester because he's got to be careful here. He fragged out yesterday, but he's got to be careful that he gets back to his teammates. The Void Nexus will allow him to do so.
Back home, safe, sound. There's a pot of soup on for them as well at Grandma's house. I always wondered
It's the arms of Duplex.
Always kind of wondered what kind of food would be in Grandma's house. I think chicken soup.
Chicken soup?
Yeah. Well, we're going to get a lot more info on this zone, and this also, if you've got to think about this on the minds of GK, for example, who are going to be able to hit that third ring console.
Okay.
That's
Very interesting. GK may have just pulled a blinder here by just sitting at Landslide and waiting for that next ring console to be available. Now, Relove are moving through the tunnel, so there's one thing to have the plan, but with VK Gaming right next to them and Relove next to them as well, it's going to be difficult to actually hit this, potentially without taking damage and going down. So GK's plan is one thing, can they execute is the other?
I think they did get it. Looking on the arrows on the screen, it looks like there was a stationary one for quite some time, and if they do have that information, they might just leave, but at the moment they're going to be somewhat pressured by Relove, but it looks like no, there you go. Elsewhere, they're going to get out. Now we check in with Elite. They're going to be arriving from the south. So actually, it's going to be similar timing here for Elite arriving and GK leaving. They're going to see GK crossing, and this could be a dangerous cross indeed.
Ooh, just couldn't quite connect with the final shots to get the knock. GK, though, in a little bit of a precarious situation here. Walking on ice towards the spot where they want to play. They're trying desperately to get into the RV. And I think they've all somehow managed to make that cross and just about get safe.
Makes me so happy you're calling it an RV now, as well as Elite also seeing our previous winners, GG, start to arrive to the party. So these are all the teams that got third ring console information, by the way, as Light just can't quite connect with those final bullets. Blast just giving him a little bit of the wiggles in the air.
I was going to say, Blast is probably thinking he connected with enough, because he wasn't missing too many with that hemlock in his hand.
He's a nimble fellow, is Blast.
Really
have you seen him on the dance floor?
Can't say I have.
Neither have I, but I imagine he is pretty nimble.
The man can move.
Rival over there.
Maybe we'll get confirmation a little bit later in the week.
I did see him as a mime, so if that's anything they'd go by.
I'm not sure those two things align, but Elite Esports are going to press a GK continually inside of this RV. You've made me question that now, by the way. I want to call it Caravan again.
I tell you what, if GG keep playing this way, we might see him on the dance floor in Paris by the end of it. But they have been able to surpass the likes of GK and Elite and put themselves into a very powerful position. Now, Kinatrope approaching what looks like AG, but AG are going to back off after they'd initially set that portal on their scouting mission. And they've realized it's not going to be an easy journey. Zeta Division going to be watching from their west, Alliance now approaching from the east. And Kinatrope are setting up shop here with this Newcastle wall.
Yeah, much different pace this game to the previous one. Think about the fact that we had 3 teams alive. Zone 5 hadn't even closed yet. This one, we've got 20 teams alive. Every single player in the lobby is still on their feet. The respawns, we've had a few of them, but everyone is alive and healthy for now. As Kinatrope are quite happy with the position that they have right now. Like you say, correctly, bunkered down. PXX still, we saw them earlier, inside of Countdown, and it's almost as if now, I'm not sure if it's going to go towards Countdown or pull down to the south. There is a team on the western side of Zone that I'm very interested in, though. That's going to be Ninjas in Pajamas. They've got a Mythic spawning next to them, and their back is clear.
Well, Sen, one of our Valkyrie teams, have been able to full send themselves in and try and find somewhere to call home, but they are under pressure. RC probably don't want to allow them to reside here. And actually, one of the members of RC has gone down. They've got a portal to go back up, but they are trying to bully Sentinels away from this position. And it is going to be a fight in the moment, but you don't want to draw too much attention to yourselves here.
Yeah, Sentinel just smartly playing around the interceptor pylon here, just making sure they're playing around the gen, so any damage they take, they're going to get those shields back nice and quickly, and they can be able to re-engage. Now, big moments for Alliance, and Aku is down, Unlucky is down, and Sacred and Skittlecakes are in a 1v2 now with Hackis. The shields are already broken. Skittlecakes wants to hunt him down, but Nemesis have fallen! And somehow Hackis, combined with Zeddy Esports, stays alive.
Hackis has been given a lifeline, but now can you get away?
Oh,
no,
he's down.
You cannot. It looked like Alliance had pulled off a masterclass, but in the end it was Zeddy who had done the majority of the work, and sadly for Alliance it doesn't really matter in the end because they go 2. As Sentinels, who had previously pushed themselves in, are probably going to be pretty happy with where that zone has moved, as we'll check in with that in a little bit, because the kill feed at the moment is starting to light up. AG and Kinatrope finally getting to an engagement, and Kinatrope go down.
AG looking at the skies here. It's going to be Zeta Division who are over the top of them. Going all the way from the top of Trials now in towards Lava Fissure. There is some very interesting news when it comes to where that zone is going to be going, by the way. Just to give you an indication, where the teams are at the moment, they are completely spread across where this zone is going. No one seems to be sure if it's going to the south or if it's going to the north. We'll let the zone close before you can see it, but boy, we can see it on our screen right now, and it's a very, very interesting pull.
Gonna be a frustrating one for Sub. There's JDG. Still 0 points at the moment, but if they get going, can certainly be a team to cause a little bit of disruption here. But they're approaching from the south at the moment, and they are surrounded. There isn't really a safe avenue anywhere. As Sentinels are still holding this position, RRQ just suddenly showed up, and they've been able to take down the first.
Sentinels in a very, very good spot. Blinks up alongside Monsoon, combining to get that knock. And that's just going to take the pressure off them a little bit here. Blixer's actually getting a little bit interesting here. He's trying to create a little bit of nonsense up on that high ground, get involved with the fight that's going down between RC and RRQ, and RRQ will be eliminated. This is a little bit of a replay from what we saw earlier as Alliance went down. This is AG Global, and Yanya hitting some nice shots with that longbow onto a Valkyrie and deleting the rest of Kiddertrope.
What goes up must come down, and sadly Gibby falls a little bit harder. As now for fun, they're starting to approach here, but RC have been able to hold this building for quite some time. I said at the start I would like to bank on a countdown area. I'm not saying I was right, but certainly they look more comfortable than some of the other teams here.
Yeah, map overhead's going to show you what we're talking about in a few moments' time as well, as we see Zeddy now down, essentially playing a mirrored spot to what we see from Sentinels on the other side. There is that zone. It has hard pulled all the way back into Countdown. And look at the map overhead. No one was sure. Nobody wanted to gamble on where that zone was going. And with the hard pull back into Countdown, no, there is 0 teams inside of where this game is going to be ending.
Yeah, maybe Trinity, ones who can somewhat capitalize in the building they find themselves in just on that northern tip, but that's about it. Everyone else is going to have to fight tooth and nail to get back into Countdown, especially all of these southern teams who, as you quite rightly pointed out, may be influenced by the game we saw earlier, hesitating a little bit from the zone they had seen previously.
Also probably thinking that when they saw the zone pop, that there was more on the south side and there was going to be more space. It was definitely going to pull that way. Instead, it is hard Countdown. And Elite now are going to have to fight their way in towards this zone. VKG are going to do it the aerial route. They're trying to find somewhere inside of Countdown to play right now. As they land down on that low ground, they're taking a little bit of damage. But most importantly for them, before the Newcastle gets CQ'd, gets that wall down.
Yeah, there is going to be pressure applied, but they should be okay for now because you can't really overcommit to trying to take down VKG. Speaking of committing, RC again still trying to take down some of these teams that were below them. Sentinels have been able to reposition slightly to get a more central position as well.
PXX just been eliminated in the meantime. 5 squads out of the lobby in this game number 2 here on World's Edge. Ninjas in Pajamas taking a little bit of an engagement by the looks of things as well with Zeta Division. As VKG rub shoulders with a couple of teams around them. Elite now having to fight their way in. They're just outside of the zone in 25 seconds until they're forced to move here. Kinda is down, the Seer is down, and now they are getting queued into oblivion. The focus of attention, not just the name of the ability, but certainly what everyone in the lobby seems to be doing with them.
Some of these blind void passages as well, they're risky. Henchman on his own does have the shields to work with and play around. Luckily there has been knocks elsewhere they can certainly capitalize on, and does.
Can he survive though? That's the question. Can he get Light back to his feet? It's an opportunity for a Deathbox res, but Zeta Division just been eliminated in the meantime as well. Edgeman's gonna have to do it all himself, but Elite Esports will go down as Noct will now be the remaining player alive for GK. He's just fallen as well. So teams falling like Skittles as 11 squads now find themselves in the lobby. Relove will be the most recent to fall.
I feel like Henchman left his head out a little bit too long there. Maybe he wasn't expecting the sniper on the other side. Is now GG just on this southwestern side. This is actually a very similar fight to what we saw earlier. GG versus JD Gaming, but now Trinity are involved in the equation, which changes things completely. Deeds is very low, but is able to get back into the room and potentially gets healthy.
Vayne staying alive as the solo here. You just saw AG taking a big fight with Zeddy Esports, by the way. Yanya combining with Jaguares to hit some really, really good shots. Pretty sure this is a 2v2 down the bottom of this tunnel as we switch back over now to the POV of GG. JDG down to 2. Trinity just been eliminated in the meantime as Jen's dad pops up on our screen and gives a little up heart.
It's not a LAN without Jen Burton's father. Let's be completely honest. Great to have him here. Is GG are looking the real deal, I have to say. I have to call it, Mark. At the moment, with the way they're playing with such confidence, they do not fear anyone, as Ninjas in Pajamas sadly get eliminated from the lobby. Again, it's an okay game, but it's nothing special from one of the best performing teams in the Americas, if not the best performing in Americas in Split 1.
Well, RC have been in this spot for essentially the entirety of the game, but now they have to make the move. Luckily for them, Wraith is in the composition. Blinks up, trying to scout the next move for Sentinels as well, which is a little bit more difficult because they do not have that ability to use the Wraith portal. Arufa just trying to dance Sentinels are going to have to try and fight this one with the gen going down. It's going to be very difficult now for Sentinels to survive this. Blixer tries to send it. Arufa says no. Monsoon's going to be next player behind the knockdown, and Fun has to try and escape.
Not going to be able to, I'm afraid, as finally this fight comes to a conclusion. They've been posturing up against each other for what feels like 20 minutes at this point, as JD Gaming also will be confirmed as eliminated as well. Down to 6 now, and there is not much place to play down here in the middle.
Big fight happening between VKG down in this low ground and TIE. VKG will win it. With the mobile shield going down, Yanya's coming in for a kidnap, but does not come up with anybody.
This is going to be a very entertaining final circle, by the way. It's pretty much finishing dead center down in the low ground.
VKG are in trouble.
As VKG are just getting surrounded, they will be taken out. 4 teams now remain. Zeddy, AG Global, GG, and Reject. And there is a Kraber in play.
Well, a few more teams alive than what we saw in the previous game. As everybody takes a second to breathe. GG have a chance to go back-to-back here, by the way. A Game 1 win for them. 30 points on the board already for this trio. And as one of the last 4, would love to make it a few more. Luca has to pop the battery here before he makes the call on what the next play is.
Honestly, if they are able to play this way throughout this series, we might already be talking about a team getting to finals already. Similarly to Liquid, with the amount of points they've been able to put on at this point. As the zone now is going to start to force these teams into each other, and actually, Zeddy, sadly, are going to be very much bombarded here by AG.
But Jelly turns it around. Yanya gets aggressive, knew the damage was there. But everybody focused those weapons onto the Wraith and managed to put him on his back. That's going to allow Zeddy to get the armor swaps, get healthy again, and all of a sudden AG are now on the back foot.
All the meanwhile, Reject have taken space. Look at the amount of room Reject have now. They've put that Newcastle wall down as well.
Look at GG though, they're swinging around. They are collapsing as Zeddy Esports will be eliminated. And with an L-Star in the hands of Zane, he's thinking one thing. KP, take down RC, take down AG, and let's make this back-to-back.
Well, can they do the same thing they did previously? Wait for the other 2 teams to fight and then capitalize on their rotation. You mentioned it. They're just moving perfectly in the moment.
A well-oiled machine here as Zane now steps down with that L-Star. Continuing pressurizing RC down on this low ground. But where are AG here? They have got the reset, and Yanya now peeking as GG have to move. The swing comes in from RC. GG are gone, and it's AG versus RC.
GG just got sandwiched here. AG need a reset. There are potential shield swaps available on the map.
Neazul gets the reload here, but Arufa gets the first pick. Neazul is the last victim. Reject will be the champions of Game 2.
And a fantastic pop-off and a well-deserved win for Reject as well, right from the start. And a celebration to their fans that are actually only mere meters behind us here in the commentary booth. They are rewarded for attending and watching their favorite team. And when you think back to Reject playing Countdown early, making sure they weren't kind of forced off their position by Sentinels, and then later, making sure that Sentinels didn't disrupt their own rotation. And you had thought when the engagement happened between Reject and AG that maybe GG was going to be able to capitalize, but because both teams, they kind of hesitated, they waited, GG had no other option than to push down, and then in the end just got sandwiched by the 2. So happy you could cry.
It's a lovely moment, of course, to enjoy the team that you've traveled so far to see win that game and get those points on the board. And for Reject, it's an even better feeling to be that team who delivers that good news.
And I think back to Champs when Euris was just, watch partying? 2025? And I was like, when are you going to start playing again? Well, here he is. Back on that main stage, back competing and back winning once more. And it is some very important points for Reject as well. 14 kills they were able to find in that lobby, which puts up 26 from one game.
Yeah, AG just peeking up onto GG, having got healthy enough to sandwich them, just created that 3v3 scenario, but GG just did a little bit of damage in that exchange, which allowed RC to swoop up and essentially swarm around the position of AG. They were just trapped in a corner. It was a very simple finish for them. But a couple of key moments that you quite rightly highlighted there. The way that they Wraith portaled past Sentinels, were able to hold them out. fantastic stuff coming in from them. So now we head towards our final game on World's Edge, and we'll have to see if some of the teams down at the bottom that we've been mentioning can find some form, because it's seeming like that story is continuing when we talk about Ninjas in Pajamas, when we talk about Alliance. Can't get anything going, but let's celebrate Reject for a second. 26 points on the board, 14 KP, alongside those 12 for the win.
Still going to be impressed with AG Global's performance as well. 19, and GG still put up a third place finish, able to find 9 points in the end, which just keeps tallying their points total even higher. And they will still be in the lead in the overalls at 32 points in total. So a fantastic performance from them, just unable to really thread that needle in the end. Had there been one more knock, then potentially GG could have still been able to capitalize, as they did send Zane in. Send him out to kill.
Yeah, some replays coming in from game 1 here that we did see on World's Edge. This was the win that came in for GG. If you're just joining us, just always good to keep you up to date with everything that's happened so far. Very simple finish for GG that you'll see in just a few seconds here as Elite are forced down onto that low ground. Nemesis did steal away second in this first game. The second game after the crypto ban, GG had a chance, again, Dan, to win that one, and getting into the top 3, I think very impressive. You compare what they did in game 1 to game 2, I think you take a third place with some KP, considering how far they had to go.
Well, some words exchanged between Kurev and Raven, the coach, and that's the kind of person you need to be relying on here. Raven needs to be having words with the rest of the team to get them back in a good mental space as they move into match 3 to try and find a little bit of footing here. There is a big opportunity for NIP to just put some points on the board and make sure that tomorrow is not too much of a scary moment for them, putting too much pressure.
Well, Raven's a big Arsenal fan. I wonder if he's going to get the light bulb out there, give it an Arteta-esque team talk to the boys.
They need something. It was interesting.
Maybe it's worth a try.
Watching GG in that second game, I think they tried to replicate what they did in the first. They tried to be proactive and move round, take some space, and hope they could kind of bully teams into competing with one another and then win out. But sadly, just a very different final zone in the end. They didn't have the same protection. So there are your top 3. As Reject, I mean, the kills they were able to put out and the damage output as well. Very impressive from the position they held right from the start in Countdown.
AG Global as well. Consistency again for them. How many times have we seen them involved in a top 5 in an endgame? They just seem to always be there or thereabouts. Zeddy Esports having a good end to that one as well. It seems like the form teams from yesterday are continuing into today. It doesn't seem to be much that's changed with the teams that we're talking about putting those points on the board.
Well, there's another team who have not been able to find their footing, not just in today's series, but in the entire competition so far. Can they turn up to this tournament? You'd think bare minimum we're going to see them in the survivals lobby, but it's worrying signs for them. We'll have to see whether they can bounce back. It is only match 2 of 6 here, Mark, so 4 more remaining, and I was mentioning it earlier, you know, they are a team that just when you think you're going to count them out, they find a way to get back into things.
Well, they've done it a million times before. That's the one thing that you can rely on sometimes is history. You look back on it and you're like,
they've done it a million times with effect. No, I would say
I'm not disagreeing with you.
I would say no shade thrown to Aku, but at this point, I think I'm getting there. And you have to start to wonder, when are they going to be able to turn up? So for Alliance, there needs to be answers. It has to happen soon, otherwise it does get worrying going into tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, at the moment, the overall rankings look this way. Liquid still at the top, 118, but with the extra points gained from match 2, Gaming Gladiators now push themselves up into top 3 on set. And again, we've only played 2 matches here. You'd like to think if Gaming Gladiators continue this trajectory, they might be first.
Pretty weird that you called me onset there. Caught me off guard completely.
Sometimes I just do it for you.
Yeah, just put me on edge. Zeta Division down in 20th at the moment. They've had a couple of good team fights, but it seems to have been a little bit late to the rotates. That was a zone I think they could have made a little bit more of. We saw them playing Trials for quite some time, it felt like, on the northern side of the zone, and then looking to take to the skies late to find a place to play. I think they had a little bit better prio that maybe they recognized at the start of that game. Could have got a little bit of a better spot early. The one thing about Trials, though, is if you're going to do Trials, it takes quite a long time to get it done.
still relishing in the victory they just saw as well. And the amazing thing is always with Apex is, you know, a win is such a huge moment. It's not something that every team gets to have on LAN especially. You know, an online victory is still a thrilling thing to be involved with, but to do it on LAN in front of your fans, in front of a huge crowd, there is nothing like it. And Reject will now add one more to their tally, of course, a very famous organization in ALGS's history.
The first scuba I've seen so far here in Paris.
Will it be the last?
Question that only
time will tell.
I don't know. I don't have an answer.
Well, as I was mentioning earlier, by the way, Seer is going to be banned going into this third game, so that just means that we're going to get a big old change of pace. There's not going to be as much comfort going into a lot of these engagements, not as much information. We have no crypto, we have no Seer, so you're going to have to rely on your brain.
Always a terrifying thought. Anyway, let's head into game 3 then, the final one on World's Edge here before we change things up once again and we force our teams to jump over to E-District to close out the series. Last opportunity for the teams who love a little bit of World's Edge to get those points on the board. And when I'm looking at the zone down, it looks like we're going to have a little bit a different feel to this one than we had in game number 2.
Somewhat of a different feel in terms of where the zone's going to be going, that's for sure. I mean, can we go for maybe a southwest side of the map just to try and keep things a little bit all over the place? I guess it would only be the northeast that would... Oh, never mind. Well, that is not a zone I'm expecting to see. You'll see it shortly on your screens as, of course, Reject have won themselves Loot Cam as they're going to be playing the Mad Maggie, as is the majority of the lobby. 18 Mad Maggies and 18 Watsons this time, but I think because Watson was selected so much in the previous, she's going to be banned going into E-District, which also makes things interesting.
Yeah, it does. It's a little bit of an early ban, actually, for Watson by this normal standards, should we say. Lava Siphon is going to be where we are heading. For Ninjas in Pajamas, you don't get much of a better opportunity to make something out of a game than when the zone is pulling directly onto you. They need to make this work now.
I think this could be tournament defining for NIP, actually. If they do not find points here, if we do not see them succeed, I think suddenly there's a lot of eyebrows being raised if they weren't already. Capitalize on it, get some points on the board, and just finally find that momentum you so desperately need. The sad thing for them is you've got Gaming Gladiators so close to you, and we've already seen with a zone like this that's close to GG, they're very good at rotating fast and holding down that position, and they're the #1 team at the moment. Their fighting skills have been exceptional, and they're going to be full of confidence.
Speaking of quick rotators, here's GK on your screen heading towards the Evo Harvester. They should be able to get up to blue off the back of that, and we'll feel a lot more confident in doing so moving forward when it comes to those fights. Thermal Station may be where they think about having a little interact with the survey beacon. As DCG find themselves in one of these eastern buildings inside a Lava Siphon. Already Siphon's starting to look a little bit busy. A lot of room to be played inside a Siphon, Dan. One of my favorite zones to watch. You've got GG, Nemesis already there, Reject, NIP like we mentioned, PXX have just arrived, RRQ, you've got For Fun moving through Harvester already. And then you've got the likes of Sentinels and JD Gaming moving from that southern side already in towards the vicinity.
Only 6 legends in play in total, by the way. More Valkyries this time, so we are going to see a lot more people committing to the end game a little bit later. I think what's going to make this end zone in particular more interesting is the 10 altars that are still going to be available. With the building of Lava Siphon being very much in play towards the end game here, you can kind of risky commit through and go blind if you start to struggle a little bit on your rotation. So we might see a few forced fights just by taking that risk.
RRQ controlling the most eastern building, you can see that here. VKG now also falling down onto that low ground. Probably having a little bit of a second thought, thinking about looking to play this choke and wrap through the Harvester side. Watson in the composition for them, not seeing any fences down as yet, and just as I say that, we do see that, and that looks like what the plan is going to be. Now this position is pretty good if they want to Valcult a little bit later on and look to play some of the height that will be available in Lava Siphon, but that's a long way away for them at the moment.
So I do like, actually, there's a few positions teams are trying to rotate down towards launch site, perhaps expecting there to be some movement from Gaming Gladiators and also gain the information from the ring console as well. But at the moment, VKG are just going to be happy to hang around in and around Harvester. Harvester can be a powerful position with a zone like this because you've got a lot of room to play, a lot of objects to hide behind, but also you can capitalize on other people rotating through, sometimes even ambushing them, especially now we don't have that Seer and Crypto in play.
Zeta have been a little bit quiet. 2 games, 6 points. Not the best of performances from them, and they've got a long way to go towards this zone. Survey Beacon going to be hit here by Satuki. And they haven't got any teams around them whatsoever. No surprise, considering the zone is the opposite side of the map. Now, inside of the train tunnel that's a little bit closer to the zone, you can see TIE and NIP having a little bit of an engagement. Also, RRQ and DCG having a fight inside of that eastern building that we saw taken by RRQ pretty early on. Strafing Flame, though, he finds one, but he'll be traded out. Easy Flash down to 50 HP. Pricey following him to something pretty similar when it comes to health, and now they look like they're in a little bit of a difficult situation.
I mean, I loved the play from Strafing Flame, but sadly the rest of the team wasn't able to capitalize on it. Sometimes that happens as a Wraith. You get aggressive, you think you're doing something perfect, but the rest of the team doesn't have the same abilities as you do. But a team that may be able to capitalize, Sentinels, now hearing all this commotion, might be able to clean up what is left here of DCG.
Sentinels looking to move in to do exactly that. The knockdown shields can be frustrating though, but a breach charge certainly does help. Monsoon moves through, that's going to be DCG gone, so Sentinels seizing the opportunity for the third party here. And now they will claim this building as their own, and one good bit of news for them, similar to something that helped them out at Champstan. There is a mobile respawn beacon blocking one of those doors that has been blown off. Now, if you take yourself back to Champs, that Pixel building had something pretty similar outside of it that really did help Sentinel stay alive.
Every little helps, you know. It's funny how these players will always find any little detail to just give you a little bit more protection, and if it's provided by another team, even better. As this zone, by the way, is already so full. Only 4 teams who haven't made their way down towards Lava Siphon at the moment. Which does mean those 4 teams are going to have a very hard time arriving. In particular, though, GK, they're currently looking towards Trinity, and Trinity are actually taking a position around them, trying to surround them, maybe looking like they're going to go for the kill here.
And Job's just trying to find a queue here that can get them somewhere safe. Zone's going to start to close. GK are just about safe, but I think Drop wants to reposition here. He doesn't really like the engagement early, especially when it's one of those ones where only one team's gone in the lobby. This is a low reward engagement here. Even if you win this one, you know, it's a couple of KP, but it really just doesn't help you when it comes to those placement points and the rotate that you're trying to make. Trinity being very, very aggressive onto it, though, but it looks like GK have managed to find at least a queue out to somewhere down that low ground. In fact, Dropped is going to have to jump back now. And all of a sudden, they find themselves sandwiched between Elite and Trinity. This is not looking good.
Yeah, sadly, Trinity are one of the teams that are on such little points at the moment. They're looking to try and take advantage of any possible points, even if it's KP, even if it's risky KP. And GK are probably saying, like, what do you want? What's your deal? What's your problem? Why do you need this fight? And sadly, Trinity are going to be able to surround them here, and GK may fall.
Keon takes quite a lot of damage. Dropped is doing his best to just disappear through portals, and all of a sudden, Keon is left on his own with just a vault in his hands. He can make this a 1v1 though, and he can make this interesting, but GK Esports will be eliminated. Vol's gonna be last alive as Elite now try to move in to clean up the pieces. He's gonna be able to portal out by the looks of things though. You take this one?
Get those kills quick. Take it, I would, I'd commit to it. Well, actually, they've actually seen where the portal is, and they say we might not need to take it because it's so close. A stupid push, if I'm completely honest, by Trinity. That is a horrible one that has ruined the game for GK, almost for themselves. And now Zeta Division are arriving. Elite Esports probably very delighted being able to capitalize on really taking up so much real estate off the back of it, but now suddenly Elite Esports have to turn around because Zeta also getting involved. The snowball of events that happen just from one push is crazy.
Zeta can't quite find where those remaining members have gone to. Elite have scarpered away to the safety of Harvester. I think it's a pretty smart decision. Everything got a little bit too busy on that side of the zone. Now over to Alliance. Almost feels like it's beginning to be now or never for them. Aku taking a lot of damage here on the Maggie. Gonna have to take the time to get the shields back to full. Now, I'm gonna be safe here on the hill, but what's the next play for them? Hackett is on the Valkyrie, so they don't have to force their way into zone for now. We'll be able to do this a little bit later. As you can see, the BKG are taking a fight here against Zeddy and Jelly has gone down. QQ got to be careful though. Scarpa back to safety. It looks like they're just about able to do so.
I think a lot of these teams are looking at this zone and saying, I don't know how much further we can get into the center without risking our game here, so perhaps we do start to look for a bit more engagement. By the way, Elite Esports was still looking for the remaining player from Trinity earlier. That they forced them way all the way up to Harvester, but they have also escaped Zeta Division at the same time, as Sentinels still alive on this southern side as well. And Sentinels actually are in a pretty good position if they can force RRQ out of this building, but sadly unable to do so at their first attempt.
Lynx are trying to put the pressure on. Those RVs can be a difficult place to hold with a lot of Maggies in the lobby like we do have right now, and you're going to see it from the POV of RRQ. Easy Flash is staring at 1, he's staring at 2, and right on cue. The riot drills become a real problem for them, forcing them to take the portal, but where does that portal go? Not far enough.
Great aggression though from Sentinels. Forces RRQ out. Again, it was one of them kind of biggest fears. Oh, what a pull it is for Sentinels as well when you get to see on it. Our world champions may have just capitalized on their aggression onto RRQ. That being said, they still need to find playable space. Now AG are starting to smell something out, and that's the pull I was talking about. Bad news though for NIP, who, as we said, they need points here in this game, and now they're going to have to go through quite a few teams if they want to get to this next zone.
Well, one team that we're going to jump into a listening with is Elite Esports. I mean, they're moving their way through Harvester at the moment, but they're about to run into Trinity and a couple of other teams, so let's see what the comms sound like for Elite.
You loot the mythic real quick?
Yeah, go, go.
Nothing. Flying? Flying?
On us. Let it go, mythic. I need to get high, kill up.
Yeah.
I'm good,
Back flying on you, back flying on you.
I get down.
Come.
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, baby. I'm Jenning.
Yeah, on us, please shield us. Chill. Kill up, backside.
Yeah.
I'm swinging the back of it.
I'm syringing. 1 second. The drop.
Yeah, kill me. Give me inside. Stand down.
I can't. I got silent.
100.
I'm swinging on the outside.
Enemy, 100. Right on. Outside, both outside.
Let's go.
Enoch, chill a bit. He's swinging hands now.
No. Just chill.
Kill him now. One. No. Rest me. Yeah, rest me and swap. Rest me swap, we have to go kill, my ping.
We can queue through the tunnel as well, like.
Yes.
Well, you have the clutch factor as Kinda wins the 1v1. That's going to be Zeta Division out of the lobby, but Elite now have to Scarpa. They have a long way to go from Harvester.
That is the quickest looting you're going to see as well, by the way. So many teams will probably die to zone because they don't loot quick enough, but Elite are in, they're out, and now they have to try and push on this western side. Fantastic fight, by the way, and great to be in the listening, just knowing the important comms of when to be able to bat, when to push, who's swinging. Everyone playing a part in Elite, even if they were knocked to the ground.
And here's another team in a great position for another good game. It's going to be AG. They are center zone at the moment. We'll be safe for that next zone as well. RC also the winners of our previous game in a very, very good spot, as Alliance have found somewhere to play. They have VKG holding them out, but Alliance are in a pretty good spot for this game.
Boy, do they need it. Boy, did they need points, Alliance.
Well, it's got a Kraber.
There's Elite now on this western side that I was mentioning. They have a few teams that are in front of them. There's two different ways they can approach this. They can either go a little bit further north and then try and rotate all the way around to try and touch the northern tip and hope that they catch people shadowing them. Or they take their fight directly with 4Fun here and then rotate on the southern side. But I think if they do that, it encourages GG to get involved. I like this though. Yeah, this is the northern route. This is probably the one I would have taken.
Smart to just jump through, just check it, see if there's anyone there, and then jump back through. Now Light, infinite ammo on the Kraber as well. This man can rack up all sorts of numbers in the next few moments. We saw him hitting some crazy shots yesterday. Henchman with the longbow in his hand as well. You do not want to peek Elite Esports right now, because this man will pull the trigger and give you a free ride at Plasty.
It's crazy, by the way, that Elite Esports heard one bullet when they void passage through, and they were like, nope, we don't fancy it. We'll go the other way.
12 seconds on zone hit. Gotta move, and we gotta move soon. No Valkyrie in the composition this time around for Elite, so they're gonna have to take the old-fashioned route. Sentinels have just been eliminated on that southern side, and by who else but Alliance. Alliance now in one of the best spots in the game.
Alliance could certainly capitalize on a good position, and also other teams starting to try and approach them from that southeast side as well. But now we follow the journey of Elite. They go into the evac tower, and they are quite literally out of the frying pan and into the fire here, but they're going to take the roof, which, to be honest, if you can stabilize and avoid gunfire, maybe this can work.
Tyler's just gone down for fun. Alliance, what have you got? Backs against the wall sometimes is where they've always done their best work. And with the rest of the lobby in front of them and their backs clear, Alliance have to make this work.
Just to give you an indication of where Alliance are in the overalls, by the way, 37th position right now, bottom 4. That would be elimination standard. GG, down to 2 players as they take their fight against RRQ. They do have a gen down. This is going to help them big time.
1v2 by the looks of things. Strafing Flame is the last alive. Maggie Ball goes in, but from height! A team gets involved. It's going to be GG eliminated. Zeddy Esports will also fall. Now with the zone starting to close and with teams starting to be pressured, fights have to take place. RRQ, the final members will be finished off on that low ground as well by AG, who pulled down to make sure that that land belongs to them. JDG trying to move up onto the position of Alliance themselves, but Alliance are aware of it.
That is a great stabilization from Alliance, not allowing JDG to push up on them. If Alliance were to have lost that fight, well, obviously the inevitable would have happened, they would have died, but it would have presented an opportunity for JDG to potentially get to the late game here, and now JDG reconsidering their position. As Lava Siphon's getting a little bit tricky and sticky. VK and NIP and PXX all in the same building now.
Ninjas in pajamas, this was your game as well. It pulls to Lava Siphon. You drop at Lava Siphon. You are alive in the center of zone. You had the pick of the litter as to where you wanted to play. But can you maximize the points now? Light, by the way, still with that Kraber. You just see it in the kill feed there. He's already found a head.
Yeah, we've seen how that Kraber can impact things across a variety of games today, as Elite will go back up to the top. And they can actually sit here when the zone does close. As now the prayers start to come through for Alliance. And perhaps they're working.
Or JDG might be swinging onto Alliance. Looks like they're safe for now. Kinatrope, bang center of zone behind a Newcastle wall, by the way. As the prayers are being said by the Alliance fans.
Oh no. Aku's
down, Unlucky's down. Hackis, it's all on you. Top 10 is not good enough for Alliance again. JDG taking a lot of damage though from Kinatrope.
Trouble is for Alliance, it's going to be near impossible to get back up to a 3 here, so it's about just trying to survive and getting those extra placement points on board. We check back at one of the replays of how damaging the Kraber can be in the right hands. As elsewhere you can see AG, they push in! Reject down, it's for fun, full 2.
Ooh, just about gets the shield swap in time, and that keeps him alive for a second longer than he needed to. AG Global finally will fall though, but it's more points on the board for them. Set center zone once more. Can't see on your screen. PXX down on that low ground as we jump back over to Kraber Cam. There's fireworks, and then there's the light show.
Well, the 2 teams we said needed points, both still alive. Alliance only have the one of Hackis, but NIP also in prime position right now.
Hello!
Light putting on a montage for us.
It's like the 4th of July out here with the fireworks popping off from the Kraber of Light. The knocks are good, but where do they play next? Still looking for some angles. A couple of frag grenades might flush that team out from behind the cover they find themselves in. That's going to be JD Gaming, who at the moment are looking to get their teammate back into the game. They're going to be able to. Floating is back.
I mean, quite literally a beacon. Everyone drawn towards them, as now you're going to see Light getting rezzed at the moment. Slightly overstepped, it's NIP who are trying to take that position away from them, or at least stop them from dropping on top of them anyway. Could this be the game that just turns the fortunes around for NIP?
Oh, PXX. Ooh, luckily the zone is going to keep them alive for long enough. Alliance are out. It's top 7 for them, as now the fight has to take place. VKG have done a lot of damage on that low ground, on that balcony. And LQ's going to be the last alive. He will fall as well. And Kinda, he clutched a minute ago. He gets the shield swap, but can he survive any longer here?
Kinda's on 8 kills, by the way, at the moment. Elite are putting on a show. Finally, they will be wiped. NIP still alive and winning all of these engagements on the north as JDG now down to just 1. NIP in prime position to win this game from this position they find themselves in.
PXX still center zone. This is where they've been for quite some time, but with the angles and the height differential, Kurev and the wingman are starting to change the trajectory of this game. JD Gaming have been eliminated. PXX are weak down on the low ground as well. Kinatrope will be out. NIP smell the opportunity to turn their games around, to turn their fortunes around. And NIP will be your champions of Game 3.
Tournament defining moment. We said it when the zone pulled that way. They had to find points. And that's exactly what they did. They put a win on the board. And I think actually the win is more important than the points. It's going to give them that confidence now going into the rest. Without that, they might have been chalked. They were down in the bottom 4 coming into this one. They were in those elimination positions. But now maybe, just maybe, it turns things around as our #1 team from Americas this split. They finally have turned up to this tournament.
They get the zone and they make the most of it. So many times in Apex Legends you see that happen and teams let the opportunity slip through their fingers. NIP seize the moment. And what a moment that could be in the context of the tournament.
The relief, I can imagine, for those 3 gentlemen, those 4 gentlemen. I'm sure Raven was praying just like the Alliance fans were. And to be honest, speaking of Alliance, they did take a 7th place, which, you know, it's still points on the board. It's still better than what they've been doing previously. How about the performance from Elite as well, by the way? The amount of points they just put on the board just through kills alone. But what a difficult end zone to try and navigate with the elevation that you were talking about. And of course, with the lava being involved, there's only certain places you can play. But I'm sure at this point, NIP knew the game was potentially theirs. They just had to make sure they hit their shots. And even though some of these Hemlock shots were a little bit shaky to start with, they were quite rightly nervous because this was very much needed.
That's the kind of reaction. It's a combination of relief and I like the reaction from Cole as well. He's like, there we go. Yeah. That's what we expected. That's what we wanted to feel coming into this event. That's what we expected to be doing when it comes to these big games. And I think for them, that's just a reset of like, hey, we are still them. We are still that team that everybody has been talking about coming into this event. And that kind of a game, we always say, one game can change the entire tournament. Will we look back at that game on World's Edge being the one for Ninjas in Pajamas?
Well, a 19-point game for them, and actually in the standings for this series, it sends them into the top 5. It's just such a significant moment for them. And you know, even if they weren't to do amazing in 4, 5, and 6, I just think the points they've been able to put here will at least put them in contention for the survival stage, right? It's getting out of the bottom of the barrel and making sure you are not sweating in those elimination positions when you get into tomorrow's group stage competition.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than going into tomorrow's games and looking back, looking down and thinking about what could be. If you've just got a little bit of separation, you're just thinking about your game. You're not thinking about the worst consequences that could be coming your way should you not make those big games count. So a big moment for Ninjas in Pajamas, a solid moment for Alliance as well, but I still think there's some questions to be answered for a lot of teams as we continue this series in the next 3 games that we have. We're actually going to jump down to the floor now. I think we've got Yanya from AG available for a little interview. It's always good to catch up with him. Let's see what he's got to say.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am here on the main stage with the main man, Yanya, right now from AG Global. Yanya, let's first and foremost talk about these starts you guys are having, both yesterday and today. You guys have put up an incredible opening few matches, especially yesterday. It's actually one of the strongest openings to a LAN that you have had. What's going on? What's clicking? What's the secret?
I think we're all playing super confident. My team is literally just trusting all of my calls. They are playing so well. We're all playing our life. Like, I don't know. I feel like we finally figured out how to play LANs, I guess, again, because we didn't do that great on the last LANs. But yeah, I feel confident on this one.
What matters is what's happening right here and right now. Now, I've got to say that you guys, despite showing up to every single LAN, you guys are really underestimated as a team. Why do you think that is? And, you know, how do you not let that get to you as a player?
I use trust really much on my team. I really trust a lot on my game sense, my skill. And yeah, most of the teams underestimate us because we basically speak Spanish and they just don't understand what we're saying. And so they think that it's a bad play every single time. So yeah, that's why I think they underestimate us. But we always do good, so.
You do always do good. That's the point, right? I mean, you guys have all got so much experience, both as a unit, but also individually as well. Now, do you think that your synergy as a team is just improving at every single LAN? Because you guys are playing so well at the moment.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I feel like every single LAN, like we have mistakes and we just solve them for the next LAN. So we are having like a lot of mistakes in the past LANs, and we just figured it out like almost all of the mistakes. And yeah, I think that's what is making us improve a lot.
Well, Yanya, I see you guys going from strength to strength. Congratulations so far. You've still got a few more games to go today, so I'll let you go and rejoin your team in just a moment because we have Rain Day standing by with another interview. Let's do it.
All right, thank you so much, Barney. We got Pandas here for Fun Esports, the coach for this team. Now, I tried to get a couple interviews. Talmadge said he doesn't have time for me, but Pandas does, so I'm going to remember that in my book right here. But honestly, he looks stressed, and I think that's what these mid-game, mid-series interviews are about. You guys are making adjustments on the fly. You said that what happened in the bans just now kind of impacted your team. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, I mean, we're a Newcastle Watson team, and Watson getting banned this early instead of a Maggie threw a wrench in our system, but I think we can figure it out real soon.
You guys are a great team. You guys have proven that you know what to do. Synetic's one of my favorite interviews that we did over the split. I feel like he has that it factor as well as Tyler, bringing in that experience, and Nags with his energy. What do you feel this team has the most to offer in terms of what they bring to a competitive lobby?
I mean, so far together, their teamwork has been amazing no matter what, end games or early games. Right now with Synetic being a new IGL sort of and swapping to Roller really added an X factor into his fighting skills and IGLing skills, especially swapping over to Zone.
Yeah. Now, Pandas, you know, obviously as a coach, you need to be kind of thinking 2 steps ahead for your players. Talmadge is worried about it. You are obviously in the same position, but I want to know, what are you doing? How are you staying composed? How are you getting your guys back on their feet, knowing that you're currently 30th overall out of 40 teams here? So it's a bit of a start that you thought you could improve upon for sure, but maybe wanted a little bit better. How do you now keep the composure, get the guys on the right direction again?
I mean, I just got to remember what we did in EMEA earlier this year and how good we are, and not to let that discourage them once we have a bad game or two.
Awesome, man. What are you looking for? Since you didn't get Newcastle Watson, what are you looking for now heading into these next 3 games?
Preferably a Maggie ban, not gonna lie.
Okay. Well, bans having a big impact on For Fun Esports. Pandas, thank you so much for taking the time. I know it's stressful out here. These players, it's coming down to the wire, guys. They know that what they do in these next 3 games might decide their fate in this tournament.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
NIP with that performance, pushing themselves out of the bottom 6 teams and actually making sure that they are now in 31st. Yesterday with this squad, Lace, I mean, after the series, 18th place with 18 points to that. Today, halfway through this series, is 5th place with 26 points.
Damn, I was so worried. You know, they have such an incredible performance in Pro League, right? They were dominating the region. Like, we were all a little bit shocked. We were just sort of chatting about it and we're like, you know what, what's kind of going on here for NIP? But look, sometimes it just takes this one win to turn things around. Still got the extra 3 games for it. Obviously, another day tomorrow to get it there. But look, when you're in contention with these other powerhouse teams, is it going to be enough? Like, they're going to really have to strive for it and pull everything out of the book just to keep it afloat. But I mean, that previous match, previous game, and we've seen it all season, I definitely feel like this is going to be something that, you know, they've got in there.
Yeah, honestly, a great series there for Ninjas in Pajamas. And I want to go to you, Graceful, because for this squad, I mean, I just talked about it. Their performance yesterday was very lackluster. It had them in the bottom 6. Now, with this performance here, how do you think that the players are going to be performing in this next 3 matches?
I mean, like you said as well, you just sometimes need to get the ball rolling. And once that happens, it really starts snowballing because, as you've said as well, they had a phenomenal season now in Pro League. So if anything, this is just like, hey guys, we do have this. The same way he said as well, we know we played good in Pro League. It doesn't matter if we have a few bad games because we are that good. Let's just get to it.
I mean, we saw it happen to RRQ yesterday too. It was rough out there, and then bam, last 3 games switched it all around for them. So, you know, it does just take that one little win. Even RRQ didn't even win. They actually just were getting KP sniped. But, you know, it was something that can be done, but it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we talk about some of these teams like Alliance, for example. You know, we talk about getting the ball rolling. It feels like they're pushing a square uphill, and it just seems like, you know, that 7 points might have been the best game that they've had so far. But all it does is it takes one game, but there's a lot of questions that need to be asked. We heard Gaskin even mention the fact that they were in the elimination. 7 points is still not enough to get them out of the elimination pool. And this team has been the most dominant pool play or bracket play team in one of the longest times, or group play team, sorry. And for them to lose effect and then to be at the bottom of the leaderboards, it starts to raise a lot of questions about the roster, and you really have to start wondering, when is that going to pick up? Because if it doesn't right now, you don't want to have to go into the final day needing a lot of points, because there are teams that will start to target you. It comes down to, you know, get your biggest competition out of the matches, and if they go in the elimination pool, I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these teams try to push them aggressively or focus them going into the following day when everyone knows where you're going to be landing.
They're currently 10 points away from getting out of the elimination pool, at least, or matching it.
10 points away is still relatively significant. I mean, that 7 points was probably their best match of the tournament so far, and that's not much.
And with only 9 games left, right, for them to be able to play, it's not going to be enough. Now, Grace, for you, I want to talk about some of the other squads, right? We saw GG being able to perform so good earlier in the day that you got hyped up. You made sure you jumped out of the couch like, yeah, this is what I've been expecting. You've been hyping them up.
Yeah, I mean, GG is also one of those rosters. I think it took a while for them to explode, but Lufka and Blast, like that combo alone, everybody has known for such a long time in EMEA, and they have been showcasing over and over again, as we can see right here, 35 points total, with a super good balance off the placement point as well as kills. And I'm just super excited to see that overall.
And with the lead there in second place, you know what? Let's talk about Henchman, because my goodness.
I mean, I hyped him up before as well, how some people are sometimes the most quietest, but they're very valuable to the team that a lot of people don't end up seeing. And if people missed it, please go back to the VOD right now. Watch that fight in the middle of the map where he actually pretty much 1v3'd. I think he downed 2 people and even Fence one went down, but his teammates got the trade to keep them in the game and just keep scoring up points on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I think another team to point out here is this kind of a similar story that we had yesterday with Zeta Division. You know, they started off and they were in one of the last positions, and then it took them the second half to kind of bounce back and start getting points. So it'll be interesting to see another team, just like Wolves, all these teams that were the top of their regions going into this and not starting off these series strong. And this is one of those events where, you know, like I said before, you don't have the elimination bracket. Yeah. You can just get eliminated. So it'll be interesting to see if they bounce back as strong as they did yesterday in the second half, and we'll see what happens here.
Well, there we have the overall ranking, the performance of Team Liquid earlier. Do we think, Lace, that Elite is going to be able to pass them or not?
I mean, we still got 3 more games. Even Gaming Gladiators there just itching behind as well. I mean, you know, if you have a look at this leaderboard and like who we actually have playing right now, there is that opportunity to sort of sneak up there, especially over S8UL. I mean, they had an exceptional performance today, you know, in the previous games. But look, that's 4 points away in 3 matches. That's doable.
I think they got it.
Yeah.
Unless they do
and then Team Liquid might need to sort of watch out there.
Yeah, unless they do a French team yesterday and they only ended getting 2 points. Like
we could have just jinxed them, actually.
Just throwing them under the bus.
Yeah.
It was so bad. We got to make sure we talk about it.
Yeah, play better to get us to stop talking about it, right?
Some of the other squads here, as you can see there, Shopify Rebellion, top 14, right? If this was the case tomorrow, they would be able to move on to the grand finals. That's not a team that's currently playing. They were able to play earlier, though.
I mean, one of the things I really got to say here, right there on the leaderboard, Reject. Huge win from them, coming out from them there in Countdown. But the biggest thing I want to say, that one swing they had as a full team, phenomenal. Just immediately wiped for height and then just took the 3v3 and won that game. Like, when you see signs of life, normally it's just like, oh, they got a KP or 2. For me, it's that being on the same page, making team plays, and then eventually closing out games. It's really good for them to see them wake up properly.
It's really good as well because there's a lot of talent on that roster that has not been to LAN events. As far as I know, it seems like that team is one of the more newer rosters when it comes to being at these big events. So to have them come out, do this well is a very, very big start.
Now, I want to see if we can maybe look at the next page, because that's when we're going to be starting to see those teams that are just...
right there.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance, as I was saying earlier, 37th place, those 29 points, Team Nemesis 2, JD Gaming, Dory, TLN Pirates, Trinity as well. If you're Trinity, if you're TLN Pirates, what are you going to be looking to do here in this next couple of matches for today to kind of give yourself some momentum or just react in some kind of way to hopefully not get eliminated in your home country?
Yeah, I mean, this is where the desperation starts to kick in. We're in the last 9 games. We already played 9. We have 9 more. And honestly, at that point, with the elimination being so, such a big thing at this event specifically, you really need to start fighting. You need to start going for some kills early on. Get your KP early and then try to find a spot in zone. Don't think you need to just do it all in one game. You do have a lot. Space it out 1 game at a time. But hopefully you can start that 1 game at a time now, because the further we get pushed along, the more desperate you get.
Yeah, and that's true. Like, I guess we have to kind of remind you guys at home, like, it's not a loser's bracket. You can't fight your way out of it. You kind of like go into that survival match, and then that's kind of it. So it is more tension on these teams.
They're going to go home, but for like talent, they're already home. Grace?
I mean, hey, speaking of desperation in general, you start counting the points at this point.
Yeah.
Because now we already saw the bottom 6 points, and I'm looking at 60, maybe average, could be a little bit higher than that. And now you really want to get out of it, because you don't want to have to let it come down to, oh, I really hope this team placed in a specific position. You want to leave it in your own hands.
Well, let's see what Zeta's going to be able to do. Let's see if Alliance can get themselves out of the bottom 6. And let's throw it to Vicky. Actually, yeah, Vicky and Tiff, I finally get to introduce them. Do you guys think Alliance is going to be able to get out of that bottom 6 or not?
Thank you so much, Seven. We got a lot of action for us. You guys already highlighted the stakes here, Seven and Tiff, while we dive into our final 3 matches of the day, with 9 games total left for some of these teams to really claw their way out from the bottom side of the overall standings. Because remember, I believe it's like, 6 teams. Bottom 6 teams immediately get eliminated. And now as we transition onto E-District, we gotta highlight the different POIs that our teams have prioritized, because this could be that last stride for these teams to achieve their safety net to be able to get out of that bottom 6.
It truly is, Vicky. I can't believe we're sending 6 teams home. And if you're really worried and finding yourself in the bottom 6 currently, well, let's go ahead and turn the tide on that. Looking at E-District, Alliance, a Goliath in the ALGS competitive ecosystem. I was a little worried, right? But you think back to their E-District performance just yesterday. They were landing a few 2 POIs just towards their west. They're currently now up in Lotus. Now, we saw Team Liquid play from this earlier in a different set, and Team Liquid was really the thorn in their side in that prior group matchup. They were constantly sending them right off the rip. Knowing that Alliance doesn't have to deal with them in A versus C is actually great news for them, considering the first 3 matches on World's Edge did not go to their favor.
And it's about ramping up, right, all the way towards E-District and what they were able to achieve. Now, as we get started, everybody, Game 4 on E-District. We've said goodbye to Crypto, Seer, and Watson. It's been interesting because Watson was actually tied in Game 2 with Seer coming out after Reject was able to win with 14 KP. And then with Mad Maggie, it was Watson and Mad Maggie, but Watson ended up coming out on top with NIP winning that, and Mad Maggie is now available going into this first game on E-District.
I love that you're highlighting it, because I was thinking, would we see a Mad Maggie ban in match number 3? Historically, we get that Watson ban in the last game. So knowing that she's out of here on E-District is going to change the pace of play for everyone. Alter's still going to be pretty inevitable and all over the place for the time being. I like the shakeup of seeing a couple of Caustics, the Sparrows making an early appearance, and a few Wraiths peppered in there. Now, the thing about our prior group matching is we saw a lot of Catalyst, and by a lot, I mean 3, but there's definitely more here in this lobby. And a circle that is definitely favoring City Hall. So Trinity, PXX, Elite Esports, who's already been doing so incredible throughout our group stage, is going to have a nice rotate over.
It always feels like a little dice roll, right? If it's not going to be City Hall, where is it going to go? If it's
Humber,
going to be
draft
towards
point.
Energy, it's either Humber and then, draft point. But it's great to at least have seeing a Trinity being a team literally on the bottom end of the overall standings have some POI advantage. Can they hold their ground is the question, as TIE are already moving up from an evac tower as well as for fun. So they're eventually going to get sandwiched here because it's the fight for the information off of the survey beacon as well as the rain console that's up on the high ground of City Hall in that very tall building. And we would take a look at Sentinels with round 1 closing in very shortly in the next 2 seconds. Lynx are already having that portal ready. They're already a full blue Evos. I like the way that they're pinging ahead too, because while they end up rotating here, Gaming Gladiators are trailing right behind them, but they're getting ahead with these fast rotates like they usually do, right? And they have no issue taking a lot of these fights when they know that their backs are against the wall.
The evac tower being dropped and already focusing on getting out and into that circle. So we'll see and how that works out for them. Teams that are just coming off a fresh win in World's Edge, Ninjas in pajamas, all the way down in Shipyard Arcade waiting for information. And Trinity, who are going to be favored in this circle for City Hall, triple white have Sentinels landing on their faces. The triple take has been the real nemesis of our group stage. And yeah, Monsoon, that one hurts a bit, but you're not down and out.
And this is the issue though, when Trinity, this is their POI, they have like little to no space to work off of because everybody rotated here quickly, so they're stuck on full whites as Monsoon stays alive. Shading his way around these nades while Blinkster takes a beautiful off angle. I love this, and he was able to get that Nemesis very early before they ended up going for that quick rotate, right? Oh, Rohai though breaks off that Evo shield, not trying to overextend with the caustic barrels, really having no other choice too. And now just trying to see if he can try to get through these windows, but they're everywhere to haunt him.
You have activated my trap card, and it's feeling really scary down there with the triple barrels, but they do get in, they destroy them, and lay claim to the lower floor of this building. For Trinity, it's really difficult. You do have that caustic. You can isolate those and throw more barrels onto this staircase to prevent them from full sending up. But with Blinkster on that Wraith, can easily just portal, enter the void, and siege if they want.
And the teams too, just kind of overlapping them with Keon also right there. For fun, by the way, the first team out of this lobby. They've only been able to get 14 points over the course of these last 3 games, and even with game 4 in their pocket now, fortunately seeing him back in the lobby while Sentinels are holding it down inside this building. We're able to get Fun to barrel up in here too, because while they do play this safely, they're calling the zone pool over in this direction with so many other teams like Gaming Gladiators who went for a quick rotate, AGG who's also looking at TIE, and Trinity still managing to stay alive.
Just over 60% of our teams currently in that next circle, up by City Hall. Zeddy, you know, when you really start to think about a team that you weren't expecting to perform at this level, this is the roster. And I'm really excited to see what they're doing because they're exceeding the expectations of teams that we thought of like Alliance, right? But it's Zeddy crushing the field. Tyler FPS, that replay of seeing them be the first team to exit the lobby. Now, here's why this is a big issue for Fun Esports, Vicky, is they are on the cusp of the bottom 6 and being sent home early after groups.
Right, because after this game, you only got 8 games left to go to actually turn things around. It's tough when so many other teams are going to start playing a lot more aggressively as these games progress to prevent these teams who are showing that weaker stance in the bottom 6 from being able to turn things around, especially when you deem them as threats, depending on how the POI draft goes when it comes to being in that survivor round. So you can already see, too, Zeddy already rotating through Energy Bank right behind RRQ, which, by the way, very surprised to see how quiet they've been thus far over the course of these last 3 games. Trying to turn things around on E-District. Alliance too, as RRQ send one of their members to get the Evil Harvester right there closer to that ring console. And Alliance kind of trailing on the other side of that choke. But while we take a look at AG, love being able to hear from Yanya and his experience. This is a team that has gone through so many changes before they get back into being reunited once again. I love seeing how their journey has brought them to, I want to say, one of the best performances we've seen them put down in group stages.
You know what? I'll echo that sentiment because usually that is a team that will qualify on the last game of a last series in groups. And to see them starting in a 3rd place on our series today for this one, that's a great way. For PXX, just inside the top 10 on all whites, moving towards that circle, man. We got to get those Evos leveled up.
It's rough out here when you're on the sticks. They took their shoes, And now they're trying to stay alive before they're going to end up rotating on the outskirts right behind NIP. That's going to be a pile-up to look out for because Neon Square does have that survey beacon. So the teams that want to kind of hang around Blossom Drive, try to get some KP, will have to eventually rotate through Neon Square where PXX could wait to 3P this and then also get the Evo Harvester that's right to their south side out in the outskirts of Street Market and then try to engage more confidently here because Reject will also be waiting for that 3-squad pile-up in the southern choke once a lot more of these teams find their situation in these buildings in the final zone.
One thing to note when you're talking about that pileup on the southwestern side is Zeta Division is over there on that survey beacon. Now, Zeta is actually one of the only teams to run Bangalore. They threw Yuka F on the Bangalore, and anytime I see Yuka on a Bangalore, things are about to get wild for the lobby. And if you're 17th place coming into the final 2 matches of a series, turn it up. Go back to All Reliable, do what you gotta do.
If it ain't broke, don't fix. Sticking to your guns here while Lions take it a little slow. They're feeling the pressure while we take a look at KNC, who are going to prio getting that survey beacon. It looks like they were able to scan the ring console just earlier. You saw it grayed out, so they're going to be able to take that evac tower, get up onto the high ground. With Team Nemesis are also looking to get aggressive. Saker is going to be able to reset here too. Probably have already put down the TP rather, and while you currently have Zeddy now going through Galleria, they're also going to be able to have the scan over onto that ring console. So a lot of these teams forced to play on the edge are taking their time to play objective since they have further POIs.
Well, here's what I'm scared of, Vicky, because when you think about Nemesis, you think about them having a bit of inconsistency. When you talked, I told you, I watched a massive interview that was performed by a Team Nemesis content creator talking about Sacred in particular, and when he joined that roster, he mentioned the high ceilings that that squad had, but they tend to have a bit of inconsistency. And if you can iron that out and not rely on one explosive game, that's how you find success throughout our week. So, still waiting to see that for today, but they did have a solid performance earlier on World's Edge. For JDG, it's a bit of the same, right? They're down in the bottom 6, looking to claw their way out. We talked about Naughty's first year IGLing, floating, being this kind of impeccable young player to come in, and we haven't really gotten to see them shine to their full potential just yet.
And we know they got it in them. We've seen it time and time again, but maybe finding those nerves on a land like this, gotta be able to shake that off here, lock in and build up that momentum, especially when it comes to a game like Apex Legends. You can see the pings from afar, gonna be able to scan that care package and the Evo Harvester right up ahead too, but it's not like you're gonna need it. They got the purple Evos ready to go, Nemesis as well. They're looking to rotate immediately with the evac tower. So many other teams still. Zeddy's also looking to pile up on top of Team Nemesis. That's going to be a fight over by Energy Bank, but let's take a look at Zeta currently right now. Also having this poke fight over onto the northern side of the zone before swapping over to Energy Bank. It's a TP insurance policy with the amount of ultras that we got. And Albert Lily was able to get the finishing blow and the follow-up onto Deeds before the recall comes in.
All right, through the Dark Veil we go, hunting down the last member of Zeddy. And you can see Dupe out into the distance, and Nemesis, look, we're starting to heat up. At least we took down 2 for JDG. They found PXX, who have now upgraded themselves from their triple napkins to a suite of blues. Angles are needed. Alter does have to get out of jail. The nade, the mother load, things are ready to go from floating.
And after we just highlighted how they've been falling behind here, this is an opportunity to change things up. Shui's forced to be out of the fight temporarily. He's going to be able to pop the shield bat in the zone. They do have the TP set up, but it's inside the zone right behind them, so it's not going to be that safety net that they can rely on. Now going to be able to prio, just moving up instead. And I do think it's important to highlight that Team Nemesis, after completely forcing Zeddy out of Energy Bank, they now get the prio on that Mythic bin. So they're going to have great weapons going into that next zone. And now NIP with Curve. Lily one shot, can he pull us off? I mean, he gets right behind the other side of the fence line. Hemlock shot does not find him. Strafing Flame did want to capitalize off of that, looking behind him into the zone. JDG being one of the teams to try to rotate further behind NIP through Neon Square. It's going to be tough here, especially when it comes to coming out of that southern choke.
Yeah, at first I thought it was just a solo from RRQ, but they're just taking that much space. Reunited back again alongside one another. Zeta has found themselves taking a fight here against Alliance. We've called out Alliance and challenged them to get out of the bottom 6, have a strong performance. They used to be the group stage warriors. They were the winner of the inaugural EWC and now found themselves with regular difficulty.
Different look of this team. A big shoes to fill on for Aku. Zeta also looking to get that reset. They did get the res, beautifully done, as they're going to be able to also portal right through that fence line, get safely back into their building. They decided to put one toe outside the door, immediately regretted it.
Yeah.
They are feeling the pressure.
Times two. Satsuki there, running into a bit of a damage now. 5 seconds till he gets that shield bat finished, and we'll be back to fighting form alongside Yuka. Thanks to Bang's passive, if you're going to be out peeking with that, it's perfect for him to do so, alongside an infinite ammo, 30-30. Now, they've waltzed their way into the north. We're not into the next circle just yet. Teams they're going to have to fight through: AG Global, Gaming Gladiators. But back to the south we go. Zeddy, PXX, JD Gaming, and RRQ.
It's going to be a bloodbath here with, what, 5 of these teams, with RRQ now managing to make their way on a big pile-up, giving them the opportunity and timing to now move up before they get gate kept, because Reject are waiting for them on the other side of the choke, where JDG are forced to go through. Same thing for Zeddy here, as you're going to see the kill feed light up. 19 squads left, but not for very long. You take the TP through, and NIP go out next. Whoa. You follow up, it's up to Duke, but the chants are not enough to carry him through, as Zeddy are the next to go down, and RRQ are able to reset.
That's okay. We get Easy Flash back up on his feet alongside Pricey and Strafing, and they live to see another day, so long as they can contend with VKG, maybe Geekay as well, and JDG having issues of their own. Reject, a former map winner, caught between them as they look to reposition.
Moving up here though, Yuris. Having a great performance, having the fans behind him before getting met on the other side of the longbow.
Just one.
Devo though,
just
a little
one.
bit of retaliation. Elite now moving up.
Just one. Nemesis, JD Gaming eliminated to the final 15, and Elite, who are performing exceptional here at ALGS Split 1 playoffs. It's so cool to see Kinda, Henchman, and Light working so great together. I've been so impressed. Think back to when Kinda was 16 and had just entered the ALGS. He has leveled up so much.
Crazy to think how fast time flies too. I was there to be able to see that growth.
Is that like 3 years ago?
Yeah, literally, right?
2?
But it doesn't even feel that long, and to be able to see the growth from Kinda is just on another level. We got to keep it up here. They're sitting at 38 points, first place overall, ahead of Gaming Gladiators, while Alliance,
this is a big one.
Alive. This is a big fight. Yeah, highlighting the fact that there's 50 spots left. The follow-up is beautiful from Aku and Hockeys, just to paint the path here. Yuko getting knocked, trying to crawl away to get the finishing blow, especially with the TPs in this lobby.
But here's the deal. They're not out just yet. A member of Zeta was able to portal back to safety. It's going to be really tough to make a full reset this late into the game, but for now, Zeta lives to see another one.
As a solo, perhaps, you're seeing how they're going to be able to try to reset. It's just the Sparrow who's alive, while AG now take to the skies. Where can they go? No Valkyrie Insight, no human UAV. They're pinging right below. They know they're gonna have to land on top of the bottom side of the building. I also heard a Kraber, by the way, as Kinda does get the follow-up knock in the feed. With 15 squads left, though, it's gonna look hot here, Tiff, because there's teams in every angle as they're just trying to hug the side of the wall with VKG landing, also right to their left.
Satsuki figured out Zeta out of the lobby. Sentinels going big. VKG have found GK, and they want their position. Casa grabs dropped, and for now, a 3v2. We expend the veil and shake it up.
Dude.
This is visual clutter at its finest, my friends, and you just have to stay locked.
I mean, you're gonna get hit with a wrecking ball. You go right through the veil. I mean, good luck with that. It's a slowdown. And now stuck as a duo, you have to play a dancing around the nades on top of it. While VKG do find knock, though, it's a trade-off with Keon getting a little bit of revenge. Only 2 members left here for VKG. I love the fact that you have Mad Maggie still available in this game 4. You get that tick damage, you get just enough to finish off Matt, and you dive, and you completely annihilate GK Esports. But now you see Sentinels also in trouble. Blinks are literally one shot.
And you had Trinity playing King of the Hill on top of that building the entire time. We lose out on Reject, but this is where Game and Gladiators makes their presence known. Nice work from Lufka, 1 HP before falling. He drops the Maggie ball, and Zane tries to clutch up against Deep Cross Gaming and gets it.
That looks so funny, and he just dropped all over his head, literally. Playing a whole different game while Alliance are holding onto the high ground. They're playing very split. I'm hearing the crowd give them their energy, and they're playing split to take space on purpose, because a team who does have ring priority is Kino Trope, but RQ can capitalize off of this here. As you see Blast playing up that low ground, you see Alliance now trying to hold more of that space, but with one member down, Lufka's not going to be able to fight alongside GG.
We didn't get the death box reset just yet. That's why they kept that going. 7 seconds are needed, and Lufka will be back into the game. We can focus on the rotation. When you have 34 seconds to make this from the low ground, Lufka not going to make it back in the rings, taking him down. Blast and Co likely to play as a duo, but that's okay. 2 points out of the top of the leaderboard, and it's Elite EU on your screen at the top.
They could inch forward on the edge of zone. It's still kind of over by that low ground, as we've seen the zone before, but it's that pile of man over in this building alongside Elite. Kaido's going to be able to reset on those shields. He hears the fights. It's Setchels piled up together with Trinity, PXX, Alliance on the back end to try to clean up some KP.
And they're done. Alliance are out. VKG have fallen. Into the top 10 we go. And the 2 and 3 teams at the top are still alive.
Can we talk about the fact that there are 9 squads left? With this final ring about to close behind their backs, GG do end up getting the res.
We get them back. Let's go.
They're hogging the edge of the zone, but it's going to be crazy to see what this pile up on the southern side where this building is, right where Trinity is standing on. The team that has this POI advantage, that has been here from the beginning, a team that finds themselves on the back end of the overall standings. Can they start coming alive? They have 1 KP with 8 squads left, 23 seconds to go before this final ring closes.
They've had to kind of keep out of sight. They didn't have a ton of nades towards the end game and only so many angles they can take. Obviously, people have been hiding from them to deny them kills, but Ty here. An infinite ammo Kraber to punish anyone who peeks out for just 2 seconds too long. Do it. I see it. Grab that catalyst.
He's hungry.
Just 1. I was like counting. Oh. I'm like so ready. I'm like my heart rate is like climbing inch by inch. So
They said Hasta La Vida. They took that portal up. Kino Trope, by the way, who has been here for so long, get evicted while Zane is getting blasted here.
Can we hold?
By the drill. Oh, unfortunate for both of them. They take too much damage, even though they're hiding right there behind the other side of the Newcastle wall. It's not going to be enough. He TPs through, and Trinity do get eliminated. They go up in 7th now, and this is the pileup that we were expecting. Sentinels get eliminated next. Elite hold high ground. The team that wins on high ground here easily takes the game, and Gaming Gladiators need to stop TIE from moving up.
And PXX falls to AG Global just ahead of Elite. Niazul down, and that Devo is going to shred for Gaming Gladiators. Back up to a full team of 3. They have AG Global has fallen into the final 3 teams.
Last 3, Elite now move up. Like a little bit out of the fight here while Henchman gives them suppress fire. Beautiful cracks. They're looking to get the kidnap. They're dancing around the portal here. Between Elite and Gaming, TIE are out of this fight. They don't have the altar. They do not have the ability to TP up. They're just forced to watch this happen as Henchman and Light, the Devo, doing just enough to find Blast. Gaming Gladiators now forced to look ahead. They know there's another team that's supposed to come.
FJ went for a portal. He had to stay portal. They went back. Gaming Gladiators are down, but Elite are so healthy, and Ty make their approach, and they do what they can for now. They just have to find F-Chan. He has the Kraber at the bottom, but Elite take the win.
Fortunately for TIE, they had the Wraith. The difference between having the altar and not meant being able to 3P a fight like this. They even had to go in through the ring there, but it's even better to see how Elite was able to hold their ground. I mean, it was a bloodbath. TIE, though, they did what they needed to do, right? With not having the right composition, they still got 2nd place. They secured extra points there, even if they just got 2 KP, while Gaming Gladiators, who were holding the height alongside Elite, did get 4 KP, but with Elite coming in swinging the double-digit KP with 15 kills and that 1st place spot.
That is absolutely insane. I sit here, I look. We had this exact same circle yesterday, Vicky. And it truly was the difference between having the altar to yeet them onto the high ground for that. But for now, you think about the just chaosness that E-District brings. And as you look at it, with 2 more maps to go from A versus C, I'm starting to get nervous. I mean, they had 15 kills, Elite Esports. They were like Gaming Gladiators and Elite were tied coming into this game. And when you drop a 27-point banger, can we just run that back? there was the portal. We're going to see that here shortly on the left. F-Chan tries to make it. He's so low. Light immediately recognizes it.
It's the pressure of having to take ring damage there too, but they griefed Gaming Gladiators. They did what they wanted to do, which was get that second place spot, and there's nothing F-Chan could do. That's why he was just kind of zooming around. He's got the Graber in hand. It was just a matter of time as Elite are very thankful to TIE for moving up behind them from inside of zone and going to be able to not only harass Gaming Gladiators, who were not expecting it, but allow them to get the placement and then the dub. They were farming that game the way that they're able to clear that side of zone.
You look at their damage differential, 1,700. The only team exceeding them in this lobby was Trinity, and they dealt 4,800 more damage than they took, and that's because Trinity perched like eagles on top of that building in City Hall.
What helps is kinda, we just talked about this young gun legend on Sparrow who dropped 7 kills in that game alone. Jaguares is the next player who actually dropped 7 kills, but we did see them go out a little bit earlier, as you saw here in our match results, falling in 4th place. But taking that dub means everything. Henchman was right behind them, though, in terms of the kill leaders, as he had gotten 5 kills and Light with 3. So it's a great look here for these players, as this is the first game that we have on E-District between groups A and C. And now with no Mad Maggie in the midst, we saw what that drill was doing for the teams with their backs against the wall, whether it be a fence line or a building, the pressure that that drill was putting in.
See, here's the tough part as we kind of go to the other side of that match results, and it's Team Nemesis in 17th place. They had 18 points from match number 1, and that, I think, carried them through World's Edge. So getting 2 points here on this match in E-District, I looked back to yesterday. Throughout the entire 3 games that we cast, Vicky, they acquired 13 points.
It's crazy, actually. Considering who's in that bottom 6 side of the overall standings, and now with 8 games to go, we can take a look at AG, and Nizul gonna be able to get that Ryojo pick off too.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting when you look back. I just love seeing the alternator plays, especially the aggression. There's a couple people that really favor it, and it's interesting to see. Zane as well. An alternator enjoyer, but that's what the Devo starts to rip. They take down, you see PSX fall, and then we get into that final again. A nice knock there onto Blast from Light, who always has a Kraber in hand.
Dude, and he is insane with it too. And you have the gold Devo in hand too, without the infinite ammo, is definitely interesting to see. But when it comes to Elite, they find this consistency on E-District. Let's not forget, in day number 1, literally just yesterday in Group C and D, Elite won in a very similar way on E-District with 5 KP. That's when the Seer was banned out right afterwards, right? But that was when we started off our series with the first 3 games on E-District. That's the big difference maker when it comes to looking at a lot of these legends when they do get banned as we progress through our 6-game series. Now, as they've displayed that consistency on E-District and no more Mad Maggie, we got to see how this Game 5 is looking like, because the likes of Alliance, Trinity, who, again, we highlighted that was their POI, Nemesis, and JD Gainey
Hi, Zero.
are still on the bottom end side, while Zero's taking his time to look at the games from the crowd.
It just made me think of the content piece we ran on break, and it was like, what is the wildest DMs you've ever received? And you see people on phone, and I'm like, what do we check at the crazy DMs? You never know. But as we... Speaking of the Legends draft, we lose out on Mad Maggie. I think you mentioned this, but it's interesting because oftentimes Mad Maggie goes in map number 3 and Watson doesn't actually get banned until later. So I feel like this is already shifting what we're seeing on E-District, but having Alter just makes everything so freaking chaotic.
It does, man. Whether it be the kidnaps or just being able to get into a lot of these difficult rotations where you otherwise would have been held by a team that's holding these chokes on E-District. It can be a little brutal here. Still get to see Alter and even Valkyrie, honestly, for the teams that may feel a lot more comfortable with rocking the Valkyrie, that human UAV that gets to scan through these buildings. But honestly, with the reset potential off these TPs, the Alter is just on another level.
Yeah, another level is the fact that, So Team Nemesis had 18 points in map number 1 on World's Edge. We're at 20 points, which means in an actual set of 4 games, we are averaging 5 points per game. So a team that needs to avoid the bottom 6, I'm calling that out. Alliance as well, who entered this series in the bottom 6. You're telling me that our group stage warriors, our winners of the first EWC, have found themselves in the bottom 6. So the fans of Alliance are here to give them all of their energy to change the fate, to live to see longer in this tournament in the next 2 games.
Man, one of the loudest fans that I always have the pleasure of seeing at these LANs when it comes to ramping up and giving them their energy. This is exactly what they need with 8 games left to go to get out of this bottom 6.
Bro, absolutely savage. Unlucky's feeling it. He's ready to go. He's like, we are going to turn this around because we look at the overall rankings, and this really needs to paint the picture, Vicky, because 8 games separated from our 6 teams that go home. Elite Esports currently in this have usurped Team Liquid for the top, and we're not even done with this series. So not only are they winning their groups, but they're acquiring so many points to do it. 11th through 20th, Gen G, who didn't play their best yesterday because, I mean, they were literally 2 hours after getting here in Paris before they competed, have stepped up almost into the top 10. This is where my big question is. We saw TLN Pirates, our French squad, play earlier today. They actually got a ton of points considering, you know, their first day performance, so I'm keeping tabs on them, but it's Alliance in 37th, it's JD Gaming in 36th, and Team Nemesis in 35. Also, Ninjas in Pajamas, after their win, have broken out of the bottom 6, so that just goes to show you, one explosive game can change your fate. If we're going down to literally the very bottom, one game can do it.
That's what's at risk when it comes to these rules regarding the group stage. Just to highlight the bottom 6 teams. That's why we keep highlighting who's on the bottom 6 for the overall stand. Yeah, and I actually really like that, honestly, because when you talk about what these teams are playing for in terms of group stage, there's no winner's record, right? I mean, you get to go into that finals lobby if you're one of the top 14 teams out of the 40 who get to advance to that finals, but then you have to worry about playing in that survivor stage. Then the bottom 6 teams don't even get to see the light of day. Take a look at For Fun over on the back end side too, because they're kind of on the cusp, because it's very close in terms of points. Even if you look at the bottom half of the overall standings, For Fun do have 43 total points. Right there, right behind NIP, who were able to get right out with 44 points.
I love that we're going to the Zeta fans right after seeing Tsuzuki on screen. So just knowing that Yuka broke out the Bangalore on that match, I'm telling you guys, I have been watching that player play for Mechanically for so many years now, and so many of us want to see him at the top.
And while we get ready, everybody, game number 5 on E District. They're playing for the trophy to mark history at another EWC 2026. It's the Split 1 playoffs within the ALGS, and our pros are ready to go. We highlighted the POI draft before. We saw how this was able to benefit a zone pool over onto that northwestern side of E District. Mad Maggie is no longer in play. Elite capitalized off of an end zone that we saw just yesterday. And now while we take a look at Elite and how comfortable they're feeling, Tiff, you talk about how they were also able to dethrone Team Liquid. Now after playing through this group alone, and remember, Team Liquid obviously do have that one Lami to go for tomorrow, just like everybody else here.
Yes. 2 more series tomorrow. The round robin group stages have been quite interesting, but post-ban, to see the changes, we got the Gibby Newcastle Valk. Okay, love to see that here for E-District. And, you know, I'm starting to think here of where that circle could potentially be pulling, and will we see something different?
Ooh, hold on. Don't get me excited now, Tiff.
I want to see something different. Okay, look, the script writers are working in JD Gaming here. Have a great prio to this circle. We saw what Trinity was able to do when it pulled over to City Hall. They made it towards endgame. They found a couple KP. For now, Game and Gladiators, who are one of the quickest teams to rotate, I'm talking we are literally less than 2. We're at a minute 30 into this map, and they're full sending their position they want.
I mean, that's a lot of teams who go in for a quick rotate here. It's great for JD Gaming, considering that this is their POI over by Heights, and they prioritized this over on E-District. Having that draft advantage now, as they're also going to have the information off the ring console too. Gaming Gladiators trailing right behind, as you mentioned, the really quick rotate. And they won't be the only ones, because Sentinels do something very similar once they get their own ring console. For Fun already on the move, as well as Team Nemesis, because there's a bit of a pileup over by Hammond. It's the fight for that ring console, or rather over by Humbert, where there's that ring console over on that southern side. And Team Nemesis are looking at Zeddy. There's another team there too to try to go in for a 3P.
Triple white, that's all right. Kind of close to getting our ults already in case something does break out here in Humbert. The portal up towards the high ground. I'd imagine they're quite aware of it. Yurice is going to preemptively slam the wall down. Arufa across the way, but they're not the only ones that are going to be in contention, as so many people have moved to the full east.
Man, that's going to be a big pile-up to definitely keep your eyes on, because also NIP are right behind it, while TRN, a team who is sitting on the very end of this lobby standings. PXX are looking for some easy pickings as they find Riot again, being one of the first to go down. Just trying to survive here when you lose out on 2, leaving them down to a solo, but also considering the amount of ultras that we have. To see if that player does manage to get away, but it's PXX looking to clean that up, only leaving Trinity as a solo with just the Gibby alive.
Okay, but AG Global and Kinotrope here now on your screen. Niazo looks to wrap around to see if we can find through the mobile shield we go. The electrified buff is already down. And we've got the PK in hand, Purple Bolt. We portal through, back we go, behind the wall, a bit of safety, but we've already been shredded apart by damage that we have to invest the Gibby ult, the defensive environment to slam hopefully down and keep them on their great escape.
Also in the feed, by the way, Team Nemesis, VKG, that pilot that we were looking at earlier before is looking a little grim. Zeddy as well as Reject, NIP also in the vicinity, while KNC are looking to rotate on the outskirts of Energy Bank, but would love to see that Humbert Labs pilot that we're going to have with those 4 different teams. AG also looking to get the res here. Nizul's going to be able to get away with that safely for now, but KNC will hear this and try to show face while they bring home Wadis in.
Yeah, I'm okay with letting this happen and wait to fight them on the way into the rotation, right? Kinotrope, Deep Cross Gaming. Deep Cross Gaming with a Western POI is likely going to be in the vicinity, but you can see the shots coming through as Yanya takes a bit of damage. We don't have the mother load available should the break out, but a riot drill will force him outside of cover. Deep Cross Gaming, we talked about it, Roy making an approach, and their comms in particular are very set on like, hey, we can take this fight, let's jump on it, and if your Knuckle Cluster takes down Yanya, you have a 3v2. So we're throwing all of our abilities at them to be able to cross that path in time.
Oh, but look who's waiting for them from DCG, now trying to be able to try to hold a split angle, leaving that player to feel the pressure. AG Global now on the run, while Sentinels also farm out, find Stay Naughty. Seeing if they can try to get that reset. Again, remember, you have to consider the altar as the feed is lighting up right now. It's still that pile up over by Labs that we have hinted at. Sentinels have now moved up inside the building that you can expect a zone like this to pull towards, and unfortunately, Shubi is the victim on the other side of Monsoon's rampage.
When you think about teams that get the zone pulling to the top of their head, we talked about JD Gaming in Heights already having that. Now with 1 player left on that squad, having to full send and a negative rotate to hit a regain. For now, they're okay. But Sentinels, you inherit power position. For Fun Esports have also moved into there, and Deep Cross Gaming still on the trek across E-District. Have found now AG Global, the fight that's been going on, they meet again.
Oh my, they were able to get the knock though right before he was able to take the TP. They try to bring him in and then he gets finished because they're going to prevent that from happening.
Yanya said no.
Not this time around. DCG now just running around as a duo and getting burned in the back. Elite now in RC, this is the fight that we really wanted to highlight because we saw that kill feed lighting up. NIP were part of the action. Elite 2 now making their way from Old Town. It's because the information that Old Town provides leads them to all the action. The invite may have gotten lost in the mail. Albert Laley is also going to be able to find that next knock onto Deeds.
AG is sending. They are sending Deep Cross. They want to evict them from this lobby.
Getting me whiplash. You're going to be seeing fights in every angle here because Albert Lilly then gets the followed up knock onto D, but it's not going to be enough as AG are also on the hunt. Sure, we're seeing these side by sides, but AG are playing out of their minds. Team Nemesis getting eliminated while Alliance up on the high ground over onto the north side, all the way, by the way, to Electrodynamo outside of zone.
And JD Gaming off the reset. Alliance are sitting here looking for the 3 KP they want. Shubi behind the mobile shield, a Mastiff to the face, courtesy of Aku. Did anyone escape? Where are we running to? Okay, we have 1 player left again of JDG to try to reset elsewhere. Team Nemesis, on the other hand, did fall.
Yeah, we saw that earlier with the pilot that we have seen over by Labs, but with a lot of these teams now taking to the sky, Alliance managing to stay alive after playing so deep into Electro. Fight for the survey and the KP, they know what's at stake. JD Gaming are alive just as a solo, it looks like here, and Alliance gets to freely rotate into Galleria where there is that survey beacon. With a side-by-side of how this zone is pulling and the teams that are going to be rotating over to that south side, it was NIP who managed to hold down Humbert Labs. You could currently also see Zeddy, who are going to rotate towards Reject, closer to stadium side. They didn't really like the way that the fight was going. They're feeling that pressure. They do manage to get away with that huge pileup that we saw earlier, and they're going to be able to call in an evac tower to rotate in.
This is so scary. You've got an infinite ammo rampage behind an amped cover from ultimate height in a power position in the next circle. Sentinels are looking to get some points here, and it's well needed considering top two, you know, you're situated around 50 points. We're at 19. We can definitely usurp a lot. And back to the replay we go to see what happened when they took down JDG, or at least a duo and sent them running.
We saw it a little bit earlier, but it highlights how they were able to get up onto the high ground because a lot of these end zones end up pulling onto the outskirts of either that building or even a little bit over to the lip side of the left onto the high ground that overlooks the waterfall. Alliance now moving up. Remember, we highlighted how there was nobody in Galleria when they made their rotate originally. They got the Surrey beacon, so they know that there could be teams that come in from their backs, such as AG Global, who were able to get the full reset as a highlight. While JD Gaming, unfortunate for them, not as lucky here, but they're trailing slightly behind, hoping that AG Global do not call them out as they're going to take a much slower rotate out of Energy Bank.
Lions still carving their path. Kinatrope just up ahead. I saw some GK. We got VKG in the mix. You had 3 charges on the defensive bombardment there from Hackett, so have to be a little wary of what they're going to be able to do. Capsa probably has some as well, but that breach hamlock to try and make them maneuver out into their line of sight. Yeah, that'll do.
The triple bombardment perk as well here, just looking ahead while holding onto the high ground. VK Gaming, the headlock, oh my gosh! Holy! Through the window to the wall!
And that is the opening that VKG needed. Will they be able to get there? Is Drock still on the ground? Nock doesn't have a ton of shields left, and through the upwards area they go. Electrified bubble down, and they're like, we have a home now.
Zooming outside of that, want no business, now flipping sides too. Oh, GK are looking to restabilize VK Gaming. Look ahead! With the 210 off the Kraber. Now get ready, set, go. Not committing onto the zipline because they have the TP instead, rocking the altar themselves to get up onto the high ground just as quickly. Now trying to fully set it. This is going to be important considering they only have 11 points in total after the last 4 games. Looking to boost that up. They see the Gibby dome though. Not trying to overextend, but just shots from a distance. I'm seeing those charge-up Sentinel shots. Could it possibly be? They would be insane if it was actually Sentinels in the distance, because that's just something Monsoon would do, but having to see if any of these players do get griefed from this BOI. GK now moving up onto the roof, not fully sending it after they heard the rest coming in, while Alliance take another fight.
They need every point that they can get, and they've got 2 members of Trinity down on the ground, and we're pretty healthy for Alliance here, so the KP is stacking until Volt answers back. We're delaying the inevitable. You may take Hackus. A death box recovery will be likely, but Aku and Unlucky need to unite together. Do not give him isolated 1v1s.
It doesn't.
And Trinity's down.
The Trinity going down, it's looking even more grim for this team, and it's looking a little grim right now as Unlucky is the last one alive for Alliance. Booking it because they're one of the few teams that don't get that reset potential, by the way. It's not like they're going to be able to have that altar. Instead, with Unlucky being on that Newcastle, he's going to have to skedaddle away, see if he can get to that replicator right back over to Galleria if he hasn't already used it. Maybe get the res over onto the Moby unless he could get into the edge of zone, but he won't be alone with AGG as well as JD Gaming playing on the other side of that Galleria, and with him being one literally with the white Evo, Shubi unfortunately falls victim. Yanya now looking ahead but not fully committing to the mother load as a suppressed fire does come in from the other player of JD Gaming.
I'm sighing because JD Gaming yet again get a full reset and then get full sent by a team that realizes it is a double res. AG Global looking to get to the top of the leaderboard, recognize the fact they can capitalize on that. And now JD Gaming is down to a solo yet again for the 3rd time.
It's not been easy, man. Alliance at the very least though. I've been looking a reset, looks like it's a duo. Zeddy also move in from the other side. AGG are fixing their PXX and IP though. Sitting with 26 points, 17 spots still left. It's dome for dome. As Zeddy move up and Curve is trying to lead the way. They're trying to contest him from the other side of this building. But it's so many of these teams as NIP, they lose out on one. JD Gaming, by the way, you mentioned as a solo, finally go down. Blinkster's gonna be able to pick that up while Zeta's gonna be able to find 2 knocks onto NIP. This is crucial, only leaving Cole alive. Oh, but through the dome, Zeta, they come out of another fight. NIP get eliminated. This is big because the 3P though is within the vicinity. It's gonna be elite, and Zeta have also been able to call that out on where that next zone pool is.
RRQ, 19th place in our current series, have recognized the timing of this fight. We swing around straight onto Zeta, and it's easy flash on the opener. A nice disengage for him with a quick portal back alongside the team. They recognize, hey, maybe if we get a quick knock on that, this is something we can invest our time in. Doesn't necessarily go their way. They retreat and recognize we can just go north into the circle. However, though, there's still a lot of teams to fight for such a small space.
Well, what came in clutch was having the evac tower right there, because then they would have been forced to be out in the line of sight of RRQ, but AG, we talked about this before, and the way that this pileup is looking like on the northern side of the zone, they can't catch a break. Yanya getting eviscerated. Hagwad is looking behind. They saw the dome before and they said, all right, let's go for a reset. It's the insurance once again, coming in when they need, because they put down that TP on the edge of that next zone. It's good call now because round 4 is about to close in behind their backs in the next second.
I don't even know if the Knuckle Cluster made it through the bub. I would have to rewatch that, but I love that they disengaged to reset. Still, for fun, in the neighboring building, VKG live yet longer. Good standoff for them. RRQ have to deal with Zeta on the other side. They must go through Zeta to get to circle. An easy flash, repositioning with a longbow, trying to clip the wings off the Valve. Doesn't quite connect.
Sentinels were trying to bank on that building that they were holding the high ground for before eventually pulls outside as RRQ. Oh my, one shot literally as he finds the last pick onto Pricey. Easy flash, looking ahead before diving between both of these domes. Oh, but the third party through the wall. Here's Johnny. Blast also following up. Strafing's gonna be able to go in for a huge nade. He gets a knock. He needs some help. GK, take the portal back. The Void Breacher giving him a little bit of respite before looking ahead though. And it's gonna be GK, who are now on the other side of this choke. Uncontested, no 3P because Elite are not moving from their building. They're in that next zone. And with RRQ also moving back because they took their own TP. It looked like a bloodbath. It was incredibly scary. Now we look at the action with AGG trying again, round number 2.
And we go again. Niazul down. 1 charge left on the defensive bombardment. And I think we're looking to try and clean this up. But for fun, they leave the building just ahead of them. They can't afford to leave that building, VKG, to push AG Global without getting third-partied. It makes things difficult, so you take to the sky.
You get the Deathbox res here, too. I mean, if you have to reset, why not reset right in front of their face while VKG take to the skies and get the information off the Valkyrie UAV. 12 squads left. By the way, Knocked is going crazy. AG can't catch a break. Hugwadis is knocked again. Look at this. He's literally shielding him while he tries to get another Deathbox res. Yanya, the last one alive after they get the finishing blow here. Hagwadis, can he come back? Nizul didn't look like he had any more of that knockdown shield, by the way, because he had like a white knockdown shield. Oh my gosh, the Kraber! He commits! That is insane to do. No fear. Holding on for dear life. And at this point with RC now getting the follow-up knock onto Tyler for fun, still playing off this building, and RC giving him some help as Knocked once again, not Hagwadis.
Arufa trying to do what he can as a solo. The ring is collapsing. We have to go. Game and Gladiators earlier had annihilated Zeddy Esports to take their building, so they'll be able to rotate on the other side. You can see them just ahead. But Synetic, Nags, we likely are trying to get Tyler up if we can. We need all our players for endgame and the next battle against Sentinels. But GG, the mother load. Everything invested, the electric bubble. We've got the dark veil down. We want to secure our position.
Everything's on the table here. Welcome to the circus. Nade for nade. The Dome Alliance get eliminated. They had one heck of a game though, the way that they were able to survive for as long as they did, but they only got 4 KP as GG Sentinels still alive. 11 squads left. And this is so split up. Really, the less congested side of the zone is the western side, but Sentinels have fought to be here. Look at the house that they've set up with these amp barriers too to add on top of it all, while Kinda finds Lufka. Strafing Flame then gets the Grand Slam, more than enough damage on RQ. Now move up and found GK.
And Gaming Gladiators have fallen, and now Kinatrope with a third party onto RRQ. Pricey portals back. They live, they reset. but they're separated. For Fun has fallen, and Kinotrope is still hunting down Strafing. And RRQ is out. Elite have fallen, and Kinotrope are now clearing out the side.
2KP and climbing. Playing safe to reset and isolated on the northern side of the zone. To their side is Sentinels, TIE, who are running very similar comps, right? And then you take a look at the solos, by the way. The fact that AG Global is still alive, the fuse is another level. RC2, by the way, with a Valkyrie. Playing on opposite ends. Kinotrope, though, are trying to capitalize off of this. Before moving up, they have the Valkyrie ult, so they probably were also able to get a scan if they could, but they're actually just walking through. They find Rufa, who's trying to hide behind the fence line, sending out that Arc Star here, but not trying to overcommit, especially since it's cleared this side of the zone.
4 full teams of 3, 2 solos. Sentinels with Fun on Rampart, ready to let Sheila rip if we can just get behind an amp cover. But first, you've got to rip VKG off your head, and so many Arc Stars are being thrown. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Blinkster to fall, and Casa letting the PK rip. The push comes in. Sentinels are out. Into the top 5 we go.
Has another dome out here. Sentinels out, as you mentioned, and hiding behind the wall here from the Newcastle. It's going to be KNC TIE. AG is still alive. For how long is the question? With our last 3 full teams, Reject get eliminated. KNC are looking ahead, though. They're seeing at BKG. TIE may look at AGG, but a huge A coming in from the other side.
All right, I love a good Skynade. Yanya down and out. That was our last solo. You're right, 3 full teams of 3, and Kinotrope, our final boss status. For now, it's Spider-Man meme across. We're all staring at each other. The wall invested to cut them off from Kinotrope, but Ty sends them.
Your former EWC champions are trying to stay alive. That is VKG. But currently, Kinotrope are looking at the pile-up in front of them. Can they clean it up as VKG get eliminated? This is all for Kinotrope to take home. The bombardment, though, having to be careful here. Playing out the dome, you get the L-Star, and that's all you need. As Kinotrope with the pop-off, they take game number 5 with 6 KP.
An 18-point game. I'm sorry, but if someone's flying over my electrified bubble and drops down with an infinite ammo L-Star, I'm out. I'm out.
Well, that's why they delayed it. You see them floating around. It's just a matter of time before they're forced out right by that zone. Playing it very safe. They knew that they had the advantage the moment they cleared the west side of that final zone. But even getting extra KP, if you're that one lone warrior, the solo left from AGG, you take those and you take the dub on top of it all.
That was a really actual good game for them at 15 points. I mean, 6 kills and a win. No, that's 18. My math's bad, guys. My apologies. I'll go take a little class after this. It's been about 10 years.
Can't ever do math on live, Tiff. You know how it goes here.
Yeah, it is. And it was spread out really nicely between the entire roster. You know, Chappie there on 3. Did a lot more damage than they took. VKG, though, 7 kills. AG Global with 8.
To highlight, too, remember that it's the top 14 teams that have found that safety net to make it into finals. Off that dub alone, Kinotrope are situated in top 14, exactly on that 14th spot. Now it's about holding that and carrying on this momentum, because that was just game number 5. There was all the Gibbies in the world in that lobby, as Gibby was the most picked legend. We won't see him into this final game on E-District.
It's actually wild, honestly. That matches, we've seen Gibby bans, and usually around map number 4, so I'm okay with seeing Gibby go right now. That just means we're probably going to see a little bit more Newcastle, but for now, we just wait and see. We peruse around. VKG on your screen. Nice little performance for them. I said 7 kills, 8 from AG. Reject had a couple. Sentinels, though, they were going through it, trying to maintain buildings, take it away from Trinity. 6 kills as we look back on that scenario with VKG trying to survive the onslaught that Ty was looking to send onto them.
I mean, like, even just looking at the journey for Sentinels, like, they held that building for so long. It doesn't usually pull on top of that building, but it usually pulls on the outskirts, right? So they wanted to take their chances. As KNC now capitalized off the fact that they cleared that entire side of zone, it was just a matter of time. Again, because we saw the pile-up right there, the nice little pop-off here, too, for Kinotrope, setting them up nice with that 6 KP dub on top of it all.
I'm telling you, these group stages, they're the proving grounds, right? And you look at those keys, and at the end of the week, you do not want your key crushed. Knowing that match point finals loom in just a few days' time, we're trying our best to get there, to fight, to be able to be the ones to crush everyone else's keys. That's pretty savage.
That's where the dreams are also crushed, Tiff, and that's what happens. Finding your way at EWC, VKG wanted to stay consistent too. It's even crazier to see where Alliance is kind of situated on that bottom end of the overall standings as we take a look at the match results. Kino Trope come out on top once again, TIE also right behind them.
I know we got Elite Esports and Gaming Gladiators both fighting for the top, but they're here in 8th and 10th respectively, and about 4 and 5. So if this is our floor game, if this is our kind of throwaway and you kind of bounce back from that, you are likely going to be solidified into that top 14 you were talking about to secure your spot further into the tournament.
We talk about the teams that have been lackluster after these 5 games alone that really do surprise me is JD Gaming. And that was a really important fight too at the very end for Zeta Division, who unfortunately couldn't stay alive in that pileup. And we keep talking about Trinity too for all the right reasons, sitting in 20th place overall. That's despite getting that 7 KP, but being able to claw out of being on that bottom 6 side of these overall standings, it's going to be very difficult when Trinity's sitting at 39 out of 40. JD Gaming at 37 with 38 points. There is that slight gap between Dory, who's not in this lobby, and JD Gaming with 38 points, but it's that disparity that we have to highlight. 27 to 38, something that Trinity would have to climb a mountain or just come back looking completely different into tomorrow's last opportunity of the last 6 set of games.
Well, good look here at JD Gaming that you're talking about. You got Floating on your right, Naughty in the center, who's IGLing his first LAN here. They were pretty strong during the Americas Split 1 online, and we always were curious, what was that going to look like as they get to the stage? Now, this is a punishing group series. You're trying to find your footing, and you have to remember, this is only their 2nd series that they've played. With 1 more to go tomorrow, knowing that you have to escape that bottom 6, it's tough. They landed heights, the circle pulled heights, and everyone shelled them.
Couldn't stay alive with all these quick rotates too, when we take a look at the top 3, but it's very important to note with the damage output that we've been seeing throughout the series from JD Gaming. Floating alone has nearly put in almost 3k damage, I believe, and only securing 1 KP. Just to highlight how safe that they've been forced to play with the quick rotations and how aggressive a lot of these teams have been. But then it's the hand-in-hand notion of the fact that we still have Alter into these legend compositions. Alter has not been banned, and you're on E District, which is perfect. It's basically like her playground here. You say goodbye to Gibby, and now we get to see how Game 6 plays out for the teams that are so desperate. We'll find out how that's going to play out on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone. We got one last game to go to end day number 2 here of the Apex Legends Global Series for Split 1 playoffs at EWC 26. It's been great action, but now there's a lot of pressure on these teams who have just not been able to get anything started, especially when we get to say goodbye to 5 of our last games.
I don't like when I have to hear that we have to send people home, and I say that at every LAN because it truly is heartbreaking. You feel like you just got to Paris. You just got to the stage to compete. And typically, that's a different format that we're used to seeing. We don't normally send 6 teams home, and I think that's the beauty of it, but it's also just so incredibly punishing and heart-wrenching. So for the players that show up here, that have put hours upon hours and do what they can to do their best here, because everyone wants to win for themselves, for their family, for the fans that are out there supporting it. Yo, that's crazy. They put their face on a chicken. I'm so sorry. I was got to be really motivating, but I saw that.
This is the moment, too, though, where if you are one of those players, one of the teams that perform under pressure, it's time to perform now. Game number 6. With 7 total games left to go for these teams to start making a move. Crazy to see who's on the opposite side of the overall standings. Let's see if JD Gaming could do it. Alliance 2, we know what they have the potential to do. Before we get set up here for our final game on E-District, our final game between groups A and C.
Well, let's have it, shall we? Let's get into the dropship. Let's get onto E-District and let the chaos begin, guys, because it is the final match of our day, the final match of groups A versus C. So if your team's not performing at their best, I'm gonna need y'all to send all of your energy towards that stage as we look to solidify our teams that are going to be in the top 14, that are going to avoid having to duke it out into the survival stage and to avoid going home.
Which of these teams will be able to find themselves comfy in the top 14? This is how you elevate yourself, K and C. Being one of those teams to find themselves exactly in 14th in the overall standing. Sure, we have an entire day to go for tomorrow, but this is what sets the pace for the way that these teams want to play going into tomorrow's matches. Depending on the legend compositions, which of these legends get banned out first, it highlights if they want to bunker down, play for the final zone, play for positioning here. As we take a different trip, though, this time around, Tiff, to Humbert Labs. And remember that early pileup that we saw from teams that went in for a quick rotate to get to heights in general. And it was crazy to see. It was Team Nemesis who had that survey beacon closer to Old Town Reject, who do land on the northern side of Humbert Labs. But then you also have the Evil Harvester to help benefit them if they were able to split drop there.
Nemesis is going to realize real quick when everyone is full sprinting at Humbert Labs. Reject will find some nice fights here as well. Zeddy is looking to carve their path on that eastern side of the circle already. JDG, fresh off an evac out of heights, are full sending. They may run into Gaming Gladiators as you see them on that eastern side. For now, we are going to divert and essentially mirror each other down.
To highlight the importance of this too and having the POI advantage by Old Town, Team Nemesis are another one of those teams who are sitting in 36 in the overall standings, trying to claw their way out from being eliminated and just finding themselves in a better spot starting off tomorrow. Sentinels now also making the move because they are getting trailed from behind. Monsoon running for his life. Nemesis now looking at Zeddy for fun. There's a pileup already happening over by Humber, and GK also are going to start making their way too. So Sentinels do manage to get the slight reset. Don't think they're going to be able to get the Evil Harvester, but they were inside of these buildings bunkering down because we got a lot of altars here and a lot of ramparts.
That's crazy because it's not like you can throw your bubble down from Gibby. If you're caught out into the open, you just kind of have to deal with it for now. Ty on your screen, F-Chan beginning the portal as he goes further. Zeddy and Nemesis, we talked about that rotation and fighting for those circles earlier. They're just trading blows off screen for now. But here comes all the abilities letting Ty know that someone is looking directly at them.
The light arsenal bin being right there, and you can hear the knuckle cluster from afar. Notor's going to be able to heal up safely. Sentinels are going to be able to coexist right underneath them. This is a type of zone that you can expect a lot of the teams who went for a quick rotate to coexist. Not as easy, though, for the teams that will be forced to rotate from the choke that would lead out of Shipyard Arcade, as well as the western choke out of Labs in general, where NIP are one of those teams to try to clean up and get some KP. They're looking at Zeta as well as PXX. Looking like they're in trouble with Curiv going to be able to get that knock onto PXX here. Would love to see how that fight is going down on the southern side of Draft Point, where they could fight for the information on terms of the ring console and survey beacon, because Zeta at the moment are just going to be able to not only look at NIP, but they have to worry about their backs with Elite Esports also pulling up.
For Zeta, we pull off the Bangalore, onto the Fuse we go, which I think is going to have a more empowering effect on those fights. Ninjas in Pajamas, who did really well to escape the bottom 6 with their initial win, still trying to furthermore their distance from the bottom. 2 blues and a purple, Vayne in the middle, calling the shots, and having Zeta already on blues and purple holding high ground is going to be scary.
These PXX get to be up as a full trio, though, and it's thanks to the action that we were looking at earlier. The TP was also pulled up as Elite move up right behind Zeta, and IP holding a split angle by the bridge side, and they can ensure that they will not get counter-rotated on the side of Shipyard Arcade. They can safely move up onto Humbert while trying to clear and get KP from the western side of the zone. Not being alone, though, as the crowd was giving them their energy, and they're definitely going to need it. It's going to be Alliance, who are now moving out of Energy Bank, where there is a survey beacon, but on the other side of that wall from the choke out of Energy Bank is also VK Gaming. Now, as Alliance move up, a little bit of a misclick right there off the Valkyrie missile swarm, but you could see the pings as they're going to try to move up from that choke.
I was curious if they were going to keep on running towards VK Gaming and trail them in, or if they were going to dive to the other side. I'm okay with the timing of their rotation, knowing that VKG and Alliance both hail from the furthermost northern area of E-District. AG Global, on the other hand, who are 7 points outside of the top of our series, are starting to take, you know, they want to acquire as much as they can to boost their Evo shields, but they're not the only one in this area. If they're not careful, Deep Cross Gaming could find them.
Honestly, like, if you look at how close it is in the overall standing, it takes one crazy game from Alliance to push themselves up into the top 30. Seeing how that's going to go, too, because there's a slight gap between For Fun and Dog Red, literally 50 to 47. But now with looking at Elite, a team that doesn't really have to worry too much with the performance that they've put on over the course of these last 6 games, NIP have taken to the high ground. This is the part that I was mentioning before, clearing Shipyard Arcade as Elite now wrap into NIP's line of sight. Alliance, though, Hockey's going to be able to find that knock. Alliance want to execute off of this because they wanted to get that survey beacon originally, and VK Gaming are still feeling the pressure, not only losing out on that player originally, but JD Gaming being around them too. So they just take to the skies. They don't want to take the risk because they're also one of the very few teams not rocking out on that altar, so not having a TP reset.
The moment Unlucky scans that survey beacon, he's gonna see VKG and JDG. Yanya finally gets the shield back on. To the high ground we go, diverting away from knuckle clusters across the way. Hear me out. There is something so sweet and nostalgic about the Pathfinder picks that have been coming through in our group series this week, Vicky.
Looking at the way that the zone is pulling too, this is what you could expect. This is the pileup, as a lot of these teams will be able to coexist, especially if you look at the compositions that we have for this final game alone. We have a majority of this lobby on altar, but it's the bunkering down from some of these teams as Zeddy actually in some trouble. It looks like they lost out on their Valkyrie here, but it's a lot of these teams now. Kinotrip also making the rotate. JD Gaming coming out of Stadium. They will be gate-kept by Alliance, but it's a pile-up. Trinity, Zeta, while AGG are also looking ahead, and Shipyard Arcade has not let loose. Elite are trying to inch closer to that zone, and NIP are pressuring them out. Taking onto the high ground, though, and finding the double break, kinda in a really good position to keep on the pressure, especially when he's on the Sparrow.
And they have to invest the cat wall to disengage. It's smart, but Vayne on the altar could make a powerful play here. You have to keep an eye, though. With Sparrow's ultimate available in the hands of Kinda, he could do some damage. For now, they send just a bit back.
That's what does get knocked in the feed too, by the way. So it's going to be the little send-off while Elite actually managed to get away from Shipyard Arcade. They're going to be looking down at NIP on the other side of that zip. AGG, though, holding onto the height themselves and are hogging this Evil Harvester all to themselves because DCG say, hasta la vista, we're going back over to Street Market. You could have all of that. And now AG will be able to move up towards Viaduct if they haven't scanned that survey beacon already, but they will be rotating into that next zone, probably from draft point side too, because there is that ring console if they haven't gotten it too. So a lot of these teams with GG, we mentioned Luca who just got res, trying to fight for his life, gets the next knock.
Shield swap.
He prioritizes the shield swap and he's looking to try to get the res, but is not gonna let that happen. Not for free, as Gaming Gladiators get eliminated, the first team to go out in our last game.
That was tough. I like that we get the shield swap. I love that we're going for that, but with that peak, the timing, it is inevitable for GK acquiring some well-needed KP. We start on the mission. We saw the ring console being popped, and where we're going, well, the majority of our teams are already there, with GK having a nice spot they can defend. Our RQ also, who have been working their way out of the bottom of our series, are incredibly close in points to GK, and they share as neighbors.
I like the stakes too, while AGG now move up. They're actually lingering behind the one player of NIP. They have to look behind. Shipyard Arcade is about to get hot because AG are prioring their rotate. They're going through Old Town. They heard the fight from NIP Elite, but this fight has been lasting so long, Tiff.
Oh, JDG now on the hunt, floating, gets clipped. Shubi and Stay Naughty, a duo trying to take down your map 5 winners of Kinotrope just ahead. The trades through, the R9 hits, and Moyashi is down.
Getting a little bit of revenge here as KSC get eliminated. Your Game 5 winners are now out of this last game. Now moving up here comes the 3P though, and they got the knock originally at the hands of Strafing Flame, but guess what? The altar takes TP. Comes in clutch again. They at least were able to get 1 KP in this year too. Share that with 2 KP in general for the rest of the team, but this is what you'd like to see from RRQ, a team that has been struggling all day long.
All they wanted was a smart fight. They were like, there's a timing that we can push onto this fight, a little third party. But for now, we look back towards the map, we see the circle pull, and yeah, this one's gonna hurt a bit. Because GK looked like they were committing to a solid portion of where that could pull. Instead, it popped straight onto For Fun. Now, talking about explosive games that change the fate of teams, I'm looking at Team Nemesis, who are the furthest south. They have their back clear. The big question is, will Elite Esports decide to clear out the south and rotate and get control of that? That we'll see if Nemesis can hold on.
The fact that you can't even get your KPs. Thinking about
I'm just trying to get some kills, man. That's all.
Alter is crazy. Remember when we used to put down 2 portal nexuses, by the way? Anyways, that would cover 2 POIs. Thankfully, we do not have that anymore. Still so strong here, and that's why seeing the domination on this final game on E-District is something else. Deny this KP, deny these points from the teams who desperately need it the most. DCG now looking ahead, it's going to be Trinity, who are also still trying to claw their way, seeing that they are in 20th place in this lobby alone with only 11 points. The crowd by crowd. GG already eliminated, but I know Charlotte's still giving them their energy, considering that GG have really gotten the points that they need to be safe. Depends on how they do tomorrow, but they're looking very good in the top 5 in the overall standings. Elite kinda now moving up. Another team who has been farming within this lobby, but a lot of these split fights, it's a really big pileup though, over by Labs, because really in Old Town, Elite aren't gonna be trying to send it onto Team Nemesis. This is kind of like a poke off, so Elite are just gonna sit down over on the edge of this side of zone. We can really look at what's happening on Humbert Labs, where For Fun, Reject, and AG are currently trying to situate themselves in that building. Zeddy even too are hearing and looking at this fight, but not trying to overcommit, because they're not the only ones in the vicinity. It's also going to be Sentinels and GK.
I was really curious what Team Nemesis was going to do when Elite showed their presence, and they moved up the building. For JDG, only a few choices remain for them. You have RRQ and GK. If you jump onto RRQ, Alliance will likely full swarm you from the north. Kind of one of the most wild things about this. So set up you do. Ninjas in pajamas, Dark Veil down, PXX on the right, PETA letting it rip. Cole last standing. We only have 1 set of piercing spikes, and at this point, we are on the run. And you throw it towards Zeta, who are also going to look at this. Zeta, if we get out of here, Cole, you need to send a thank you card, because Zeta will focus PXX.
A crazy opportunity for that reset earlier too, right? The fact that they're able to come in, you see the side by side. Love to see how PXX are getting these knocks. If I could see here as NIP get eliminated. And now PXX move up to C Zeta Division. They could get 3-peat with DCG. The follow-up here, the back-to-back off the people on the L-Star. BKG get eliminated. And PETA, he gets a Suke. Mike, is he going to be the next victim as he takes the TP back right at his feet? PXX have not let loose. Mike being the last one alive.
The L-Star might be the MVP of group stages at this point, but Satuki, he crawls back. The reset inevitable, and PXX hits the portal to try and take a different angle. Yanya, elsewhere in the kill feed, taking down some members of TIE. TIE has been eliminated as we go for our reset here with Zeta.
I'm hearing a death box res. Oh, he breaks it. That's crazy. TIE do get eliminated. You mentioned Yanya before, but they get to keep the dream alive. PXX looking ahead and isolated on this choke. The fact that DCG had to focus on getting these reses, Zeta Division doing the same thing off their own Deathbox reses, is crazy. This means that PXX now are uncontested on the west side of the zone. Really, it's up to Elite, who will be able to get that information since there's little to no cover off that rotate once the zone starts closing in behind PXX.
2 kills on the board for JDG. It's crazy what happens when you actually get to play the game and you're not resetting full 3 times in an E-District game. Zeta, on the other hand, gets a full reset, drops the evac, but keep your eyes on Yuka, because PXX does not want to let them go.
Absolutely not, and especially when Yuka's literally one shot. Where can you land? Where can we go? It's the Hail Mary dive. to find some space. They situate themselves on the bottom side of this bridge, but now still having to move up Zeta Division on the outskirts of the zone with PXX trying to harass them. It forces out the portal play to get out of trouble. Trinity right behind him. PXX now move up, hide behind the fence line while Blinkster is popping off. DCG going down at the hands of Sentinels. DCG get eliminated, 14 squads now left, and this is round 4, closing in with a majority of these squads up here on the north side of Humbert Labs.
We lose GK at the hands of For Fun. JD Gaming has fallen, no rotation for them. The fight for Godspot is also occurring. Alliance taking shots at Team Nemesis. Elite Esports wanted to get involved but disengaged, and RRQ have set their sights on Zeta and are not letting it go. We have just under a minute before these teams, including Sentinels, will have to make their way through the gauntlet of Southern teams.
It's so hard with that pile. We talked about the coexisting. AGG are looking at PXX to not be able to get away, playing on the edge of zone for free because they also will harass them. Zeta may actually help them out if RRQ do not stop them. Positions revealed and an alliance down to a duo, but they've stayed alive for this long. 24 total points throughout the course of the day. In just the last 6 games is crazy. They're trying to crawl their way out, especially sitting in that 13th place spot. We know that they could do better. Being the fact that you also have to worry about RRQs on that northern side next to Sentinels is something else, because RRQ are starting to wake up now.
I'm scared with the Valks in the lobby that are going to likely look to Valkylt at the end into the south to avoid rotating through the middle of the map. RRQ, you can see them going towards the high ground. They're going to yeet their way south, over Reject, over For Fun. AG Global, see ya. Where do we set our landing course? Is it on to Team Nemesis? Because if we drop on Team Nemesis, Alliance will full send.
Getting tracked by the Sparrow Arrow, though. Having to be careful with Team Nemesis now. Hearing that RRQ have landed right at their feet. A team that has struggled today, has 4 KP in this last game. But with AG also looking at them, you see Elite. RRQ now have to reposition so that way you do not get pinched. And they're going to be in the line of sight of Sentinels.
And everyone is full sending. AG Global out, PXX out, Zeta racking up some kills, and Sentinels and Zeddy with the ultimate face-off. The amped covers, v Newcastle walls. Dupe holding steady, Sentinels all up as well, but the infinite ammo in the hands of Blinkster with that L-Star could really change the tide.
RRQ do get eliminated. They got some KP in their pockets. It's 5 KP. A little too late while Sentinels uncontested. Zeddy 2 up on the high ground. Team Nemesis, though, have completely held that southern side while Alliance get eliminated at the hands of Blinkster. We talked about Sentinels before. We talked about the pileup over on the northern side of Labs with Nemesis having an isolated fight against Elite. All the stakes, though, on the 14 pileup that we're seeing on the northern side of Labs. We know Elite, they've been doing great. It's really Nemesis that needs this the most, as they've lost out on light if you're looking at Elite. Henchman waiting for them to take that TP, but Albert Lily stays alive after losing out on a shield.
This is everything for Nemesis. A banger game here in the final game of our series, moving into the last day of groups. Could really keep them in this tournament. Elite are practically safe. Great job. They've got north of 70 points in this series. But Nemesis need this.
Oh, now swinging though. Henchman having to reload the RE. Old Barrel here too, gonna have his teammates trying to cover him here. They're gonna have to move up with kind of getting that knock onto Albert Lily. That's the advantage that they need. But I mean, be careful! Reject with the 3P! Talk about a timing! They even have the Evil Shields reset. You hear the pings. They don't have the TP through the wall, so that's the biggest difference. They hear the res afar, and they can try to also go for a Deathbox res here from inside the building, but now looking at the far away, it's gonna be Sentinels who have been farming on this side of zone. Trying to get the portal reset too, and they're going to be able to play it right underneath Rejects.
Oh, and Elite have moved in onto Nemesis. They're doing what they can. Light is down, Henchman's 5 HP, and there's so many teams trying to make it happen, and it's Skittle and Sacred Alive going for the Deathbox recovery to get to a team of 3 as we lose out on Elite.
5 squads left. Nemesis gets the Deathbox res, and Zeddy's in trouble. They have no Evil Shields. Dupe clinging up for dear life with a pixel of health before getting knocked, because Sheila has something else to say. Jelly goes for a Hail Mary last-ditch attempt to take to the skies to help Stay alive, the mother load from Sacred. 5 squads left still. It's a face-off. Zeddy only down to that Valkyrie. Sentinels 2 only down to Blinkster. And RC is just looking at all the action with Nemesis on the rooftop to their heads.
Blinkster holding it down for Sentinels. Just a boy in an infinite ammo L-Star against For Fun. And here comes the swing, and we go into the void, prolong straight through Reject, and now they bait him. Reject's looking at For Fun.
Oh my gosh, Team Nemesis can do it! Team Nemesis, who was on the bottom end of things, unless Sentinels greets them, they're forced to back away. The solo Sentinels, goes down over to the other side, but Team Nemesis now looking at Reject, who are splitting their attention against For Fun. They get the knock off the mother load with these final 3 squads, and they can't get the res.
Nemesis For Fun on the low ground. The final 2, Reject, are looking down, and Reject take the win. Reject, who can not only say they have 1 win on E-District, they took a win on World's Edge. It was 14 kills earlier today, and you know what? It's almost double digits here in Game 6. 9 kills and a dub, 21 points.
Talk about a statement maker too, Tim. I love how you highlighted their performance on E-District, but it's even more important to highlight how RC thus far is sitting in the top 6 spot in the overall standings. I mean, if you want to be able to kickstart your final day of group stage, well, this is how you do it. Especially showcasing that consistency across 2 different maps.
A great series from them. And honestly, that win should feel exceptional. You are piled behind a Newcastle wall against a building. You have Sentinels underneath you. Blinkster, who absolutely baits you with For Fun, dropping them off at Reject's doorstep. Nemesis recognized this and tried to go outside. Reject earned that.
And with the baby comps, the crowd cheering from right behind us, the fact that they dropped as an entire team 6k damage in that last game is insane. The Valkyrie, the Caustic Newcastle, no reset necessary with the majority of this lobby playing Alter, is just, again, showcases how consistent and confident they are. Farufa's gotten, 11 KP over the course of today, 7.1k damage in the last 6 games. Axe is right behind him with 11 KP themselves, 6.8k. Reese being the perfect anchor and trying to help support these 2 amazing players. And this is what you like to see here.
I just want to shout out Nemesis while we had him on the screen there, because that last game shot them from the thralls of the bottom of the leaderboard into top 5. And you talk about a team that knows they need to change their fate, holding down as we look back at it. This is where Sentinels basically yeets out, drops For Fun Esports at the feet of Reject and tries to hold on, gets eliminated. For Fun and Nemesis are now down on the bottom. You've got Alb behind 2 purple knockdown shields. Reese throws the mobile shield, leaves Axis and Arufa up on the high ground. They don't split individually. They leave 2 and 1. They clean up the lobby. It is just the power positioning.
And to highlight your point on Nemesis too, I think it's important to talk about the young, talented player that is Sacred, because in that 1 game alone, he dropped almost 3k damage with 5 KP. The fact that he was able to do that, because, okay, we've talked about the consistency from Reject, but what is at stake here is that a team like Team Nemesis in the overall standings was literally at risk of elimination. They were on the bottom 6. Sure, they have a whole other series to play tomorrow, but it's only 6 more games to go, right? And you don't want to feel like your back is against the wall. They went from like 36th, 35th overall, now going on to 27th in the overall standings. That is what 1 game could do and how tight those scoreboards are looking.
We said it when we came up here, and it is literally the power of 1 explosive game, but Reject have earned this. 58 points on that leaderboard, but guys, we're gonna send it down to the stage. We got Kinda waiting. We need to hear from him.
The boys are absolutely frying. I've got Kinda next to me from Elite Esports. Kinda, you boys are absolutely frying. You guys are playing so incredibly well. One thing I want to touch on, Graceful, one of our analysts and beloved pro player as well. Graceful, he likes to emphasize the fact that consistency is probably the most important thing when you're stepping out onto a stage like this. You guys have 6 top 5 finishers over the last 2 days. How does it feel to hear that?
Well, I didn't even know that, honestly. I'm pretty happy with our performance overall. We've been pretty disciplined on our games, pretty consistent, as he said. Shout out to Graceful, my guy, my G. But yeah, just pretty happy with our team. Gotta keep it going, you know?
That's very true. You know, you've been in the conversation for being, you know, one of the top fraggers for quite some time now, but you've only really made it to a LAN finals once in your career at this point. So do you feel like this is the team that can push you to like go the distance? And like, what is it like competing with these guys, and how do they kind of help you unlock your full potential?
100%. I feel like this is the team. We're gonna go into finals, and I feel pretty confident we're gonna win this time. And yeah, shout out to Michael, my coach. He's a GOAT. Yeah, always keeping us on top, on good vibes, you know. And yeah, shout out to Lai and Hench for being the best teammates I've ever had. And yeah, just gotta win it all.
What is it about their, like, the dynamic between the team, you know, with Light and with Hench? Like, what are they doing that kind of helps you, you know, compete at your highest level? Because you guys are just, it's like you've unlocked a new level of yourselves.
Well, Hench and me have been competing now for 2 years. We've been playing since EWC, the first one on 2024. So me and him are pretty, you know, we have good vibes. We know each other for a long time, so always happy to be around him. Light now has been with us for over 8 months, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe more, maybe less, who knows. But yeah, always happy to be around Light. He's an insane IGL. Just a good guy, yeah.
You guys just seem like you're really positive as well, positive vibes. I mean, I think that stepping out onto this stage, it can be quite intimidating. Obviously, the final day of groups is tomorrow, and then everything resets for Saturday. The way that things are trending, it looks like you guys are going to be there on Saturday. Let's not jinx it. I'm gonna try and like cross my fingers. But at this point, how are you guys staying positive, staying motivated, staying locked in before you step out onto this stage? Because like I said, you know, this environment, it can get under people's skin.
Yeah, but honestly, this tournament I'm feeling pretty consistent, even though I changed my controller the first day I started playing. I changed my controller. Don't know why. Don't ask me why. But I was feeling pretty good, so I just did it. It was meant to be, I guess, because we're doing pretty good. So I'm happy about it. But yeah, just Michael just being the GOAT, always keeping us motivated, and having good mentality is always the key to success.
That's true. Good mentality. Now, finally, before I let you go, I want to inform you that you are officially our top fragger in the lobby. So you've absolutely steamrolled everyone. How does that feel?
Well, that feels amazing, of course. I've been shooting pretty good, getting a lot of kills, getting a lot of damage in. The boys also getting me into a good spot. And just gotta do my job, you know, gotta shoot forward, shoot straight, and keep going.
Yeah, that kids, shoot forward, shoot straight. Kinda. It's been great chatting to you. I really appreciate the time, and congratulations on such an incredible day 1 and 2. We can't wait to see what you and the boys bring on day number 3 of the group stage. But for now, we're gonna send it over to Rain Day, because he's got the big guy. He's got Hackus with him.
Oh, the jubilation of youth. Shoot straight. If only it was that simple. Aki's a man who knows that it is much more complicated than just shooting straight. Obviously, kind of a different tone over here. It was a long interview. I could tell you were kind of fidgeting around. You want to get back out there and prove that you guys can play better than this. What's going on in your head?
I mean, there's not much to say. Like, we were one of the best teams from scrims coming into the tournament, but right now we're obviously not getting the ball rolling. All I can say is previous tournaments, we've dominated groups and we've done bad in finals. So hopefully we've changed the script. We do bad in groups and we dominate finals.
There's no doubt that you are a writer, and you have driven the narrative of EMEA, and not only that, Apex Legends for many, many years. No one doubts that. You have a huge fan base that is supporting you for a reason. However, you're right. The ball hasn't gotten rolling today. If you could attribute to what that is outside of scrims in these lobbies, what is it that feels like it's still yet to get going?
I mean, it's been some hard games, to be fair. Like, every single zone has been a cross map, so it's like we're playing the hard game and we're just not playing good enough to make up for it. Like, landing cross map and making it from edge is just very difficult in this current meta, and our 3v3s aren't clean enough to make up for the fact that it's a hard game.
Yeah, obviously those zone pools have not been in your favor. We talked a little bit about that before the interview, and that can be tough. But how do you keep the mental strong in a moment like that, where you know things aren't necessarily going your way, you're not playing your best, so you would love maybe the ball to bounce your way to help you get going, but you can't. So this is a tournament. You've been here before. How do you get the guys going? How do you get yourself prepared in the night so that tomorrow morning you're ready to come and show out?
I'm just gonna believe in ourselves, you know. Like I said, we were one of the best teams in scrims coming into the tournament. We just gotta believe that we see a lot of that and just show up on the day.
Listen, you've lifted that trophy. I mean, EWC has been yours. You've tasted what that prize pool feels like to enter not only your bank account, but to be a part of your resume. That is a special thing. I have nothing but confidence that you can find a way to get there. However, if you were to say one thing about your team, what needs to change specifically about the way you guys are playing to have a better chance tomorrow?
I mean, it's hard to say. Just gotta show up and kill everything.
All right, man. Well, I'll let you go. I know it's been a long day, Hockeys. Thank you for spending time with me. Congratulations to everybody in this lobby. Obviously, kind of feeling great. Hockey's saying we got more to prove. We'll find out. So much more ALGS to happen because tomorrow it's our final day of groups. We just got a little bit more of the show right now. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Two days done of group stages here at LGS, and they think we're done too. But we're not done quite yet, because some of the squads definitely were able to stun us. I mean, we just heard from Hockey's too, Snipe, and you could tell too, like the body language. Have you been in that position before where Hockey's currently is?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Throughout my elongated career, there's been multiple moments where, you feel beaten down, you feel like you're out. But like I said, if he's talked about it, they prepared, they put in the work. They were one of the top teams going into scrims. So just stick to what you learn, stick to what you practice, and come out tomorrow with that motivation. And just because they've won tournaments, it doesn't make it easy. It doesn't mean it's given. What's the phrase, everything is earned, nothing is given. I think that's going to stand strong for them. But I do think that if any team has the ability to bounce back from something like this, it is going to be Alliance. So it'll be interesting to see that. I'm very just, thankful that he's even taking the time to talk to us after, the mediocre performances. A lot of people just want to get back to the hotel. They want to just, relax and hopefully prepare for tomorrow. So very, very awesome that he steps up like that.
I mean, a real professional out, like inside and outside of the game, really pushing it for us to say, hey, we had a rough day. But the most important part is, as you said as well, sometimes that thought creeps into your mind whether or not you prepared enough for the tournament. He knows he prepared enough. He's been performing in Pro League, he's been performing in scrims, and he even says himself, like, we prepared. The only thing we can do is show up on that day. Maybe the new day is today.
Yeah, I mean, we've watched these teams before. We're talking about NIP and their sort of comeback here. I was even going to say, VK Gaming and their sort of comeback. I mean, he's still got tomorrow. He's still got tomorrow. And yeah, have to hard agree with you guys. Like this team can do it. If anyone in those sort of bottom brackets, it's Alliance.
And if you're in one of those situations that Alliance currently is, right, coming into tomorrow, what are you expecting out of the first 3 games of this series?
I mean, it's going to be really hard because already now we were, me and Snipe was already talking about numbers as well. I already said it. I think the cutoff is going to be 60 plus minus 5. I always like to do the plus minus 5 because you don't know how top or bottom heavy it is. And the teams that are right now in the relegation essentially are just looking to say, hey, we need to put scores on the board because last day still 60 points is quite a lot. If you need to put it all in one day, it's a lot. But if you divide it by 3 days, it's not that bad. But hey, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, I mean, averaging 20 points a series over 3 sets. I mean, that's pretty solid. But you don't want to be hoping that you have just enough. I think if anyone's going to do it, it's them. I think some of the other teams that are more in question are going to be the JDGs.
Yeah,
who's right there on the fringe as well, who haven't been in any situation like this. They haven't had that type of performance. And we even heard Zero throwing some shots the other day at Naughty IGL, and they were performing super well online. Completely different environment when you're here at these majors with so much at stake. So it'll be interesting to see how they bounce back if they're a little more desperate than some of these other teams based on that type of fact. So it'll be curious to follow them along tomorrow.
I mean, also here, number 1 for the leaderboard for A versus C. Really big shout out to Kinda for also shouting me out. He definitely is my boy. Always loved having him around.
So you're
Super
MVP
nice
right
guy.
now?
Yeah, he is my MVP. Honestly, it's between him and Henchman, and I can't give enough kudos to Light for performing as Nigel, especially with the compared to the top current IGLs. If you make a top 10 leaderboard, his time invested into the game, they are way more experienced, and he's putting out these crazy amount of results. So really proud of him.
And Lace, we're currently looking here at the series results for today between groups A versus C. You can see VK Gaming there in 32nd place. SETI Esports was looking to have a much better performance, but in 8th place, honestly, I feel like that's good enough for them to position themselves to make it to directly to the grand finals tomorrow.
Yes, I mean, they're very much in contention for that. You know, it's something that, you know, if they can keep that consistency throughout tomorrow, it definitely is a potential for them. But, you know, like I'm saying, and we were touching on before, you know, the teams in this lower bracket, you know, here, Ninjas in Pajamas, Alliance, you know, they may sort of like push them out of their limits. So even though they're sitting in that top 10 spot, they still need to keep their wits about them because there are some heavy hitters, you know, sitting in that lower side.
And the thing is that NIP at one point sniped down. We thought that we're actually going to be doing good. We saw a spike up in their performance, and then it seemed like it was just a full-on bluff.
Yeah, I think they had a really good game 3 before the halftime. It seemed like that was going to set them up to move in. And right now, I mean, they might be safe out of the elimination pool, but when it comes to the fringe of the top 14, I don't think that they're safe in any sense whatsoever. I'll be really interested to see what the stats look like when all teams are accumulated points going into tomorrow, so we can give you guys more of a detail, and we're going to make sure that we're focusing along with those teams at the middle of the pack moving forward, because it's going to be very interesting to see how that is, because it's always so tight right at that cutoff.
I mean, that's really the thing as well. You know, I always love to touch on every team that's doing really good, and it's always fun to see your favorite team do good, and everybody deserves that kudos. But what I really want to focus about is who's actually going home and who's going to be struggling, because at this point now, especially if there's the teams that you expected to be top heavy or sent home for some reason, all of a sudden, you know how we talk about some teams play better in good lobby? That good lobby doesn't exist now. Now it's chaos at the end. Like, everybody's fighting for their lives, and you just have to make sure that you're doing absolutely everything you can.
Yeah, so we got to keep an eye on that, like that middle section for sure. Like, this is something that's make or break. And, you know, I did want to sort of touch on again, like, yeah, you're not going to be able to fight your way out. You've got tomorrow, and then you've got survivors to hopefully put you in there. But yeah, we're going to send a lot of people home, and I'm a little bit worried about that, Seven.
I'm hoping it's not going to be JDG. I mean, that's one team.
Oh, is this your favorites? Yeah.
No. My favorites are currently towards the top. I'm not going to say who it is.
Oh.
Yeah, stay tuned for that one. We'll
It's
find
the
that.
winner.
I'll let you guys.
Whoever gets the most money is who I'm picking.
Dang it, you spoiled it. You spoiled it. That's the one I was going to go with. Whoever takes home those 600K. By the way, just keep in mind, once we're done with this, we will have the official ECW opening ceremony. So stay tuned for that. There's going to be some amazing performance, and I can't wait to see what Esports World Cup has been cooking up for that opening ceremony, because I know last year it was pretty awesome. There you go. Now, you have that countdown right there, but we're still going to be talking about ALGS right here. Out of everything that we have seen so far in this last 2 days, is there anything that has surprised you in a good way? Is there anything that has surprised you in a bad way, Graceful? We always, with you, I mean, even Barney just mentioned it too. We talk about consistency. That's something that you were talking about even from the beginning of day one of groups.
I mean, for me, it's probably the fact that the consistency, despite the meta being so aggressive and like crazy with Seer and Crypto
I was going to say
specifically.
terrible when you said Seer, but that's...
I mean, crazy. Yeah. I mean, crazy.
Use nicer words.
You could call it insane. Yes.
Insanity.
even then, you know, I feel like people have been showing consistency. I mean, look at Elite Esports, even Team Liquid as well, and you know, so many GD as well. So many teams are showing consistency despite this chaotic meta. And we haven't even seen that many Axels. We saw a glimpse of Axels for like 3 games in a row in one of the sets, but overall, not too much as people have been expecting.
And something that we've been noticing too is we've been getting a lot of teams getting 2 wins in this series. And was that something that we were kind of expecting coming in here at EWC, or are you actually surprised by it, Snipe?
I mean, I'm surprised a little bit by it. I think that last series specifically, it just goes to show us that there are certain teams that are really on fire. You know, you had Zeta in day 1 that came back, or yeah, I believe it was Zeta won 2 in a row, and then you had we have who?
S8UL.
Yeah, S8UL the other day, and right here we just had Oh my gosh, why am I going?
Reject.
Yeah,
He's going blind,
honestly,
everyone.
and I think Reject's one of the stories that's more fun to watch just because the players on that team haven't had as much success at LANs. Like some of them have never even made a grand finals before. And so it was really interesting to watch them along as they ended up second in that APAC North region. And it's always fun to watch Yurice, who came from North America in general, moved over, swapped to the regions.
Yeah.
And to see them start the series strong and end the series strong is something we actually haven't seen as much. Usually some teams start strong, finish weak. We've seen that with Falcons. Liquid started really strong. They held consistency throughout, but a lot of these teams, it's interesting with the bans and everything because when you have the ability to work with every character at the beginning, you can play your best comps. You can play everything that works out well for you. And then when those slowly start to get taken away, you start to see the teams who are more consistent as the series move on.
Well, let's talk about the Game 3 winner of this series, right? NIP. I kind of briefed that in a little bit, but I kind of want to deep dive a little bit more with it because this squad, as we're talking about with Alliance too, they're currently there within that. Actually, Alliance currently is not within the cusp of elimination. But one team that is going to be NIP as we're looking at the overall ranking right here. Elite Esports right there, 138. We'll actually go back to the NIP conversation. AG Global. I mean, this is one team, a massive surprise to some people, Grace.
I mean, they said it themselves. People are doubting them, their skills, even though they have consistently performed over all the years as well, I would say. But now nobody can doubt them. They were actually popping off and hunting people down. Even got a cheeky reset as well. They've been super good.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest differences with that AG team is usually at every LAN, they have to make some desperate, heroic attempt to make it into the grand finals. But they end up winning game 6 or something with like a 30-point win.
Exactly.
And it projects them into the finals, whether it's from the loser's bracket or the winner's bracket. But for the first time in what feels like forever, they are sitting at the top of the leaderboard. They are above the point threshold that usually gets you through. So pretty much they're in the clear. And tomorrow can just be mostly about ironing out any issues they feel like they might have and hopefully staying consistent and moving forward with that because, you know, they have been dominating. And this has been a fun team because this team has been together or rotated through the same amount of players multiple times. So it's awesome to see a team that has so much tenure together succeeding.
Yeah, no, if we even look at like RRQ, you know, I've been harping on about them too, you know, an excellent performance in our first sort of group stages today. Like very questionable. I sort of expected like a little bit more from them, but they've kind of cemented themselves nicely there. But, you know, we move a little bit further down here and you know who snuck up? VK Gaming has snuck up, I think it's about 12 placements just from like today's performance. I think coming out of match 5, there was this situation, Kino Troop, you know, they probably weren't going to win it in the position that they were in match 5. You know, they did have like that sort of team swing on the back, but like just I guess bringing in these kind of kills and the placement points that they have been getting, like they've moved a lot today.
You had some actual questions in regards to one team that we're currently seeing on the screen, and it's none other than GK Esports in 20th place. You thought that the performance was going to be going down, and honestly, Snipe Down, you predicted that to a T.
Yeah, honestly, this GK team, like I said, they're not going to come out and dominate a lobby and be a team that, you know, wins a lobby by 20 points. They're not going to do what we just saw in that last lobby. They're not going to pull the liquids, but they're consistent. The problem with where they're at, though, is their consistency. They need a good amount of points going into tomorrow, and I don't know if they have the firepower around their team because everyone on that roster is relatively passive. You have Noct, who is actually the kill leader for that team in Pro League, and Noct is one of the more reserved controller players overall. So I think that's something that they might need to figure out going into tomorrow. Those placement points weren't really coming as much as they usually do today. So they might need to find more opportunities to take fights, either it's around edge or third party, and then get into zone after that instead of just strictly trying to get in right away.
Well, let's take a look at that last page because that's the one that we're going to have to worry for some of those squads. I mean, we've been talking about it for a minute, right? Alliance, they were able to get themselves out of it. Ninja and Pyjamas currently in 34th place there with those 45. And just keep an eye on how close everything is, Grace, between that 31st place, even earlier too, all the way down to 37th.
I mean, it is close, but it's also, they don't really need that much points. If they can average about 6 points in the series, they should be, you know, realistically make it through and not go home. However, for the teams on the far bottom, especially looking at Dory, Trinity, TLN, Pirates, they're looking to drop. They need a lot of points just in case. And that's also dependent on how the rest of the series goes. But it's doable. Like, all of these teams, this is the thing as well. While some teams might look, in quotes, weaker or they had a bad run, they all made it here. Just making it here alone proves that you're already a part of the top elite. So if they can just regain their focus, who knows what happens. I really hope for the best for them.
If you're currently one of those teams in 38, 39th, and 40th, right? You just mentioned it. You got a lot more points to make up. What are you going to be looking to do tomorrow? I mean, you're going to definitely have to hope that some of those teams towards the top as well above you don't end up performing well. Are you going to be going a little bit crazy too, maybe trying to hunt somebody else down?
Yeah, I think when it comes to game 1 specifically, I think you play it normal. You try and, get some placement. You try and get some kill points. If that doesn't go well, you need to find fights. You have to start getting the points. And one of the main reasons for that is when we were looking at those point totals, those teams in the bottom 3 are significantly in the bottom 3. They're not we're not close. And the real problem along with that is the teams above them, the NIPs and alliances, are some of the best teams that we have to offer here at the ALGS. So you have to jump pretty far up. If we're talking, the mid 60s, looking at getting through, the bar is already higher than it is. We have teams at 47, I think was the current cutoff right now. And it'd be really shocking to not see them move up. So we could see a 70-point cutoff with the point differential that we're already at, since we are pretty top heavy.
I mean, we might have to see some miracles, but what we're going to be seeing right now is the STC recap for today. In case for some reason you join us late, you forgot to set an alarm, it's okay. We'll let it slide. Make sure you don't miss that tomorrow, okay? Make sure you set a couple more alarms, just like some of us, myself, had to do to wake up today. Because, and just to recap too, I mean, we'll show that gameplay too, but Series 1, we had Falcons, Dinos too. I feel like Dinos was a pleasant surprise too in the first series.
Y'all doubted me. No, it's probably just Grace. No, look, there was no doubt. There was no doubt. But yeah, what a turnaround. This is why I knew, I have faith. I know it's crazy. And I know, these guys break down the points and they're like, you've got to get about this much. But like, I've seen some crazy stuff. And that's kind of what Dinos did. They sort of pulled it out from somewhere. And like we've always talked, you get that momentum and it's just insanity.
It is insanity. I think we're going to be going... Oh, okay. Oh, my goodness. I got a little bit scared there. I thought we were going to be going to the open ceremony right away. But yeah, this is the STC recap of what happened today. But yeah, Dinos, pleasant surprise. SAUL Esports, I mean, we got a chance to talk to them. They were in good spirits. To Team Liquid. We saw Zero, even though at one point he was getting taunted, Grace, he was able to come back from it, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it's been about. I feel like a broken record always saying it, but hey, man, you gotta pull you gotta go real deep in the background now to pull out whatever you can.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I think tomorrow is going to just be one of those days. It's going to be really fun to follow along with some of these narratives that we have. We already have the Falcons Liquid narrative that we've been following along, and now we have the Alliance narrative. It'll be curious to see. I mean, Aurora also hasn't done that well.
Middle of the pack, yeah.
It's very interesting to see how neither of Aurora or Alliance have performed to their standards at this event. They're both sitting at that bottom. I think Aurora is in 30th. You have Aurora number 1 in the EMEA, then you have Alliance right after, who's in like 35th, and it's really interesting to see, and we'll see if the grass is actually greener on the other side after the end of this.
Exactly. I'm listening. I'm here, guys. I'm present. I'm super excited just to see what goes down tomorrow. But yeah, just to touch on, the insanity that is about to sort of, I guess, portray in these next couple of games. But yeah, it's going to be something that, these teams are going to have to fight still in and amongst those elite squads that are up the top of the leaderboard too. Like, you can't kind of count them out. It's still like the group stages. So they not only have to battle against, not having the points that they want, but then they got to go ahead against these heavy hitters that just want to keep adding to their total.
And you know what? I'm going to put you guys on the spot. Alliance, JDG, NIP. I want you guys to pick one team out of those 3 that I just mentioned that's not going to make it. That's not even going to make it to Survivor stage. And I'm going to go with you, Grace. Okay, you can
probably
take your time.
No, I mean, if I have to pick one, right? I think I love Naughty, and I have competed with Naughty on, when we played on C9 in Stockholm. We got top 10 actually at that point.
Ooh.
It's hard because he went from a role to IGLing now, and everybody, you're on 2 parts of Reddit at this point. You're either at, I trust Naughty will win LAN IGL, or you think he will crash and burn. And I think if he does crash and burn, they'll probably go home tomorrow, unless he has a really refreshing sleep and sleeps on the cold side of the pillow and the aircon doesn't mess up his throat. Then yes, he could stay, but remains to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be JDG at this point. I mean, if it's going to be any of those, NIP and Alliance have had too much experience in this position to come in and feel any type of way. And I feel like Naughty's one of those players where he either has max confidence or there's a lot of panic and uncertainty in his comms. And I hope that that doesn't come back, because that was an older version of Naughty, and this new version with him and as an IGL has been much more confident. He's always there, ready to fight, make the call, and he doesn't hesitate. But when you're on LAN, that uncertainty, when you already come out a little dry, is something that we're really gonna have to focus on. I just hope that they do well, because I would love to see more floating. One of the biggest up-and-comers, one of the best players who showed out in all of North America during this last Pro League. So I'd really like to see more of them and more of him specifically. And so I'm pulling for them.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna have to agree as well. Like, it's not down to the skill, it's down to like the mentality, which can't agree, you know, these two professional teams that, look, I don't know. I don't feel like I've really seen Alliance in that bottom cusp though. Is this new for them to like sort of be this close down? Because like, you know, usually they're at the top, so it's like, yeah, they got nothing to worry about. But look, yeah, if they have been, then you know they know exactly how to dig themselves out of that hole. And I think Ninjas in Pajamas are gonna do something crazy. I feel it. I'm calling it.
I'm hoping
they were starting
to today. They were starting to at some point, but don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is going to be B versus C, and then A versus D. We'll find out which teams are going to be going to the finals, which teams are going to be going to Survivor Stage, and which teams are going to be going home. But right now, you at home can actually watch the official EWC 26 Paris opening ceremony.